Chapter 1. Prefaces to the first, second, and third editions in writing the history and present state of electricity. I flatter myself that I shall give pleasure as well to persons who have a taste ECR natural philosophy in general. As to electricians in particular, and one hope the work will be of some advantage to the science itself, both these ends would certainly be answered in a considerable degree were the execution at all answerable to the design. The history of electricity is a field full of pleasing objects according to all the genuine and universal principles of taste deduced from a knowledge of human nature. Scenes like these, which we see a gradual rise and progress in things, always exhibit a pleasing spectacle to the human mind. Nature, in all her delightful walks, abounds with such views, and they are in a more especial manner connected with everything that relates to human life and happiness, things in their own nature, the most interesting to us. Hence it is that the power of alleviation has annexed crowds pleasing sensations to the contemplation of every object, in which this property is apparent. This pleasure likewise bears a considerable resemblance to that of the sublime, which is one of the most exquisite of all those that affect the human imagination. For an object in which we see a perpetual progress and improvement is, as it were, continually rising in its magnitude. And moreover, when we see an actual increase in a long period of time part, we cannot help forming an idea of an unlimited increase in futurity, which is a prospect really boundless and sublime. The pleasures arising fed on views exhibited in civil, natural, and philosophical history are, in certain respects, different from one another. Each has its advantages and each its defects, and both their advantages and defects contribute to adapt them to different classes of readers. Civil history presents us with views of the strongest passions and sentiments of the human mind, into which every man can easily and perfectly enter, and with such incidents respecting happiness and misery, as we cannot help feeling, would alarm and affect us in a very sensible I, and therefore we are at present alarmed and affected by them to a considerable degree. Hence the effort we receive from civil history arises chiefly from the exercise it affords our passions. The imagination is only entertained with scenes which occasionally start up like interludes or epilogues in the great drama, to which we are principally attentive. We are prevented indeed with the prospect of gradual improvement during the rise of great empires. But as we read on, we are obliged to contemplate the disagreeable reverie, and the history of most states presented nothing but a tedious uniformity without any striking events to diversify and embellish the prospect. Besides, if a man have any sentiment of virtue and benevolence, he cannot help being shocked with a view of the vices and miseries of mankind, which, though they be not all, are certainly the most glaring and striking objects in the history of human affairs. And attention, indeed, to the contempt of divine providence, which is ever bringing good out of evil and gradually conducting things to a more perfect and glorious state, tends to throw a more agreeable light on the more gloomy parts of history. But it requires great strength of mind to comprehend those views, and after all, the feelings of the heart too often overpower the conclusions of the head. Natural history exhibits boundless variety of scenes, and yet infinitely analogous to one Kinther. A naturalist has, consequently, all the pleasure which that contemplation of uniformity and variety can give the mind. And this is one of the most copious sources of our intellectual pleasures. He is likewise entertained with the prospect of gradual improvement, while high IFC every object, ill nature rising by degrees to immaturity and perfection. As D white new plants, NW animals, and new IB are para to perpetually pouring in upon him the most pleasing views of the unbounded power, wisdom, and goodness of God are constantly present to his mind. But he has no direct view of human sentiments and human actions, which, by means of their endless associations, greatly heighten and improve all the pleasures of taste. The history of philosophy enjoys, in some measure, the advantages both of civil and natural history, whereby it is relieved from what is most tedious and disgusting in both. philosophy exhibits the powers of nature discovered and dire, said by human art. It has therefore in some measure the boundless variety with the amazing uniformity of the one, and likewise everything that is pleasing in it or other. And the idea of continual rise and improvement is conspicuous in the whole study, whether we be attentive to the part which nature or that which men are acting in the great scene. It is here that we see the human understanding to its greatest advantage, grasping at the noblest objects, and increasing its own powers by acquiring to itself the powers of nature, and deriving them to the accomplishment of its own views, whereby the security and happiness of mankind are daily improved. Human abilities are chiefly conspicuous in adapting means to ends, and IA deducing one thing from another by the method of analogy J. And where shall we find instances of greater sagacity than in philosophers diversifying the situations of things, in order to give them an opportunity of showing their mutual relations, affections, and influences, deducing one truth and one discovery from another, and applying them all to the useful purposes of human life. If the exertion of human abilities, which cannot but form a delightful spectacle for the human imagination, give us pleasure, we enjoy it here in a higher degree than while we are contemplating the schemes of warriors and the stratagems of their bloody art. Besides, the object of philosophical pursuits throws a pleasing idea upon the icings they exhibit, whereas the reflection upon the real objects and views of most statesmen and conquerors cannot but take from the pleasure which the idea of their sagacity, foresight, and comprehension would otherwise give to the virtuous and benevolent mind. Lastly, the investigation of the powers of nature, like the study of natural history, is perpetually suggesting to us views of the divine perfections and providence, which are both pleasing the imagination and improving to the heart. But though other kinds of history may, in some revel us, vie with that of philosophy, nothing that comes under the denomination of history can exhibit instances of so senile rise and improvement in it, as we see in the progress of the human mind in philosophical investigations. To whatever height we lave arrived in natural science, our B3 Jennings, I Jennings were very low, and our advances have been exceedingly gradual. And to look down from the eminence, and to see and compare all those gradual advances in the ascent, cannot but give the greatest pleasure to those who are seated on the eminence, and who feel all the advantages of their elevated situation. And considering that we ourselves are, by no means, at the top of human science, that the mountain still ascends beyond our sight, and that we are, in fact, not much above the foot of it, a view of the manner in which the ascent has been made, cannot but animate us in our attempts to advance, flill higher, and suggest methods and expedients to assist us in our farther progress. Great conquerors, we read, have been both animated and also, in a great measure, formed by reading the exploits of former conquerors. Why may not the same effect be expected from the history of philosophy to philosophers? May not even more be expected in this case? The wars of many of those conquerors who received this advantage from history had no proper connection with former wars. They were only analogous to them, whereas the whole business of philosophy, diversified as it is but one, it being one and the same great scheme that all philosophers of all ages and nations have been conducting from the beginning of the world. So that the work being the same, labors of one are not only analogous to those of another, but in an immediate manner subservient to them. J and one philosopher succeeds another in the same field, as one Roman proconsul succeeded another in carrying on the same war, and pursuing the same conquests in the same country. In this case, an intimate knowledge of what has been done before us cannot but greatly facilitate our future progress, if it be not absolutely necessary to it. These histories are evidently much more necessary in an advanced state of science than in the infancy of it. At present, philosophical discoveries are so many, and the accounts of them are so dispersed that it is not in the power of any man to come at the knowledge of all that has been done as a foundation for his own inquiries. And this circumstance appears to me to have very much retarded the progress of discoveries. Not that I think philosophical discoveries are now at a stand. On the other hand, as quick advances seem to have been made of late years, as in any equal period of time past whatever, Nay, it appears to me that the progress is really accelerated. But though increase of knowledge is like the increase of a city, the building of Fermat of the first streets makes a great figure is much talked of and known to every body, whereas the addition of perhaps twice as much build, e'en after it has been swelled to a considerable size, is not so much as taken notice of, and may be really unknown to many of the inhabitants. If the additions which have been made to the buildings of the city of London in any single year of late had been made 2 or 3 centuries ago, it could not have escaped the observation of historians, whereas now they are so scattered, and the proportion they bear to the whole city is so small, that they are hardly noticed. For the same reason, the improvements that boys make at school, or that young gentlemen make at an academy, or the university, are more taken notice of than all the knowledge they acquire afterwards, though they continue their studies with the same assiduity and success. The history of experimental philosophy, in the manner in which it ought to be written, to be of much use, would be an immense work. But it were much to be wished that persons who have leisure and sufficient abilities would undertake it in separate parts. I have executed it in the best manner one have been able, for that branch which has been own favorite amusement, and one shall think myself happy if the attempt excite other persons to do the like for theirs. I cannot help thinking myself to have been peculiarly fortunate in undertaking the history of electricity at the most proper time for writing it, when the materials were neither too few nor too many to make 9 history, and when they were so scattered as to make the undertaking highly desirable and the work peculiarly useful to English men. I likewise think myself exceedingly happy in my subject itself. Few branches of natural philosophy would, I think, make so good a subject for a history. Few can boast such a number of discoveries D.L.F. Post in so fine a series, all comprised in so ihort a space of time, and all so recent, the principal actors in the scene being still living. With several of these principal actors, it has been my singular honor and happiness to be acquainted, and it was their approbation of my plan and their generous encouragement that induced me to undertake the work. With gratitude, I acknowledge my obligations to Dr. Watson, Dr. Franklin, and Mr. Canton for the books and other materials with which they have supplied me, and for the readiness with which they have given me any information in their power to procure. In a more especial manner am I obliged to Mr. Canton for those original communications of his, which will be found in this work, and which cannot fail to give value to it in the esteem of all the lovers of electricity. My grateful acknowledgments are also due to the Reverend Dr. Price, F.R.S., and to the Reverend Mr. Holt, our professor of natural philosophy at Warrington, for the attention they have given to the work, and for the many important services they have rendered me with respect to it. To the gentlemen above mentioned the public $1 likewise, indebted for whatever they may think of value in the original experiments which I have related of my own. It was from conversing with them that I was first led to entertain the thought of attempting anything new in this way, and it was their example and favorable attention to my experiments that animated me in the pursuit of them. In short, without them, neither my experiments nor this work would have had any acceptance. The historical part of this work, the reader, I hope will find to be full and circumstantial, and at the same succinct. Every new fact or important circumstance I have noted as it arose, but I have abridged all long details, and have carefully avoided all digressions and repetitions. For this purpose, I have perused every original author to which I could have recourse, and every quotation in the margin points to the authority that I myself consulted, and from which the account in the text was finally taken. Where I could not procure the original authors, I was obliged to quote them at eye in hand, but the reference will always show where that has been done. That I might not misrepresent any writer, I have generally given the reader his own word, or the plainest translation I could make of them. And this I have done not only in direct quotations, but where by a change of person I have made the language my own. I made it a rule to myself, and I think I have constantly adhered to it, to take no notice of the mistakes, misapprehensions, and altercation of electricians, except so far as I apprehended that no wedge of them might be useful to their successors. All the disputes which have no way contributed to the discovery of OI truth, one would gladly consign to eternal oblivion. Bid it depend upon me, it should never be known to posterity that there had ever been any such thing as envy, jealousy, or cavilling among the admirers of my favorite study. I have, as far as my best judgment could direct me, been just to the merits of all persons concerned. If any have made unjust claims by arrogating to themselves the discoveries of others, I have silently restored them to the right owner, and generally without so much as giving a hint that any injustice had ever been committed. If I have, in any case, given a hint, I hope it will be thought by the offending parties themselves to be a very gentle one, and that it will be a memento which will not be without osier use. I think I have kept clear of any mean partiality towards my own countrymen, and even my own acquaintance. If English authors are oftener quoted than foreign, it is because they were mocks easily procured. And the founded difficulty I could not have explici in procuring foreign publications upon this subject. I find it impossible to write a preface to this work, without discovering a little of the enthusiasm which I have contributed attention to it by expressing my wishes that more persons of a studious and retired life would admit this part of experimental philosophy into their study. They would find it agreeably to diversify a course of study by mixing something of action with speculation and giving some employment to the hands and arms, as well as to the head. Electrical experiments are, of all others, the clean and the most elegant that the compass of philosophy exhibits. They are performed with the least trouble. There is an amazing variety in them. They furnish the most pleasing and surprising appearances for the entertainment of one's friends. And the expensive instruments may well be supplied by a proportional deduction from the purchase of books, which are generally read and laid aside, without yielding half the entertainment. The instruction we are able to get from books is comparatively soon exhausted. But philosophical instruments are an endless fund of knowledge. By philosophical instruments, however, I do not here mean the globes, the orrery, and others, which are only the means which ingenious men have hit upon to explain their own conceptions of things to others, and which, therefore, like books, have no uses more extensive than the in electricity in particular. There is the greatest room to make new discoveries. It is a field but just open and requires no great stock of particular preparatory knowledge, so that any person who is tolerably well versed, i.e. experimental philosophy, may presently be upon a level with the most experienced electricians. Nay, this history shows that several raw adventurers have made themselves as considerable as some who have been, in other respects, the greatest philosophers. I need not tell my reader of how great weight this consideration is to induce him to provide himself with an electrical apparatus. The pleasure arising from the most trifling discoveries of one's own far exceeds what we receive from understanding the much more important discoveries of others, and a mere irritator has no chance of finding new truths, in comparison of him who now and then amuses himself with philosophical experiments. Human happiness dependi chiefly upon having some object to pursue, and upon the vigor with which our faculties are exerted in the pursuit. And certainly we must be much more intercutiated in pursuits wholly our own than when we are merely following the track of others. Bereads. This pleasure has reinforcements from a variety of sources, which I shall not here undertake to trace, but which contribute to heighten the sensation far beyond anything else of this kind that can be experienced by a person of a speculative turn of mind. It is a great recommendation of the oddity of electricity that it now appears to be by no means a small object. The electric fluid is no local or occasional agent in the theater of the world. Late discoveries how that its presence and effects are everywhere, and that it adds a principal part in the grandest and most interesting scenes of nature. It is not, like magnetism, confined to one kind of bodies, but everything we know is a conductor or non-conductor of electricity. These are properties as influential and important as any they are possessed of, and can hardly sail to show THCCEPN fells wherever the Baudier are concerned. Hitherto, philosophy has been chiefly conversant about the more sensible properties of bodies. Electricity, together with chymifty, and the dewine of light and colors seems to be giving us an inlet into their internal structure, on which all their sensible properties depend. By pursuing this new light, therefore, the bounds of natural science may possibly be extended beyond what we can now form an idea of. New worlds may open to our view, and the glory of the great Sir Isaac Newton himself and all his contemporaries be eclipsed by a new set of philosophers in quite a new field of speculation. Gone did that great man revisit the earth and view the experiments of the present race of electricians, he would be no less amazed than Roger Bacon or Sir Francis would have been at his, will apart almost as surprising as any discovery that he made, and the man who could have made that discovery by any reasoning a priori would have been reckoned a most extraordinary genius. But electrical discoveries have been made so much by accident that it is more the powers of nature than of human genius that excite our wonder with respect to them. But if the simple electric shock would have appeared so extraordinary to Sir Isaac Newton, what would he have said upon seeing the effects of a modern electrical battery? And an apparatus for drawing lightning from the clouds. What inexpressible pleasure would it give a modern electrician, were the thing possible, to entertain such a man as Sir Isaac for a few hours with his principal experiments to return from this excursion to the business of a preface, besides relating the history of electrical discoveries, in the order in which they were made? I thought it necessary, in order to make the work more useful, especially to young electricians, to subjoin a methodical treatise on the subject, containing the substance of the history in another form, with observations and intrusions of my own. The particular uses of these parts pf the work are expressed at large in the introductions to them. And in the last place, I have given an account of such original experiments as I have been so fortunate as to hit upon myself. I entitle the work The History and Pre-Nt State of Electricity, and whether there be any more editions of the whole work or not, care will be taken to preserve the propriety of the title by occasionally printing editions in the same size. As new discoveries are made, which will always be sold at an uncaffeinable price to the purchasers of the book, or given RGDs if the bulk be inconsiderable. Considering what reputable persons have already honored this work with their valuable communications, I hope it will not be deemed arrogance in me, if I here advertise, that if any person shall make discoveries in electricity, which he would choose to see recorded in this history, he will oblige me by a communication of them. And if they be really original, a proper place shall certainly be assigned to them in the next edition or paperback of editions. And I hope that if electricians in general would fall into this method and make either a periodical or occasional, but joint communication of their discoveries to the public, the greatest advantage would thence accrue to TFD science. The business of philosophy is, I multiplied, that all the books of general philosophical transactions cannot be perkelhaft by many persons, or read by any PDR font. It high time to subdivide the business, that every man may have as opportunity of seeing everything that relates to his own favorite purfolk, and all the various branches of philosophy would find their account in this amicable separation. Thus, the numerous branches of a large overgrown family in the patriarchal ages found it necessary to separate J, and the convenience of the whole, and the strength and increase of each branch were promoted by the separation. Let the youngest daughter of the science set the example to the rest, and show that the thinks hereof considerable enough to make her apt parents in the world without the company of her fillers. BDT before this general fepifation, let each cull together everything that belongs to her, and march off with her Verholstein. To drop the illusion, let histories be written of all that has been done in every particular branch of science, and let the whole be seen at one view. And when once the entire progress and prevalent state of every science, albeit sully and fairly exhibited, I doubt not but TV shall see a new and capital era commence in the history of all the sciences. Such an easy, full, and comprehensive view of what has been done hitherto could not fail to give new life to philosophical inquiries. It would suggest an infinity of new experiments and would undoubtedly greatly accelerate the progress of knowledge, which is at Priestley retarded, as it were, by its own weight and the mutual entanglement of its several parts. I will just throw out a farther hint of what I think might be favorable to the increase of philosophical knowledge. At present, there are, in different countries in Europe, large and corporate societies with funds for promoting philosophical knowledge in general. Let philosophers now begin to subdivideth and enter into smaller combinations. Let the several companies make funds and appoint a director of experiments. Let every member have a right to appoint the trial of experiments in some proportion to the Hefebfrads. And let a periodical account be published of the result of them all, successful or unsuccessful. In the manner, the powers of all the members would be united, and in Kirkaft, nothing would be less untried, which could be compassed at a moderate CXPNCNs. And it being one per on ibugents to attend to these experir incuts, they would lie made and reported without loss of time. Moreover, as all incorporations in these smaller societies should be avoided, the eye would be encouraged only in proportion as they were found to be useful. And success in smaller things would excite them to attempt greater. I by no means disapprove of large, generally, and incorporated societies. They have of peculiar ufea too, but we see by experience that they are apt to grow too large, and their forms are too slow for the dispatch of the mividits of Euphinus in the prefute multifarious state of philosophy. Let recourse be had to rich incorporated societies, to defray the expense of experiments, to which the funds of smaller societies shall be unequal. Let their transphasions contain a summary of the more important discoveries, colc fid fiom the smaller periodical publications. Let them, by rewards and other methods, encourage those who distinguify THCFEM fellows in the inferior societies, and thus give a general attention to the whole bufence of philosophy. I wish all the incorporated philosophical societies in Europe would join their funds, and I wifely they were sufficient for the purpose. CZJ fit out hips for the complete discovery of the feces of the earth, and for many capital expenditurements, which can only be made in such TT-10I voyages. Princes will ever do this great do think to any purpose. The appearance of adventure feenert to be totally extinct in the present race of merchants. This discovery is a grandified be a ratum in FDs. And where may this pure and noble enthusiasm for such stiff coteries be CXP and ed, but among philosophers, menue, influenced by motives either of policy or gain? Let us think ourselves happy if princes give no obrudion to such designs. Let them cite for the countries when they are discovered, and let merchants scramble for the advantage that may be made of them. It will be an acquisition to philosophers if the seat of war be removed, far from the seat of science, and fresh room will be given to the exertion of genius in trade. When the old be carvi track is defertity, when the old system of traffic is unhinged, and when new and more extensive plans of commerce take place. I congratulate the present race of philosophers OA, what is doing by the English court in this way. For with whatever view expeditions into the South Seas are made, they cannot but be favorable to philosophy. Natural philosophy is a science which more especially requires the aid of wealth. Many Athenians require nothing but what a man's own reflection may furnish him with. They who cultivate them find within themselves everything they want. But experimental philosophy is not so independent. Nature will not be put out of her way and for her materials to be thrown into all that variety of situations, which philosophy requires in order to discover her 1766. Out trouble and expense, hence the patronage of the great is potential to the flu-rifling state of this may project great improvements, but they only have the power of carrying them into execution. Besides, they are the higher class of men, which are oft in FCD in the extension of all kinds of natural knowledge, as they are moftable to avail themselves of any discoveries which lead to the felicity, arid embellishment of human life. Almost all the elegancies of life are the produce of those polite arts, Vici could have had no existence without natural science, and which received daily improvements from the same sort. From the great and the opulent, therefore, these sciences have a natural claim for partition, and it is evidently their interest not to suffer promising inquiries to be suspended for want pf the means of prosecuting them. But other motives, besides this felful one, may reaffinati be supposed to attach persons in the higher ranks of life to the sciences, motives more exalted and roll from the most extensive benevolence. From natural philosophy have flowed all those great inventions, by means of which mankind in general are able to subsist with more ease, and in greater numbers upon the face of the earth. Hence arise the capital advantages of men above brutes, and of civilization above barbarity. And by these sciences also it is that the views of the human mind idflf are enlarged, and our common nature improved and ennobled. It is for the wooer of the FPCI's species, therefore, that these fiancés should be cultivated with the utmost attention, and of whom may these enlarged view, comprehensiveness of such great objects be expelled, but of those whom divine providence has raised above the rye of mankind. Being free from most of the care peculiar to individuals, Thoi may embrace the interests of the whole species, feel for the wants of mankind, and be concerned to support the dignity of human nature. Gladly would I indulge the hopsy that we will soon see these motives operating in a more wet-and-five manner than they have hitherto done, that by the illustrious example of for few, a taste for natural science will be excited in many, in whom it will operate the most effectually to the advantage of science and of the world, and that all kinds of philosophy, how inquiries will henceforward be conducted with more spirit and with more success than ever. Were I to pursue this subject, it would carry me far beyond the reasonable bounds of a preface. One shall therefore conclude with mentioning that sentiment which ought to be uppermost in the mind of every philosopher, whatever he the immediate have his pursuit. That speculation is only of use as it leads to preface it that the immediate use of natural science is the power it gives sway over nature, by means of the knowledge acquire of its laws, whereby human life is, in its present state, made more comfortable, I happy, but you at the greatest and noblest IEFC use of philosophical speculation is the discipline of the heart, and the opportunity it affords of inculcating benevolent and pious sentiments upon the mind. A philosopher ought to be function greater and better than another man. The contemplation of the works of God should give a fibimimity to his virtue, should expand his benevolence, extinguish everything mean, base, and fell-50 in his nature, give a dignity to all his sentiments, and teach him to aspire to the moral perfections of the great author of all things. What great and exalted beings would philosophers be, would they but let the objects about which they are conversant have their proper moral effect upon their mind. A life spent in the contemplation of the productions of divine power, wisdom, and goodness would be a life of devotion. The more we see of the wonderful structure of the world and of the laws of nature, the more clearly do we comprehend their admirable uses to make all the percipient creation happy, a sentiment which cannot but fill the heart with unbounded love, gratitude, and joy. Everything painful and disagreeable in the world appears to a philosopher, upon a more attentive examination, to be excellently provided as a remedy of some greater inconvenience, or a necessary means of a much greater happiness, so that, from this elevated point of view, he sees all temporary evils and inconveniences to vanish in the glorious prospect of the greater good to which they are subservient. Hence he able to venerate and rejoice in God, not only in the bright funhanibite, also in the darl. Evil ihadis of nature, Yaharis vulgar minds are threaped to be different piece, certed with the appearance of evil. Nook is the shop of piety, useful to us only as men. It is even useful to us as philosophers, and as true philosophy tends to promote piety, so a generous and manly piety is reciprocally in this both a dire and indirect manner, while we keep in view the great final cause of all the parts and the laws of nature, we have to make clue by which to trace the escient cause. This is moft of all obvious IIG, that part of philosophy which refecches the initial creation. A.P. the Great and Estequant Dr. Hartley Opferes. Since this world is percent 50 cm of benevolence, and CQN frequently, its F author, the objects of unbounded love, and A Doradian, benevolence and piety arc our online true guides in our inquiries into Ichichi. Only keys Wafiach will unlock the epiphany of nature and clues which lead through her labyrinths. Of this, all branches of natural history and natural philosophy afford abundant instances. In all these inquiries, let the inquirer take it for granted previously that everything just right and the best that can be ceteris McNetbus, that is, jet him, with a pious confidence, seek for benevolent UL purposes, and he will be always derflet to the right road. And after a DQQ continuance on which univ career for Foiskoy Vruftikad, into endless mazes, curate, and perplexities. With respect to the indirect use of piety, it must be observed that the tranquility and cheerfulness of mind, which refuse from devotion, forms an excellent temper for conducting philosophical inquiries, tending to make them both more pleasant and more successful. The sentiments of religion and piety tend to cure the mind of envy, jealousy, conceit, and every other mean pathlion, which both disgrace the lovers of CNE and retard the progress of it by laying an undue bias upon the mind and diverting it from the calm pursuit of truth. Lastly, let it be remembered that atafti for science, plain and even honorable as it is not one of the highful passions of our nature, that the pleasures it furnishes are area but 1 degree above those of sense, and therefore that temperance is requisite in all scientifical pursuits. Besides the duties of every man's proper station in life, which ought ever to be held lacred and inviolate, the calls of piety a common friend, hip, and many oddlier avocations ought generally to be heard before thoughtless study. It is therefore only a small share of their leisure that modmen can be justified in giving to the pursuit of science, though this ihar is more or less in proportion to a misgay illusion in life, his natural abilities, and the opportunity he has for conducting our IISFLI all conclude with Father passage from P.R. Hartley to this purpose. Though the pursuit of truth be an entertainment and CM toyment footable to our rational naturist and a duty to him who is the fountain of all F's knowledge and truth, yet we must make frequent intervals and interruptions, else the study of science, without a view to God and our duty and from a vain to fire of applause, will get powerfully in our hearts, engross them wholly, and by taking deeper root than the pursuit of vain amusements, become, in the end, a much more dangerous and obstinate evil than that. Nothing can easily exceed the vain glory, self-conceit, arrogance, emulation, and envy that are found in the eminent professors of Thephienses, mathematics, natural philosophy, and even divinity itself. Temperance in these studies is therefore evidently required, both in order to check the rise of such ill pathlions and to give room for the cultivation of other essential parts of our natures. It is with these pleasures as with the sensible ones. Our appetites must not be made the measure of our indulgence, but we ought to refer all to a higher rule. But when the pursuit of truth is directed by this higher rule, and entered upon with a view to the glory of God and the good of mankind, there is no employment more worthy of our natures, or more conducive to their purification and perfection. 67. Preface, second B edition. The method I took to diffnegif the bodes I had seen from those I had not fear. I had a catalog of lyric authors subjoined to the earth edition of this work. Has been attended with the advantage I promised myself from it. Several who were in Pokafian of the hookah, I had not, absent having confiscated them to Kie, and IHVC Carafili Pira and D them, and digified their contents into X. This second edition, far the greater part of the HCFE new authors, the reader will perceive by the catalog were German, and wrote in high Dutch, a language with wouldn't believe the Icarati of this country are but little acquainted, which might be the reason why neither myself nor my friends had ever heard of them before. Though the new materials they have supplied cannot be said to be of the first importance, Many of the articles are very curious, and I hope the reader, as well as myself, will think that they have well repaid me for my trouble in learning the language. It is certainly much to be regretted that philosophers have not one common language, J, but neither the theory of language in general, for the nature and analogies of things to be perfelt by it, are yet efficiently understood to enable us to contrive a new and philosophical one, which might be easily large and would be completely adequate to all the purposes of science. And Latin is a language which persons of a philosophical turn of mind have seldom leisure to make themselves so much mailers of, as to write in it with that elegance which the taste of the age requires. The A's books written in Latin are but little read, at least in England, and therefore could have no sale with us. These circumstances make it the more necessary that free should be in every country persons possessed of a competent knowledge of foreign languages, who should be attentive to the progress of science abroad, and communicate to their countrymen all useful discoveries as they are made. Besides the improvements in the Hilary and other parts of this work, the reader will find, in this edition, an edition of 3 entire fians of original experiment. All that are of the lead consequence are printed and sold separately for the benefit of those who purchase the first edition. Elabium, Jew 1769, Adver Preface, TOTAE, 3rd edition. To the acute edition of this work, I made considerable additions by an account of such discoveries as had been made in the interval between that and the first edition. And these editions I published separately for the use of those who had purchased the first edition. But in this edition, I have inserted no account of anything that was done after the publication of the second, because I o'er and serve an account of them for a continuation of the high o'er at which, if God spare my life you are, I propose to write some years hence, when I hope there will be a greater stock of materials for it. I have, however, considerably improved this edition by a fuller account of discoveries made by several foreigners, in consequence of becoming polluted of the original publications, whereas before I was obliged to content myself with quoting them at second hand. The reader will therefore find a much larger account of what was done by the Academicians del Cemento, by Mr. Dufay, and from others. The alterations of the references, or the additions to them, will generally how where I have done this. In the account of the experiment of Mr. Monnier Tibin Kittig, proper to CBOJC, the place of GOOC of Ujichi, and to the account I have given of the T1 of Dr. Franklin's system in France. I would add what I have since been informed of is that Mr. Leroy, Secretary to the Royal Academy of Sciences, who has defungified himself by his attention to various branches of philosophy, was the first who adopted this theory in that country and became an open and strenuous advocate for it. He also demonstrated the principles of it by original experiments, an account of which is contained in 2 valuable memoirs published among those of the Royal Academy. In the former of theft, he proves that there is an invariable difference between the appearance of electric light at the points of metallic bodies, as connected with the or prefitted to ISC prime conductor, or insulated rubber, so that what is called the PECIT is uniformly the appearance when the pointed wire is electrified positively, and NAR when it is negative, sexy par. In another memoir for the year 1755, he shows, by using a globe of sulfur, that the refmus electricity of Mr. Dufay is the very same thing with the negative power of Dr. Franklin. Though the same things had been demonstrated by others, and especially Father Beccaria, these philosophers made the discovery independent of each other, and therefore have equal merit. CD to Odsell the former account, which the reader will overlook or expudge from P14. 7. Lie fuller equa from he original it at PECJ. I Menasian iki kieli. That if any foreigner bold Trinus from this edition, he may be ad modelhead to omit the Tormer paragraph. 6. Without entering into particulars, I deal take the liberty to acquaint the reader that in the 60th volume of the Philosophical Transphilians, there are 2 papers of mine on electrical subjects, one on what I have called Ed the Irage ex Fioft, and the other on E Tandu and a Patter of Canconi. In the former J. Thu that In certain circumstances, an electric spark detaches ETF from the circuit of an explosion to bodies placed near it, and returns to it again at the. Through the air, 1 half MDs, the spark 3/4 of an inch in IATB, and in vacuo more than to a liar detect helioi. In the opera paper, I show Almi Oth properties of charcoal, that its kudu yag power depends entirely on the degree of heat with which it is IAL. Some pieces do not conduct electricity at all, while others, as per and UI, as silver or gold, and pieces of the former quality are always convertible into those of the latter by the application of more heat. Also, in my objurations on different kinds of air, the reader will find that I have demonstrated that the electric matter is, or contains phlogiston J, by Hugh Wilty, that it affed be all kinds of air, as phlogiston does, particularly demineling common air 1/4 and making it noxious, so as opiake no evil fervescence with nitrous air. It may not be amiss to inform the reader that the first translation of this work was into French, by a Perfou who seems to have done it with no other view than to have an opportunity of express of Dr. Franklin's fight, and of myself as the abitur of it, and of defending that of Mr. Nollet, which all other translators censure as in the highest degree illiberal. He represents me as being, beyond all bounds, partial to my own countrymen, and particularly unjust to the French, a charge from which I thought myself entirely exempt. I confess, however, that inadvertently I did give some handle to this censure in one Pafiacci, which I have thenefore recorded in this edition. I have the pleasure to be informed that a new translation of this work from this last edition is undertaken by the excellent translator of Dr. Franklin's philosophical writings, lately published. This gentleman will, I doubt not, do ample justice both to myself and to the subject. Kelney Martsby, 7535. Chapter 2. Period I. Experiments and Discoveries prior to Mr. Hawksby, PRRIOAT. Experiments and discoveries in electricity prior to those of Mr. Hawksby. The Hif toll of philosophy contained nothing earlier. T.F. on the observation here that yellow amber, when rubbed, Haidai power Efi attractig light, BP dies. Tibei of Miletus, the father of the Ionic philosophy, who flourished about 600 years before Christ, weighed so. Luch struck with this property of amber that he imagined it was animated. But the first writer who expressly mentions this substance, K. Theophralus, ho florified about the year, co before Christ, he says in his Bop Journing, Precious Stones, Thei. 53, that amber, which he supposes to be a native fossil half, the same property of attracting light bodies with the lincurium, which he observes atrophies not only straws and small pieces of stickii, but even thin pieces of copper and iron. What he says farther of the lycurgum will be related under the article of the tourmalin, which D.C. Watson has, in a manner, proved to be the same substance. From Dagstov, the Greek name for amber, is derived the term electricity, which is bow extended to signify not only the power of attracting LAT bodies or heron in amber, but other powers coddled with it in whatever bodies Y are fuppified to reside, or to whatever bodies TB may be communicated. The attractive nature of amber is occasionally mentioned by Pliny and other later Turulfus, particularly by Gaetendus, Kenelton or Pigby, and Sis Thomas Brown. But, accepting the electricity of the substance called RFV, the discovery of which waffisi late, though I have not been able to find its author, both advances were made in electricity till the Fabs were undertaken by William Gilbert, a native of Colchester or a physician at London, who in his excellent Latin treatise De Magna Pubieft in the year 1600, relates a great variety of electrical experiments. Considering the time in which this author wrote, anyhow little was known of the Fubici 3 before him, his discoveries may be justly deemed considerable, though they appear trifling when compared with those which had been made Finksy his time. To him we owe a great augmentation, Mr. Bose is said to have or early known to have ELCQ power, Danix mechanoide, the file list of electric bodies, as alpha the bodies, on which electrics can as And he has carefully noted several capital circumstances relating to the Urshianer of their Eifjon, though his theory of eleficity was very imperf, might be expected. Amber and jet were, as I observed before, the only substances which, before the time of Gilbert, were known to have the property of attracting light bodies when rubbed. But he found the same property in the diamonds Fabtree, Carbuncle Iris, Amethyst, Opal, Vincentina, Brigiogione, Brigituacral. He also observes that glass, EFPJLE, that which is clear and transparent, has the same property. Victuophas fishes gemsy made of glass or crystal, glass of antimony, most perifuftances into bitterfear. Lastly, he concludes his catalog of electric substances with Jolfer Majit, WWI, made of gum lac tinged with various colors, hard RQ and fat gem tulsi and Rochaluem. Iophan, he said, powerful this property, but in a frazzled degree, and the three lad mentioned substances, Arnold J. Word. The air was clear and free from moisture. All these substances, he observes, attracted not only fire, but all metals, all kind, of wood, stones, earth, water, oil. In short, whatever is solid, and the object of our senses. But he imagined that air, flame, bodies, ignited, and all matter which was extremely fair, was lot subjected to this attralion. Gross smoke, he found, was attracted very fentive, but that which was attenuated very little. B2 friction, he says, is in general necessary to the virtue of thiefuftenses, though he had one large and smooth piece of amber which would act without friction. But with tefet to this, he probably deceived himself. The most effectual friction he observed to be that which was light and cugic, and he found that L-ethylectral piranox were strongest when the air was dry. And the willed north, or Ia, had WLMH time electric photonias, would add 10 mitilas in their excitation. But he eyes that a mol AFV or af butherlibwalmod and the electricy virtue. The same FE also observed FRPM, QMND as phiom the breath, and many other fuftenses, but not always from the inner position, of fat efnit hefes that light and puce oil, hyperinkled upon. Calefethlrix, after excitation, did not fruff their virtue, but that brandy or pearl. But this waj info measure am I off take. The heat of the fun, coated by a burning glass he lays, is so far from exciting amber and other electrics that it impairs the virtue of them all, though when electrica have been excited, they will retain their virtue longer in the funfeine than in the ihate. Most of the experiments of this author were made with long, thin pieces of metal, and the fuftenses suspended freely on their centers, to the extremities of which the pier sheaf fented the dires he had excited, his E plus or minus F decimal. GCR hymens on water were made by preventium round drop of it upon a dry fublast to the excited LEH. And it is remarkable that he observed the IMA conical figure of the electrified drops, which Mr. Gray afterwards decoupled, and which will be related more at large in its proper place. Gilbert concluded that air was not affected by electrical attraction because the flame of a candle was not. For the flame, he says, would be disturbed if the air had the least motion given to it. Gilbert imagined that the flibral dot attraction was performed in the same manner as the attrarion of cohesion. J2 drops of water he dv for cutie roofly toker when they are brought into fontadel. And electrics, he says, are virtually brought into contaphil with the bodies they act upon by means df their afflintia, excited by Fridlin. Among other differences between elateralcy and magnetic attraction, me of which are very just and others lie hymnical enough, he tays that magnetic bodies roof lie together mutually. Whereas in Dedel and Colatrarian it is only TGI electric that exerts any power. He observes also particularly that in magnetism Erie is both atraflion and arcipulfion, but in clefticity only the former and never the latter. Such were the discoveries of our countryman Gilbert, who may justly be called the father of modern electricity, though it be Gilbert de Mignet, lib by cap. True that haba lest HHT in its very infancy. Lord Bacon, in his physiological PC Naians, gives a catalog of bodies attractive and not attractive J, but it differs J and nothing worth mentioning from that of Gilbert Anna. He does not fear to have made any observations of his own relating to the subject. About 30 years after Gilbert Nicolaus Cabu, a Jesuit at Faraxa, repeated his experiments J and found that white wax, almost all the jaws, and Crucia gypsum were to be ranched among J bodies. DG remarkable phenomena relating to umber and other electric substances did not CF the attention of the inquisitive and sagacious Mr. Boyle, who fireflied about the year 1670. He made some addition to the catalog of electric substances, and attended to some circumstances relating to electrical attraphlein, which had capped the observation of philosophers who lived before him. He found that the hard cake which remains after evaporating good turpentine was clefripa, as also the barred mass which remains after distilling petroleum and spirit of nitre, glass of lead, the caput mortuum of amber, and the cornelian. But he could not find that property in the emerald, and he thought that glass pophleased it, but in a very low degree. H.K. found that the electricity of all bodies capable of having it excited in them was in Pincac Emoyne, volume P. ISO. Reef TJF Mr. Boyd. 7 eased by wiping and warming them, precious to their being rubbed. By this means came made an electric body, no bigger than a pea. Move a steel needle, which was freely poised 3 minutes after he had left off rubbing it. He also found that it was enfeeful to have the FM faces of electric bodies made very smooth, except in the case of one diamekine, on which he tried some experiments, which how it was rough, as he says. Possessed of a stronger electric virtue than any polished diamine he had ever met with, he observed that excited electrics would attract all kinds of bodies promiscuously, whether electric or not. That excited andu, for instance, would attract both powder of amber and F-mally pieces of it, differing as he takes notice from the property of the load alone, which acts only on one kind of matter. He found DHT, his electrics, would attract smoke very easily, and takes some pains to account for their not sensibly attracting flame, which Gilbert accepted from the bodies attracted by electricity. These attractions, he found, did not depend hap on the air, for he obviously perceived that they took place in vacuo. He fuppened a piece of excited amber over a light body in a glass receiver, and fall, that when a vacuum was made, and the amber let down near the light body, it was attractical, as if it had been in the open air. But Espicaria asserts that his work defertrite, before there is po-egestrical attract shop in a per vacuum. Mademoiselle Boyle made an experiment to try whether an excited electric was aided upon by other bodies as strongly as it aced upon them, and if Fuchsididage for suspending his excited electric. He saw that it was sensibly moved by the approach of any cohesive body. We should be for proof that any person should not have concluded a priori that if an electroelectric body attract other bodies, it in feature and be attracted by them, ion and reaction being universally equal to one another. But it rough be considered that this axiom was not so well understood in Mr. Boyle's time, nor till it was afterwards explained in its full attitude by T.R. Isaac Newton. Mr. Boyle got a gumph, as we may find, of the Aletal Jake light, for he found that AC Urias diamond, which Mr. Clayton brought from Italy, gave light in the dark when it was rubbed against any kind of stuff, and he found that, by the same treatment, it became eliophorical. He also observed the FKMC property in Phanos TTNTS of Mr. Boyle's, we see, relate our circumferenza, attending the IY of electrical attraction. The IH that he MD to the diff cover repulsion was his offer of net light bodies as feathers in C4 boidal median equal projufleon elethia thea citidagia hyaphia facility P 141. Keel GDG of Mr. Boyle. OF lying to his singers and other substances after they had been attracted by his elegies. He had seen but little of the electric light, and little imagined what aeonifying effects would be afterwards produced by the same wonderful power, and how large a field he was opening for philosophical speculation in future times. Boyle's theory of electrical attraction was that the electric emitted a glutinous effluum, which laid hold of small bodies in its way, and in its return to the body which emitted it, carried them back with it. One James Hardman, whose account of amber EIA Pubblehead in the Philosophical Transactions pretends to prove by experiment that electrical attraction was really willed to the emission of glutinous particles. He took two Ealsworth substances, viz., pieces of colifornia, and from one of them made a diffusion of a black balsam, and thereby deprived it of its attractive power. He says that the electric, which was not diffiltrated, retained its fatty substance, whereas the other was, by diffusion, reduced to a mere caput mortuum and retained no degree of its bituminous fat. In consequence of this hypothesis, he gives it as his opinion that amber attracts light bodies more powerfully than other substances, because it emits oily and tenacious effluvium more copially than they do. CJN temporary with Mr. Boyle was Otto Abride FBLIPL 473, Garrick R1 Cot. I.C. Garrick, boom after of De Boer, ASD, the celebrated inventor of the air peak EMP, who is likewise entitled to a distinguished place among the first improvers of electricity. This philosopher made his experiments seek a globe of sulfur made by melting that substance in a hollow globe of glass. On afterwards breaking the glass from off, he little imagined that the glass globe itself, with or without the sulfur, would have answered his purpose as well. This globe of sulfur he mounted upon an axis and whirled it in a wooden frame, rubbing it at the time with his hand, and by this means he performed all the electrical experiments which were known before his time. His was the discovery that a body once attracted by an excited electric was repelled i.e. not attracted again till it had been touched by some other body. In this manner he kept a feather a long time, suspended the air above his sulfur globe. But he observed that if he drove it near a linen thread or the flame of a candle, it instantly retreated to the globe without having been in contact with any sensible body. Neither the sound nor the light produced by the excitation of his globe escaped the notice of this accurate philosopher, though he seems not to have observed them in a very great degree, for he was obliged to hold his ear in the globe to perceive the biffing sound of the electric fire. And he compares the light which it gave in the same Urcomeloses to of Otto Garrick etc., to X-ax, which H can when sugar is pounded in the dark. But the most remarkable experiments of this philosopher were two, which depend upon 9. Property of the electric fluid that has not been illustrated till within these late years, viz. That bodies emerged in electric atmospheres are themselves electrified and with an electricity opposite to that of the atmosphere. Threads suspended within a small distance of his excited globe he observed to be often repelled by a singer brought near them, and that a feather repelled by the globe always turned the same face towards it. Like the engine with respect to the earth, this laughable experiment seems to have been wholly overlooked by later Eleusians, though it is a very curious one, and may be made with so much ease. To the members of the Académie de Ciences, whose labors contributed very considerably to the advancement of various branches of natural knowledge, we are indebted for several observations on the subject of electricity. They ranked the electric bodies which they examined in the following order. According so, the truth of their attractive power, low amber sealing wax, the roi diamond, and of the same fiercence with this, the white fat pyri, emerald white topaz, F. Pinele, and Louis Belaise. After these they ranked all irons, Typerio Fipimaz D. Bargua, Libifor, CPIs, parent gems, and next to the precious Aeonat, Hay7 placed GFS Krygelol with IV and black amhari. The power of all which they is very weak. Yellow amber appearing to them to have the greatest power of all deary Phoebe, they made all their experiments with it. Among outlier things, they found that it Atia and Edief moyet, but no tame. In Upsiem the Sacaphion, they observed the curious phenomenon of a Visix atmophy, which was afterwards rediscovered and exhibited to more advantage by R. Franklin. For they say that part of the F. Moxie Wycley is a trifle by the amber remains, and unites itself to it like a small cloudy, and as the amber cools, it rises in smoke again and tanifies. At the same time, they also observed a pretty CN Raihu of a fifle of electrical Rolfion, for they say that part of the smoke was thrown TFF from Lie Amberge as from a looking glass. Flame, they observed, was so far from being attracted by Flick Amber that, upon being presented to it, it profoundly deprived it of all its attractive power forth. If, after it had taken up anything, it was held to the flame, it would immediately let it go again. They found that all Druid Fushlances were sensible to the atractive power of amber, and among the rest, TACV mercury, and that when the excited amber was presented to a large superficies of any liquor, it rose towards it in a small pointed eminence, and EFDVCL, which they say is best observed in oil or paraffin. Theo, Abiezero Idei Mai del Cemento, e.g. derivation we all find, was afterward made again and more particularly attended to by Mr. Gu. These gentlemen took a great deal of pains to try whether amber would attract in Vucua, but to no purpose, not being able to exclude the 8 FBS, to rub the amber in vacuo and apply it to the light body they had provided with any effect. But neither could they make the amber in the same convention, even when the air was not at all excluded. FDMA also found with Mr. Boyle that a piece of excited amben, suspended by a thread, was attracted by other bodies piece offended to it, just like a magnetical needle. Lastly, these gentlemen found that when the excited amber was dipped in some liqueurs, K immediately lost its power, but not after being dipped in others. In this last class, they enumerate several kinds of oil, tallow, fat, and butter. EDDA's NCOV found that the conducing power of Thea substances is so small that they are more properly classed among the Yelon conducteurs section. I shall in the next place observe that Mr. Boyefc Otto Gu Crick. And these gentlemen made their experiments about the same timquerai and seem to have derived no advantage whatever from each office's labors. SA 9 and neural expedienten TRT inflated BJR Riker PHAR on and mithril expectrimry utoflooded genie Wyriker a much finer appearance of electric light than that which Otto Garrick's sulfur globe exhibited was observed by Dr. Wall. The account of it is published in the Theosophical Transfoundations. Making experiments upon artificial phosphorus, which he took to be an animal oil coagulated with a mineral add, he was led to conjecture that amber, which he supposed to be a mineral oil coagulated with a mineral volatile acid, might be a natural phosphorus, and with this view he began to make experiments upon it, the result of which being very curious and perfect. It will be most agreeable to my readers to see in the very words of the observer himself. I found, says he, by gently beeping a well-polished piece of amber with my hand in the dark, that it produced a light. Whereupon I got a pretty large piety of amber, which I caused to be made long and taper, and drawing it gently through my hand, being very dry, it afforded a considerable light. I then used many kinds of soft animal substances, and found that none did so well as wool, and now new phenomena of feared themselves, for upon drawing the piece of amber swiftly through the woolly cloth, and squeezing it pretty hard with my hand, a prodigious number of little cracklings were heard, and every one of the FC produced. IC of Dr. WLLL 15 produced a little faff of light. But when the amber was driven gently and slightly through the cloth, it produced only a light, but no crackling. But by holding bean 4 singers at a little diflance from the embryo, a large crackling is produced, with a great flash die of light succeeding it, and what to me is very foreproofing upon its eruption, it frifts the singer very sensibly, work forever applied, with a pewfly or a puss, like Will. The crackling is full as loud as charcoal, % fire, and 5 or 6 cracklings or more, according to the quickness of placing Fittiger, have been produced from one Ingle-free ion, light alpkeys succeeding each of them. Now I make no question, but TL pot UFFG, a longer and larger piece of AMDR, both the cracklings and light would be much greater, because I never yet found any crackling from the head of my cane, though it is a pretty large one. This light and crackling FCMs, in some degree, to RCFF present thunder and lightning. After reciting this experiment, he gives key as his opinion, to lie all, or most bodies which have electricity give light, and that it is the light which is the cause of their being electrical. He found that light could also be produced by rubbing jet red of cacang wax, made with giri-lac and cinnabar, and the diamond. He herein imagined he could distinguish true from false diamonds by this test. Notwithstanding, Dr. Wall made this beautiful ice experiments beautiful diarrhea, as he imagined, for Yavayafian Garrick bad written, of light proceeding from Amphicar as for other electric bodies. We see that he labored under a great deal of confusion, arid my fapri henfion, with respect to it. He says that one thing appeared strange to him in the course of these experiments, which was, that though upon furlian with wool in the daytime, the cracklings seemed to be full as many and eye large, yet that, by all the trials which he made, very little light appeared. Though in the Darfsef room, he says that the hef times W. Mavug these experiments is when the fun is 18 degrees below the horizon, and that when the fun was so low, though the moon shone ever so bright, the light was the same as in the EF darkest room, which made him Seabeef to call it Nautaluca. It is remarkable that C.R. Wall compares the light and the crackling of Bizamber, TP, thunder, and lightning. So early was a similarity between the effects of electricity and lightning, obviously. But little was it imagined CD that the reficumblance between them extended any farther than to appearances and Cfella 3 approve. That the cause was the same in both was a discovery referred for Dr. Franklin in a much later period. The great Sir Isaac Newton, though he by no means makes a principal figure in the history of electricity, yet made some electrical observations which engaged the attention of his philosophical friends, and Wicklie independent of Sir Isaac Newton. 17 independent of their being made by him do well deserve to be transmitted to posterity. They themed off you, that he was the fur who observed that excited glass attracted Uck's bodies on the side, opposite to that on which it was rubbed. Having laid upon the table a round piece of glass, about 2 inches broad, in a brass ring, so that the glass might be 1/8 of an inch from the table, and there, rubbing the glass briskly, little fragments of paper laid 6 in the table, under the glass, began to be attracted and moved nimbly to and fro. After he had done rubbing the glass, the papers would continue a considerable time in various motions, sometimes leaping up to the glass and reading there a while, then leaping dawa and efting there, and then leaping up and down again, and this sometimes in lines seemingly perpendicular to the table, sometimes in oblique ones, sometimes also leaping up in one arch, and leaping down in the other, divers times together, without sensibly resting between, sometimes skipping in a bow from one part of the glass to an of them, with Oddick touching the table, and sometimes hanging by a corner, and turning often very nimbly, as if they had been carried about in the midst of a whirlwind, and being otherwise variously moved, every paper with a different motion. Terpoa is eliding his singer on the upper side of the Guffs V, though neither the glass V, and beer, the enclosed air below, were moved, yet he observed that the papers, as they hung under the discovery of the glass, would receive some new motion, i.e. dining this way or that, according as he moved at his bunger. Some of the motions, as that of hanging by a comber and twirling about, and that of leaping from one part of the glass to another wit about, touching the table, happened but seldom, but he says it made him take the more notice of them. An account of this experiment Sir Isaac sent to the members of the R Society in the year 1675, desiring it might be tried by them, and after some ineffectual attempts, and receiving further instructions how to make it, they at length fuchid steed, and the thanks of the Faucity were formally returned to him, upon repeating the experiment with some variety of circumstances. Sir Isaac observes that rubbing variously, or with various things, altered the case. At one time he rubbed a glass 4 inches broad and 1/4 thick with a napkin, twice as much as he used to do with his gown, and nothing would stir, and yet presently after, redeeming with something else, the motion soon began. After the glass had been much rubbed, he thought the motions were not so laughing, and the day following he found the motions fainter and more difficult to be excited than at first percent. Sir Isaak also mentions electricity in 2 queries annexed to his treatise on optics, from Burkett 850 of the K Society, volume JPS 60, ETC Wykeweek. Imagined elefrio bodies, when excited, emitted an elastic fluid which freely penetrated glass, and that the phenomenon was performed by the vibratory emotions, cf. the parts of the excited bodies. Chapter 3. Period 2. The experiments and discoveries of Mr. Hawksby ain't as experiments and discoveries of Mr. Hawksby. After Gilbert Mr. Boyer Arid Otto Gariclus, Mr. Hawksby, who wrote in the year 1709, distinguished himself by experiments and discoveries in electricity. Poe first observed the great electric power of glassy, the light proceeding from it, and the noise becaffian by it, together with and variety of phenomena relating to electrical attriton and repaffian. He was indefatigable in making experiments, and there are few persons, T.D., whom we are more indebted for a real advancement of Telia's branch of knowledge. This will appear from the following Ficinia Countsia experiments, related not exactly in the age or in after fakely he has published them, but according to their connection, this method I have chosen as best adapted to give the most distant view of the whole. One shall first relate the experiment in concerning eurical atra and ion and re-insertigia optics o flavo P314 tangij. C3 Polfionico, the discoverers fuicinam, many of which we shall see Riagebiltieff admire his ingenious contratasses. And we shall see that Otto was added to his observatins till the capital discovery of a plus and minus electricity by Bart Watson ASD, Dr. Franklin, and the farther illustration of that doctrine by Mr. Canton. The most curious of his experiments concerning electrical attraction and repulsion arc AOFE, which through the DKA and lawn in which those powers exerted V having tied threads round a wire hoop and brought it near to an excited globe, or psi and detch. Observe that the threads kept on cot direction towards die center of the globes, or towards some point in the axis of the cylinder in every position DF the hoop. That thea F would continue for about 4 BNSEA after, and E whirling of the globe, CE and die, and that the EBD was die hammerwire, the wire wire heki oxdy of under the glaive. Whether the gifts wa and placed with its axial parallel or perpendicular to the horizon, Ha observed that the threads pointing to Vads the center of the globe were attracted, and ZQW all by a singer presented to them percent, that if the singer or any other body was brought very near the threads, they would be attractive, but that if it were brought TL the distance of about an inch, they would be suppelled, the reefdom of which DF attempts headed not seem to understand. FB Ficaquali Uical E Eremiat P75, Hive Mr. Hawksby. He tied threads to the axis of a globe alkyl cylinder, and found that they diverged every way in straight lines from the place where they were tied, when the globe was whirled and rubbed. In both cases, he says, the threads would be repelled by the singer held on the opposite side of the glass, even without touching the glass, though they would sometimes suddenly jump towards it. He narrowly observed farther that by blowing with his mouth towards the glass, at 3 or 4 feet distance, the threads would have a considerable motion given to them. He found that threads hanging or really in an unexcited globe at rest would be undived by the approach of any exted electric at a considerable DOC, except in moiful weather, which failure he accounts for. By Fupoflin TBJ Boyhire on the surface of the glass prevented the free passage of the LCD alert effluvia through it. TE varieties he observed on the appearances and properties of the electric lights are even more curious and furpering than his discoveries concerning electric attraction and repulsion. And it is something remarkable that Mr. Hawksby's transition to electric light was like that of Dr. Walvis from the light of Pfefferys. Mr. Hawksby first produced a considerable quantity of light by a hot and quick Pfiffico Macasica as peridia, PJT C3 $5 the discovery silver in a glass vessel, out of which the yacht was exhausted, sometimes what he calls futrancy flahes of pale light were seen darting in a variety of directions. Watien the Maria Curie was put in motion within an exhausted receiver. But the discovery was probably accidental, and he did not femoy at that time to know the reason of the appearance. He called this light the mercurial phosphorescence, and did not consider the glass as any way concerned in producing it. H.K. also found that this appearance of light, which he still calls the mercurial phosphorus, did not require a very perfect vacuum, or even a near approach to IGF. He sometimes produced that appearance of light by flaking mercury in a vessel, in which the air was of the same density with the external atmosphere, but still he had no idea of the glass contributing to the phénomène ménage. He observed a strong light in vacuo, and a small one in the open air from rubbing amarbur upon woolen, but seems to have confidently dared to dissection any hard body rubbing agiophilosophical. He also observed a vivid purple, and afterwards a pale light produced by rubbing glass upon woolgen in vacuo section. He says every frufty glass first gave a purple and hen a pale lighter, and that woolen tinctured phaco mechanical experiments PI percent PPLB 20 FTB P3 with fate or spirits produced a new, strong, and fulgurating light. In the follow-wilg experiments, we find his ideas of electric light much more different, and the appearance is the same that are usually exhibited by our present electrical machines, the future of which we find to be nearly the same with those which he used. He provided himself with a machine in which he could whirl a glass globe, and he observed, when the air was extracted out of it, that, upon applying his hand to the globe, a strong light appeared on the inside, and upon letting in the air, he observed the light on the outside also, but with some very considerable differences in its appearances, striking upon his singers, and other bodies held near the globe. He also observed upon this occasion that 1/4 of an atmosphere in the globe did very little diminish the light within. JTU pleasing to observe that the similar appearance in this experiment, and that with mercury and vacua before mentioned, made him fafa, though only fafayef, that the light produced in the former case proceeded not from the mercury, but from the glass. The next experiment is of a very delicate and curious nature. It is not to be wondered at that Mr. Hoff BCC did not understand the circumstances which contributed to it. As C4, the 14th Pisco varies, the explication of it depends upon principii which were not discovered till a much ute period by Mr. Canton. Holding an exhausted globe within the effluvia of an excited one, he observed a light in the exhausted globe, which presently died away if it was kept at rest, but which long vifted and continued very strong if the exhausted globe was kept in motion. Present fiving an e-shafted tube to the ibuvia of a sighted globe, it produced what he calls an interrupted thean light. He imagined that the exhausted globe was excited by the attraction of the effluvia from the other globe. So little did he understand the true cause of this curious experiment. When he says that light is producible by the effluvia of one glass falling upon another, he adds, that electric by which he means atrophive matter is not to be brought forth by any such feeble strokes. He had before observed that, upon rubbing an exhausted tube, it discovered no atrophive power, nor gave any light outwards, but only inwards. He found that when the Priestley was performed in vacuo, no electricity, that is attraction, could be produced F. But that though the artificial quality required the presence both of the external and internal air, in order to its fuel itself, yet the light requires the presence of only one of them in order to its appearance. For that either a glass globe full, PGOMG buccal experience, PSX at Mr. E. Pas B, $1 of 4 ERR, rubbed and vacuoy, or with its air exhalfi one, and rubbed in puao would produce a very considerable light. He says also that those lights are less fibly affected by the return of air, which are produced by the attrition of exhausted glafi in plano, than those which are produced EGEAFI, the attrition of glass full of air in vacua. For TBAT in the former case, No great alteration was found in the lighter color until a certain quantity of air was let into the inside of the exhaled glass, but that in the latter case both light and color were sensibly changed. Upon every admifleon of air to the outside of the full glass, F.A. the greatest electric light Mr. Hopchef produced was when he enclosed one exhausted cylinder within another, not exhausted, and excited the out and aft of them, putting them both in motion. Whether their motions conspired or not, he observed, made no difference. When the outer cylinder only was in motion, he says, the light was very conformable, and spread itself over the surface of the inner glass. What surprised him most was that after both glasses had been in motion some time, during which his hand had been applied to the surface of the outer glass, the motion of both ceasing and no light at all appearing. If he did but bring his hand again near the surface of the outer glala, there and yet the discoveries there would be flashes of light, like lightning produced in the inner glass, as if he says, the effluvia from the outer glass had been pushed with more force upon it by means of the approaching hand. This experiment was similar to those which he made with the excited and exhausted globe, and with the exafcofted tube, and his reasoning upon it, Hughes, that he was hill far from being solely apprised of all the circumstances attending this The next experiments, which I shall relate of Mr. Hawksby's, are those which view the great copiousness and extreme subtlety of electric light. They are really amazing, and have not yet been perfect in the manner they deserve. He lined more than half of the inside of a glass globe with sealing wax, and having exhausted the globe, he put it in motion. When applying his hand to excite it, he saw the fee and figure of all the parts of his hand distinctly and perfectly on the concave superficies of the wax within. It was as if there had only been pure glass and no wax interposed between his eye and his hand. The gining of wax, where it was spread the thinnest, would but just allow the sight of a candle through it in the dark, but in some places the wax was, at Lille, 1/8 of an inch thick, yet even in those places the light and the figure of his hand were as distinguishable through it as anywhere else. Nay, though, in some places the sealing wax did not adhere so closely to the glass as in others, yet the light on these appeared just as on the rest. These experiments succeeded equally with pitch instead of sealing wax, and he observed that when the air was let into the glass, every part of it, the lined part and the unlined, seemed to attract with equal vigor. Melted flowers of sulfur had no such effect, but common sulfur answered as well as geoax or pitch. In both these last experiments, the sulfur was found to have been separated from the glass FD. Using a large quantity of common sulfur in the same manner, the light in the inaldi was 4 times as great, but the figure of his singers was not so distinguishable as in the former sipes. Liftschweif observed that on the part near the axis, where the substance of the sulfur was the gearkatefeft, no light was produced, which he attributed chiefly to the slowness of the motion in that place section. Upon the admission of the F-mult quantity of air into the globe thus partially lined with sealing wax, the light wholly disappeared on the part covered with the wax, but not on the other. He also observed that when all the air was let in, and the hoop of threads before mechanical experiment, P.R. 68 mentioned TT%, the discoveries mentioned held over the glaze. The thread were attracted at greater distances by the part which was coated with the wax than by the other. When all the air was exhausted, he says, the wax would attract bodies placed near the outside of the glass. That in this case, the threads PRIC further central direction, though not so vigorously as when the air was let in, but that they would not be attracted at all when there was no wax the inside of the exhausted. Miss Hawksby was not unattentive TP found made by the Emilian of the Elic effluvia, or to the manner in which it FET descents of She. He observed that when an excited tube of glass attracted various bodies and threw light upon them as they were held near it, a noise, which he calls a napping, was likewise heard. He also says that the rubbed tube held near the face gave a feeling as if Sine Harris had been drawn over it, And when he repeated the experiment of whirling and rubbing the glass globe, he offered the light to proceed from it with some noise, and to make a kind of prefer upon the singing. When it was held within half an inch of it, nor was Mr. Hofsby's attention confined to the electric power TGBF set. He made experiments with a globe of filing wax, in the center of which was a globe of wood, from which he concluded that the already of or Mr. Hawksby, a derived line of sealing wax was, general the same would beat the of GKFS, but different from it in degree. He could not Can he lighted here to Eigensinger when Pierce sent it to the exerted sealing wax any more than when it was presented to an exalted and excited globe of glass. He provided HRMVFI in like manner with a globe of fiel fnuar and another of rofift with a mixture of brick dust. But the sulfur could hardly be excited at all, whereas the rosin acted more powerfully than the sealing wax had done. This he afcrabeto its bicing used while it was warm. For in the same warm itate, it attrayed Leah's brass without any attrition ai all. He is that the excited Eugene Gino teaching. M the dark and the sulfur but little f. With relpite to the power of electricity in general, he observed that a slight Phrygian was inefficient to excite it, and that at a greater prestiert of a more violent motion did not considerably increase LT. He says that all the phenomena of electricity were improved by one not be, and eliminated by Moifleur, Wickelty attributed to the refiftuous that the aqueous particles gave to the effluvia, and like Mr. Boyf and others before him, he was confirmed in Tlia hypothesis by finding that the interpoficial of linen cloth prevented any CFECDA from being observed beyond it. Fifico meet CB Meisel experiments, P.I. H. Hasten. That when the tube was filled with other matter than air, as with dry writing sand, which he agilely tied, the attractive power of the ibuvia was considerably abated, but he did not know what kind of bodies would produce that FAA. He himself observes that he found the allyl C virtue of a solid cylinder of glass to be not indeed quite so strong as that of a hollow tube, but more permanent than Mr. Hawksby, after all had no clear idea of the diinfluon of bodies in the electrics and non-electrics appears from some of his last experiments, in which he attempted to produce electric appearances from metals, and from the reasons he gives for biz, want of success in those attempts. From these experiments, he says, I may lay, so I conclude, that if there he any such quality as light to be excited from a brass body, under the forementioned circumstances, viz., of whirling and rubbing all the attrition of the fevecral bodies I have used for that purpose, have been too weak to force it from it, and IDED CDN fittering the closeness of the parts of metas, and with what firm reefs they adhere, entangle, and attrathry one another, a fine degree of attrition is not sufficient to put their parts into such a motion as to produce eon electricat quality, which quality under the forementioned circumstances, T. Fij. Fico Medanisol, experimenti P6th. Yet take to be the appearance of light in such a medium. Con SIPRING, what great success Mr. Hawksby had with his globe of glass and kissed machine to give motion to it, it is surprising that the use of it should have been so long discontinued after his death. To this circumstance, we may perhaps in a great measure ascribe the slow progress that was afterwards made in electrical discoveries. Mr. Hawksby's Fuchsifulbers confined themselves to the use of tubes, I suppose because they were lighter, more portable, and then six-rear, easily managed in the experiments which they chiefly attended to. But the use of the globe would certainly have put them much sooner in the way or making the capital discoveries, which were afterwards made in electric. Period 3, Tut Discoveries. Chapter 4. Period 3. Stephen Gray before Dufay, T. Experites and Discoveries up Mr. Stephen Gray, which Webb Haydee prior to those up Monsieur Dufay Acadie, which bring the history FL-Betricity to the year 1733. Notwithstanding TATTT important, coveria of Mr. Hawksby, and the prominent appearance they made, as an opening to farther DLF caterics, we find after him a great chasm in the hiori of electricity, as interruption of discoveries. And, as far as we can learn of experiments too, for the space of near 20 years, and at a time when philosophical knowledge of every other kind will be making the most rapid progress, under the auspices of the great Sir Elias Newton. But the attention of this great man happened to be engaged by other subject B, and this very circumstance might be the reason why the attention of other philosophers were also diverted from electricity. After this long interval commences a new era in the history of electricity, in which we fit all have the works of another laborer in this new field of philosophy to contemplate, viz. Mr. Stephen Gray, a pensioner at the Charterhouse. No person who ever applied to this GBD was more affligua in making expersion, or had his heart more entirely of Mr. Gray, 3J in the work. This view appear by the prodigious number of experiments he made, some considerable discoveries with which his perseverance was crowned, as well as by the self-deceptions to which his passionate fond hefts for new discoveries exposed him. Before their 1728, Mr. Stephen Gray had often observed, in theatrical experiments made with a glass tube and a down feather tied to the end of a small stick, that, after its fibers had been drawn towards the tube, they would, upon the tube being withdrawn, cling to the stick as if it had been an electric body, or as if there had been some electricity communicated to the stick or to the feather. This put him upon thinking whether, if the feather were drawn through his fingers, it might not produce the same effect by acquiring some degree of electricity. This experiment succeeded accordingly upon his first trial, the small downy fibers of the feather being attracted by his singer when held near it, and sometimes the upper part of the feather with its stem would be attrayed also. It will be obvious to every electrician that the success of this experiment depended upon other principles than those to which he had a view in making it. Proceeding, however, in the same manner, he found the following substances to be all electric: hair, JDLK, linen, wool, paper, leather, wool, parchment, and ox ghee in which least gold had been beaten. He made all these substances very warm, and some of them quite hot before he rubbed them. He on light emitted in the dark by difilc in the linen, but more efficient by a piece of white parchment paper, which is of the same nature with card paper. Not only did this substance, when made as hot as his singers could bear, yield a light, but when his singers were held near it, a light if you'd have calmed them also, attended with a crackling noise like that produced by a glass tube, though not at so great a discount from the singers. The preceding experiments bring us to the eve of a very considerable discovery in Quetzal City, viz. The communication of that power from native Algerians to bodies in which it is not capable of being excited, and all be to a more accurate definition of electrics from non-Aeonid percentrics. I shall relate the manner is which these important discoveries were made pretty sully, but at the same line as succinctly as possible. In the month of February 1729, M.F. Gray, after some fruitless attempts to make metal attractive by heating, rubbing, and hammering, recollected a suspicion which he had some years entertained, that in a tube communicated its light to various bodies. When it was rubbed in the dark, it might possibly, at time, communicate an electricity to Themer, by which had hitherto been undetected only the power of attracting light bodies. For this purpose, he provided himself with a tube 3 feet 5 inches long, and near ought Mr. Gray, chief tier 1 inch and 2/10 in diameter, and to each end was fitted a cork to keep the dust out when the tube was not in use. The first experiments he made upon this Takafian were intended to try if he could find any difference in its atrachion when the tube was slopped at both ends by the corks, and when left entirely open, but he could perceive no sensible difference. It was, however, in the course of this experiment, that he, holding a down feather over against the upper end of the tube, he found that it would fly to the orchid being ultrattled and repelled by it, as well as by the tube idelf. He then held the feather over against the fiat end of the cork, and observed that it was atrophied and repelled many times together, at which he says he was much surprised, and concluded that there was certainly an attractive virtue communicated to the cork by the excited tube. He then fixed an ivory ball upon a stick of fir, about 4 inches long, when, thrusting the other end into the cork, He found that the ball attracted and repelled the feather even with more vigor than the cork had done, repeating its attractions and repulsions many times successively. He afterwards fixed the ball upon long sticks and upon pieces of brass and iron wire with the same success, but he observed that the feather was never so strongly attracted by the wire, though it were held very near the tube as by the battle at the end of it. D2 was when wire of any considerable length was its vibrations caused by the action of rubbing the tube made it troublesome to manage. This put Mr. Gray upon thinking whether, if the ball were hung to a pack thread and fuputed by a loop on the tube, the electricity would not be carried down the line to the ball, and he found it to succeed according to his expectation. In this manner, he suspended various bodies to his tube and found all of them to be capable of receiving electricity in the same manner. After trying THCFC experiments with F-longest HHE canes and reeds that he could conveniently use, he ascended a balcony 26 feet high, and, fattening a siren to his tube, he found that the ball at the end of it would attract light bodies in the court below. He then ascended to greater heights, and by putting his long canes in the end of his tube and fattening a long siren to the end of the canes, he contrived to convey the electricity to much greater distances than he had done before, till, being able to carry it no farther perpendicularly, he next attempted to carry it horizontally. And from these attempts arose a discovery of which he was not in the least aware when he began them. In his first trial, he made a loop at each end of a pack thread, by means of which he suspended it at one end on a nail driven into a beam, the other end hanging downwards through the loop, which hung down. 37. The line to which his ivory ball was fastened fixed the other end of it by a loop on his BE, so that one part of the line along which the electricity was to be conveyed, viz., that to which the ball was fastened, hung perpendicular, the rest of the line lay horizontal. After this preparation, he put the lazy wafts under the ivory ball, and rubbed the tube but not the lethal line of attraction we perceived. Upon this he concluded that when the electric virtue came to the loop of the pack thread, which was suspended or idle beam, it went up the same to the beam, that none or very little of it went down to the ball, and he could not, at that time, think of any method to prevent it. On January the 30th, 1729, Mr. Gray paid a tiffet to Mr. Wheeler to give him a specimen of his experiments, when, after having made them from the greatest heights which the house would admit, Mr. Wheeler was desirous of trying whether they could not carry the electric virtue to a greater distance horizontally. Mr. Gray then told him of the fruitless attempt he had made to convey it in that diffusion teat, upon which Mr. Wheeler proposed to suspend the line to be eliderified by another oft, and Mr. Gray told him it might do better on account of its F. Malinus, as less of the virtue would probably pass off by it than had done by the thick hempen line, which he had used before. With this expedient, they succeeded far beyond their expectations. D3, the N. JIVDADLPTLCEG. The discoveries, the first experiment they made after this expedient occurred to them, was in a matted gallery at Mr. Wheeler's house, July 1729. About 10 o'clock in the morning, as Mr. Gray, after his usual manner as Meyer newly recorded it, about 4 feet from the end of the gallery, they fastened a line across the place. The middle part of this line was filled the rest packed thread. They then laid the line to which the ivory ball was hung, by which the electric virtue was to be conveyed to it from the tube, and TJ, width be equals 80 feet and a half in length, acro, and this silken line, FP, that the ball hung about 9 feet below it. The other end of the line was by a loop fastened to the tube, which they excited at the other end of the room. After this preparation, they put the Leah's brass under the ivory ball, and upon rubbing the tube, it was attracted and kept offended for some time, the gallery not permitting them to go any greater lengths with a single line of communication. They contrived to return the tune, making the whole length of it almost twice that of the gallery, or about 147 feet, which answered very well. But, buffeting that the atrathlon would be stronger without doubling or returning the line, they made use of a line 124 feet long, running in one direction in the barn, and as they expected, they found the attraction stronger thea. VANJ on Geovigio Glacier, the line had been returned in the gallery. July the 3rd, proceeding to make more returns of the line, the silk which supported it happened to break, not being able to bear the weight of it when Faka with the motion that was given to it by rubbing the tube. Upon this, they CNDK to support it by a UNL iron wire instead of the silken string. But this also breaking, they made use of a brass wire a little thicker. But this brass wire, though it supported the line of communication very well, did not answer the purpose of these young electricians. For upon rubbing the tube, AO electricity was perceived at the end of the line. It had all jimmy off by the brass wire which supported it. They had recourse to brass wires as being stronger than their silken lines and no thicker, for the same reason that they had before used silken lines in preference to hempen fixings. Because they could have them stronger and at the same time frazzler, but the result of this experiment convinced them that the success of it depended upon their supporting lines being T and not, as they had imagined, upon their high DFS. For the electric virtue went off as effectually by the small brass wire as it had done by the thick hempen quarter being obliged, therefore to return to their silken lines. They contrived them to support very great lengths of the hempen line of communication, and actually conveyed the electric virtue 765 feet. P4, nor uk fort F's piscoveries nor nigh TB perceive that the effect was sensibly diminished by the distance. In the same manner in which JFI was found to be Orion on Duflor, it is probable that about the same time, heterorogene perhaps some other electric substances were found to have the same property, though the discovery be nowhere particularly ioned, for we shall presently find Mr. Gray making use of them to insulate the bodies which he electrified. After this, Mr. Gray and his friend Muft ed themselves with trying how large surface it might be impregnated with the VLA clarifying a large map, tablecloth, and seat. They also carried the electric virtue several ways at the same time, and to a considerable distance each way. The magnetic effluvia they found did not in the least interfere with the electric. For when they had electrified the load lyon, key hanging to it, they both attrayed as brass like other substances. Some time after this, Mr. Wheeler, in the offensique of Mr. Surrey, electrified a red-bot poker, and found the attraction to be the same as when it was cold. He also Fupinder CD a live chicken upon the tube by the legs, and found the reaft of it strongly electrifate. Of Mr. GRE 41 in August, U729, EIA Mr. Gray advanced one step farther in his electrical operation. He found that he could convey the electric virtue from the tube to the line of communication without touching it, and that holding the excited tube near it was sufficient. Repeating his former experiments, with for this variation, in conjunction with Mr. Wheeler, and among others, carrying the electric virtue several ways at the same time without touching the line, they always observed that the attraction was strongest at the place which was nigh oft remote from the tube. A fad which they might have observed if they had attended to it in their former experiments. Sometime in the same month, Mr. Wheeler, Mr. Gray, in conjunfiti, made some experiments in order to try whether the electric attraction was in proportion to the quantity of matter in bodies. And with this view, they electrified a solid cube of oak and another of the IMC dimensions, which was hollow. But they could not perceive any difference in their attractive power, though it was Mr. Gray's opinion that the electric effluvia pated through all the parts of the fouled Pubaf on the 13th of August in the same year. Mr. Gray made another improvement in his electrical apparatus by finding that he could pk-fellerify a rage, as well as a thready without GAPB tier BFL 2P17. Inserting 4LA TK discoveries, inserting any part of it into his excited TIA. He took a large pole 27 feet long, EWO inches and 1/2 in diameter near D, and 1 inch and 1/2 at the other. It was a sort of wood, which is called Horf Beech, and had its rind on. This pole he suspended horizontally by hairlines, and at the small end of the pole he hung a cock by means of a pack thread about 1 foot long, and put a T&all leaden ball upon the cork to keep the pack thread extended. Then, the Leah's brass being put under the cork, the tube rubbed and held near the larger end of the pole. The cork ball at the apophthy end attrayed the Leah's brass strongly to the height of an inch or more. Mr. Gray also observed that though the Leah's brass was attracted by any part of the pole, it was not near so strongly as by the cork. About the beginning of September, Mr. Gray made experiments to show that the electric effluvia might be carried in a circle as well as along lines and be communicated from one circle to another, and also that it might be done whether the circle QRC verti, cal, or horizontal. Or the beginning of Wilter, 1729, Mr. Gray resumed his inquiries after other clerical bodies and found many more to have the same property. But he mentions only the dry leaves of several trees, from whence he concluded that the leaves of all vegetables had that attractive virtue. We are now advanced to a new scene of Mr. Gray's electrical experiments, viz. Upon fluids and upon animal bodies. Having no other method of trying whether any substances could have the electric virtue communicated to them, but by making them raise light, body placed upon a hand under them, it may easily be imagined that he could not well contrive to put a fluid body into that situation. The only thing that Mr. Gray could do in this way, frost, to make use of a bubble, in which form a fluid idol capable of being held in a state of suspension. Accordingly, O.A. March 23 and 25th, 1730, he dilute soap in Thames water and suspending a tobacco pipe, he blew a bubble at the head of it, and bringing the excited tube near the small end, he found the bubble to attract Leah's brass to the height of 2 and of 4 inches, F. April the 8th, 1730. Mr. Gray suspended a buoy on hairlines in a horizontal position, just as all electricians had before been used, suspend their hempen lines of communication and their wooden rods. Then, bringing the excited tube near his feet, he found that the Leah's brass was attracted by his head with much vigor, so as to rise to the height of 8, and sometimes of 10 inches when the Leah's brass was put under his feet and the R-filled trough, abridged, volume tube TQB brought near his head, the atraflio was small. And when the Leah's brass was brought under his head and the tube held over it, there was no attraction at all. Mr. Gray does not attempt to affine any re-FCM for these appearances. It was not till many years after this time that the influence of points in receiving and emitting the electric effluvia while the boy was suspended, Mr. Gray amused Enfeld with making the electricity operate in feveral parts of his body at the same time, and at the end of long rods which he made him hold in his hands, and in diversifying the experiment several aw-thought ways. It is curious to observe the influence which Mr. Gray makes Firum Tibifi experiments. By them, says he, we see that animals receive a greater quantity of electric fluid than other bodies, and that it may be convoi froni them several ways at the same time, to confide durable difflances. He had no idea that the bodies of animals receive electricity only by means of the moisture that is in them, and for that this hempen hue of communication and his wooden rods could have been electrified at all, if they had been PCR-effectively dry. In all these experiments, Mr. Gray observed that the Leah's brass was attracted to a much greater height from the top of a narrow stand than from the table, and at lethal 3 time UI5 transabridged, volume 7p, GREY 45 bid for these when it was laid on the floor of the room. About this time, Mr. Gray communicated to the Royal Society his suspicion that body attracted tenor or ideas according to the Ptolemy, though the substance was the iony, and the weight and size equal. He says he found red, orange, and yellow attracted at least 3 or 4 times or longer than green, blue, or purple. But he forbore communicating a more particular account of them, till he had tried a more accurate pyethid, which he says he had thought of, to make the experiments. The communication, however, was never made. The thing itself was only a deception, as will be hewn in some subsequent experiment made by Monsieur Dufay. Mr. Gray, having found that he could communicate electricity to a bubble of soap and water, was encouraged to attempt communicating it to water itself. In order to this, he electrified a wooden dill full of water placed on a cake of rowan, or a pane of G-tafts, and observed that if a small piece of thready, a narrow slip of thin paper, or a piece of fine glass was held over the water in an horizontal position at the distance of an inch or something more, they would be attracted to the surface of the water and then repelled. But he imagined that these attractions and repulsions were not repeated so often as they would have been if the body had been solid. Filtrar abinged volume 7p box, but he afterwards contrived to high-view TBRF FE of electricity upon water in another and more field methonin, as this experiment was very curious and exhibited an appearance which was quite new to the Elysians of those times. I relate the particulars of it very sully, and generally in Mr. Orty's own words, H.B. filled a small cup with water higher to the brim, and when he had held an excited's tube over it, at the distance of about an inch or more, he says, that if it were a large tube, there would first arise a little montane of water from the top of it, of a conical form, from the vertex of which there projected a light, very visible when the experiment Y performed in a dark room, and a snapping noise almost like that which was made W.B. at the singer was held near the tube, but not quite so loud, and of a more slat sound. Upon this, says Hea, immediately the mountain, if I may so call it, falls into the ruffle of the water and puts it into a tremulous and waving motion. When he repeated this experiment in the fun fleeing, he perceived that vitri particles 9F water were thrown from the top of the mountain, and that, IB times, there would arise a seamy stream of water from the vertex of the cone, in the manner of a fountain tank, from which there issued a seany steam or vapor, whose particles were so small as night-filled BDD volume to be seen, yet he says he was certain it must be so, since the under HD of the tube were wet, as he found when he came to rub it afterwards. He adds that he had since found that though there does not always arise that cylinder of water, yet that there is always a stream of invisible particles thrown on the tube, and sometimes to that degree as to be visible on it. When some of the larger cups were used, his sizes were from 3/4 to 1/10 of an inch in diameter, which, B says, were to be filled as high as could be done without running over. The middle part of the surface, which was slat, would be deprulted upon the approach of the tube into a concave, and the parts towards the edge be raised, and that when the tube was held over against the HDE of the water, little conical protuberances of water eke it out from it horizontally, and after the crackling noise, return to the rest of the water J, and that sometimes small particles would be thrown off from it. As from the small portions of it above mentioned, this last experiment he repeated with hot water, and found that it was attracted much more strongly, and at a much greater distance than before. The steam arising from the vertex was in this case visible, and the tube was sprinkled with large drops of water. He tried thick experiments in the same manner, with quicksilver, which was likewise raised up, but by reason of its gravity. Not to IB great a height as the water, but he says that NGRI Dotlick that the snapping noise will waft louder, and liade much longer than IC did with the water. In 18, not easy to know what so make of the next fet of experiments which engaged the attention of Mr. Gray, or how far he deceived himself in the refuse of them. He fancied that he had discovered a perpetual strata Eve power in all electric bodies, which did not require heating, rubbing, or any kind of attrition to be excited. The following experiments, he imagined, proved the discovery. He took 19 different substances, which were either Roland, gum lac, ehel, lac, beeswax, sulfur, pitch, or 2 or 3 of these differently compounded. These he melted in a spherical iron ladle, except the sulfur, which was best done in a glass vial. When these were taken out of the ladle and their fiery cal surfaces hardened, he says, they would not attract till the heat was abated, or till they came to a certain degree of warmth. That then there was a small attraction which increased till the substance was cold, when it was very considerable The manner in which he preserved these substances in a state of attraction was by wrapping them in anything which would keep them from the external air. At first, for the smaller bodies, he used white paper, and for the larger ones, white flannel, but he afterwards found that black worsted stockings filled transabritst volume do as well. Buying thus clothes, I put them into a large firm box, where they remained, title he had occasion to make use of courteous. He observed these bodies for 30 sleighs, and are found that they continued to affault as vulgarly as on FF first or second day, and that they tend thief power till the time BF this writing, when FBME of them had been prepared above 4 months. He makes the 50th particulate mention, all while a large coat of Lori Filpure covered with eye drinking glass which it were made, and lays that whenever the glass was taken off it, would atrosa as strongly as a fulfilled, which WT's kept covered in the box, EITI fa wethek de glide, would attract also, but not so afty origly as Uhe fulfuf, which never sailed to attract, let the wild or the weather be so verisplay. As would all the other bodies, only in outuditi the etraflias and so cat as in fair weather. He mentions a cake of melted fulful witfi he kept without any cover. I read the EMCIS with the body above mentioned, and where the fun did hot athi upon them, and says that it continued to atrastifle the lime DFia's right. But that its attraction was endia 1/10 part of the cone of sulfur, which was covered TTC atraflians he tried by a seen thread lightaging stoin, the EFECFC. He hates the Atstectric TFDFD online, and the Flit FC if the weather. MD Kovad perceived the UGA track. Etion 5 TSB discoveries Tion at Ugray A diets as he could hold them. At the time of his writing, he was upon the subjecta of permanent Eledian glass, but had not Thea completed his experiments. Great light will be thrown upon these experiments of Mr. Gray by some that will be hereafter related Mr. Wilke. It is probable that the glass vessel in Deef experiments was left of one electricity, and the sulfur and C of the other. But the two elephoricities were not discovered till afterwards. We are now come to a different set of electrical experiments made by Mr. Gray and Mr. Wheeler in congenui similar to some of Mr. Hawkby's. In the first place, Mr. Gray made some experiments, which probably unknown to him, had been made before by Mr. Boyle on excited glass and several other bodies in Nyaqua, and found that they would attract at very near the same distance as in plena. To determine this, he suspended the excited substance in a receiver of an pump, and when it was exhausted, he let the electric down to a proper distance from some light bodies placed on an eye-bind below. The event was, as near as could be judged, the same in vacua as in the open air, if the experiment was made in the same receiver, and if the electric was brought to the light bodies, at the same distance of time fire the ad of excitation F-fill. Truer abru VI cis PSJF lud J alute GIL of Mr. GRI 51 about the latter end of August 172. Mr. Gray and Mr. Wheeler fuffin CD from Tila C-top of a receiver, a white thread, which hung down to the middle of it. Then exhausting the receiver and rubbing it, the thread was a traffled vulgaruve. When it was at rest, a jid hung perpendicularly, the excited tube attracted it, and when the tube was tase, away loudly the thread returned to its perpendicular fituatin, but the tube being removed hastily, the thread jumped to the ogvivite side of the receiver. This last FCD full IOG at the hand was hastily removed from the receiver, and at first it appeared in both cases unaccountable to them, but upon farther cordeliteration they concluded that it proceeded from the motion of the air made by the tube or the hand, which flew off the attraction on that side, and not on the other. They also found that an excited tube would attraw the thread through another receiver, which was put over that in which it was fuffin CD. And sometime after, Mr. Wheeler found that the thread was a travel like 5 receivers put one over another and one exhausted. He even thought that in this case the attraction was rather stronger than when a tingle receiver was used then. B, the more effectively to keep anything of moisture out. RF, the receiver's V. Hick would have been of bad consequence in this experiment. Instead of wet leather, he made use of a cement made AUIUIN Nijraj Vichiditret. The discoveries of wax and turpentine, which Mr. Liage relates in his experiments. These two gentlemen, about the same time year, made a curious experiment, which they found hewed that attraction is complicated through opaque, as well as transparent bodies, not each BNT a knowledge of metal, as K conductor of Ella or City, Wandel have saved them the trouble, they gate that in Falvia. They took a large handbell, and taking out one damper, they opened ECACTF or kid beef with honey from the top of it, and fed it 0F to a piece of glass on which they had pat some lease brass. The excited tube was brought near several party of the belt, and upon taking it up, several pieces of lead wire were found nicking to the cork, and others were removed from the places in which they had seen lest, having, probably, been attracted by the bells. We see by how small steps advances were made in the science of electricity by some experiments made by Mr. Gray is 6 June 1731, and which he has thought worth recording. While they contain hardly anything which we should think new, notwithstanding the discoveries appeared pretty key unfitterable to Hitton. He electrified a boy stand DMG on seas of Rosanne as strongly as he had before electrified him, when fupended in hairlines. He afterwards electricited a boy fuppency to high 99 Mr. or E.T. to be means of a line of communication from another boy who was Ella and Ified at FEMA feet 4 and 7 ITM. HD varied this experiment with rods and buoys, several ways J and long studum and OS ECI, that UIX feared virtue might not only be carried from the lube by a rod or line to diamp bodies, but that the same rod or UI Nino wad communicate at TT or TNCT another rod, or U at cuftins from it. APD that by this other rod or line the atra. 3I force new I be carried to still Moore's DM bodies. This experiment followed. Graylie had not properly considered the line of communication and the body electrified by ACT and the IM thing. In an electric, D-view differing only in form, as they were JS or key condifluids of electricity. This experiment, something farther, by Conarway electricity TP bodies, which did not touch the line of communication, making it googies through the center of hoops, landing on glass. One of high hoops was 20. Another 30 inches in diameter. Yairil, trans, abridged, volvu p lop E3 period. Chapter 5, Period of 4, The Experiments and Discoveries of Mr. Dufay at Expout, Rumentite and Discoveries or Mill. Dufay, hitherto the spirit of elaricity for Diema, to have been confined to England, but about this time we find that it had passed the seas, and that ingenious foreigner were ambitious of distinguishing themselves, and acquiring reputation in this new field of glory. Mr. Dufay, intendant of the French King Five Gardens, and member of the Academy of CNCs, at Paris assiduously repeated the experiments above mentioned of Mr. Gray, and likewise added to the common FFC many new ones of his own. To HGM we are alio indebted for the obvious equivalent of several general properties of electricity, or rules concerning the method of its action, which had not been taken notice of before, and which reduced to sewer propositions what had been discovered concerning it. These HECP increments were comprised in 8 memoirs, inserted in the History of the Academy of Sciences for the years 173, 1734, and 737, and an account of F them also makes an article in Tiapipija Fafakai Transei. Dated December 27, 173, the first of his memoirs, Con W. Lane, A History of Secresidilia, brought Iqua to the ye 1732 Panti Eichel Mental Valval IP HFF I'm hot. DUFT SS High found TTT all bodies, except metallic, soft, and fluid ones, might be made electric by heating them, more or less, and then rubbing them on any sort of cloth. He also accepts those substances which grow soft by heat, as gum, or which diltol in water as glue. He also remarked that the heartiful Fione and marble required more chasing and heating than other bodies, and that the same rule obtains with regard to woods, so that box, lignum vitae, and other kinds of very hard wood in FD chased all rua to a degree T burning, whereas fir, lime tree, and coric require but a moderate heat. Among the more perfect elenerics, he enumerates all Viver, Ficacency, the Venetian and Muscovite Tacy, the Foy Horus of Burney gypsum, T. ran parent fit Eonites, and engendered one transparent F2 VCECR kind of what BCECR kind of waltz. He tried only a lumped and sugar canify, both of which he found to be electrical, after warming and rubbing, and he supposed that all the rest would be found to have the same properties if due precautions were observed in making the expedited remedies. He also observed the electricity of all kinds of heavy, jelky, woolly, and cotton, and deepishly what appeared to him very extraordinary, the powerful electricity of the hat, Yalefa doji, and still more that of a cat percent. He found that not only damp air, but also great heat was prejudicive to electricity. He forward that 5 TFTFTS discafears L value for expunite, 10 of I had ETK warm VFFQ, horrors of ipeditatelij hot day. Avkitirhea he heated feeble bodies. In order to excite their electric power, he F and O and them the hottest. And in cabers the cookfee parts OA, lie were electrical feet. Her center, repeave pedalricity, HK FE buffled, that ALOS is as, without exception, whether solid CSH fluid, W shari capable of it. Then they were PIs on G sigili indis, or feeling afflexed, or oisly driged for yati XF52 was I04I. He pijax T sealerly ito. And 8 T-way GCNC with ice, lighted wood, red hot iron for coal. And every high pig that happened to be at land at the time. And to his great surprise, remarked that few peach bodies as WTX to them. Selves the lethal, Elaic had the greatest degrect of electricity communicated to them by the approach of the excited tube section. To determine whether the tropriacy of GLF was the kajifa of the transmission of the elalyric Fpuvia, through that fuvtoss, for no one fort that time for feed that bodies could be used by electricity, through glass in consequence of its being. AF, uali permeable to the etheric matter, BU sealing wake, and found that light bodies were effed through that. Dinsic McMoyam, volume IP stay plus AC par 1753, MP 109. Take sheet up there for YY. 17 fecu Q substance, T much as throwing glass. High refutes Mr. Gray's affruction con cremate TB different electricity of diffuy WT dabadu ditch. And use that it perieted net from the column as a cojber, but from the film stance which was employed in diog at F, in order to determine whether curable CPMF I add any entitance in electricity. He introduced beam of the Fufi's into a dark code rumua and made his E per indents oa bodies humor, asted with the different primitive colors. And he found that, in as Rafael Wakaterea did the different colkers make any difference, is the power of receiving communicated destroying electricity, having communicated the electricity of the tube by means of a pack thread, after Mr. Gray's manner. He observed that the experiment succeeded better for wetting the plus line, and though he made the experiment T the distance of 1,250 fixed feet, Y in the wood was high, the line making 8 returns, and pathing through 2 different walks of a garden, that the LA, frick virtue was still communicated section. He also GAEC use of glass tubes, sometimes lined with sealing wax, and found that it asked for afiwella filthy lines, and will often more conveniently apply jicha. Our ingenious electrician varied this Egyptian by suspending 2 cords woo their AC. Par 17J7, MPJ38 plus IBWI 733. MP3N 1733. MP34 is 2N side the discoveries Mr. Dufav having got himself offended on Filk lines. Having got himself offended though. As Mr. Gray had done, the child mentioned above observed that as soon as he was electrified, if another person approached him and brought his band within an inch or thereabouts of his face, legs, hands, or clothes, they were immediately TNU AC FAR 1733, MP 350 TI from a Shattergasser de la FMHD 0F and Y from his body. One or more pricking fiats attended with a crackling noise. He says this experiment accompanied to the person who brought his hand near him, as well as to himself, a ketetal pain, resembling that of the sudden prick of a pin, or the burning from a spark of the ear, and that it was felt as sensibly through his clothes, as on his bare fascia or hands. He also obfetters that in the dark, those snap fivings were so many sparks of fire. The Abbey Noet says he shall never forget the surprise, which the first sulfurical spark which was ever drawn from the human body excited, both in Mr. Dufay and in him rest. He says that those snappings and eye parks are not extended. If a bit of wood, of clop DF, or any other fubans, then a living human Jody was brought near him except metalize. Kitch produced very nearly the same FT as human body. He was not aware that it was O'Wilget points, or partial dryness, the substances which he mentions, that they for did not take a full and a wrong spark. He seemed also to have been under some deception when he imagined that the flea-fly of dead animals gave only an uniform light, without any snapping or FPFC section. From this circumstance, however, he, at jot time, concluded that the bodies of Liue P33M Savannah tag Yanin tes Pifaveteroya Rieslag Agilichilt and for also metals. Wagwar surround here with NAT of Tapture Air W each VFE for A2 fire. $7 electric 2 section ATT. Yoker Jiwa that 4 cheats EX emitted AG electric iPark, which B evidently gave Burpai when Keyfic and RUS brought TP any part of her potty acti FET bad. Benford, while IRS sitting QQ as silk kufi. This must have appeared V, right, extraordinary, before it were known that the electric matter baffled Fornus the hand FQTB cat, JNT Fay active rubbing FYTBF. Eric Parkney, he imagined ITJ fold have favored inflammable substances. And Lime and D several attempts I with Tindef and Gunjowder, but without success. He found BQ Epis C. BUNSA Def Cuffrey Refty for the QQRMSJ. The 2 NC8 capital observations of Mr. GPU Fay Ifball. Repeat IQ high own words. JC Faroof Psi are important. And Furjox, APD. Former of them is little more than what Otto Alcrypt had observed before him. One Chang for a Cordia, he says. A very Fimlo Prince 7 Sipoloi, which accounts for a great part of the irregularities. And if I may use the I Turtoja the caprices that seem to a Comer Poi built PF, the experiments J and electricity. E, this principle U, that LERLC body is at traft all those which are not so, and repel them as fond as they are become electric by the vicinity or contafi of the electric. Body though? Leah's gold IF first attract by the MEDC memoirs volume RPI, I the CF mill detat. $T at the tube acquires electricity by apiatsi. A in it AF dog counter conti is im repelled by it. Tired is it re-effortate. Igilef it filaniats FLS equality. Futif while it uthawite fuftained in the air. It chance fee to yua tight owed some other body if freightway les its electricity. And consequently is re-attacked by the tube, which after having given it a new aluricly, repels it a second 30, and this Rolfion continues a song of 3, the tube keeps its power. Upon applying this Wilsick to various experience of electricity, he will be surprised at the number of obscure and puzzling faffle which it clears up. By the help of high principle, he particularly endeavors to explain theftrol of Mr. Hoffby's ex-Dichikrai, hente. Chance fee, he says, has TFO in Tewe another principle now funicoral and remarkable than the preceding one, and Jiga which casts a new light upon the subject of EDRHD. The principle UAA that there are two kinds of ubricity very different. Ue from one and oper, one of which I cal iveriosi, the other reginous electricity. The one first ts that of G tafts, rock crystal, precious stones, hair of animals, wool, and nyanidea, other bodies. The Efkan is that of Emperor, Kapal, gumlac, silk, thread, paper, and a vast number of other substances. The characteristics of these two elericities, 6 and 8K, discoveries that shall I are, that the Y repel themulacy, and at one traft each other. Thus, a body of the V trails electricity repels all other bodies possessed of the titrisas and OA. The contrary attracta all those of the resonance electricity. 6 Rephimus also repels the retinus, and atra, sate the vitreous. From this principle, one may easily deduce the explanation of a great number of other phenomena, and it is probable that this truth will lead us to the discovery of many other things. This very capital discovery was, as the ingenious author acknowledges, PCR fatally accidental, having been made in consequence of casually observing, which, he says, was to his great surprise, that having caused a piece of least gold to be repelled and suspended in the air by an excited glass tube, and meaning likewise to chase it about the room by a piece of excited gum copal, instead of being repelled by it, as it was by the glass tube, it was eagerly attrayed. The same was the case with feeling wax, and the other fubances enumerated above. He also observed that when a piece of Leah's gold was dilra be excited fear in wax, and see, it was constantly detracted by excited glass, but repelled by excited feeling wax, and see our ingenious electrician was, however, too hasty in concluding, as he did theft the two electricities which he had discovered were the PW. 1733 MP 6 altogether independent of the substance with which the electrics were rubbed. The difference, he says, produced by a change of the rubber was that of more or less of the same kind. We shall find that, in a much later period, the contrary was discovered to be true by Mr. Canton. He, however, ordered to know immediately to which of the two classes of electricity any body belonged. He made a silk thread electrical and brought it to the body when it was excited. If it repelled the thread, he concluded it was of the same elenoricity with it, viz., resinous. If it attracted it, he concluded it was vitreous. He had also other Encinian's methods to ascertain anything that communicated electricity had the same property as the excited. For having clarified by the glass tube balls of wood or ivory J, he found them to repel the bodies which the tube repelled, and to attract those which the tube attracted. If they had the resonance electrivoricity communicated to them, they observed the same rule by attracting those bodies which had the vitreous electricity communicated to them, and repelling those which had received the resonance, but HCO ferves. The experiment would not succeed if the bodies were not made equally electrical, for if one of them was weakly electrical, it would be atrophied by that which ACP 35, MT35, MT17 MP. 6 IP 97 VGL dollar plus or minus ICO very rare and much strongly a lyrical CPF in on ever quality. It was this discovery of the two 6 altisextricities WWJ, or tamely a capital one, but was notwithstanding less very imperfect bimmer. Dufay, he shall see that Dr. F. and Henklin found that in ale proligibility the vitreous silvericity is litive or redundancy of electric matter, and the referious negative or a want of it, and that Mr. Canton has discovered that it depends upon the perfect cake of the electric bodici and of the rubber, whether the atiaficti be positive or negative. The dollery of two different elsificity reduct by exciting different 2I distances. Considerable as the discovery of it was, seem IO have been dropped after Mr. Dufay, and those CFEAs arrived to other causes. Wix is in infderis, that science fulminates go FKKF chords, MFD. Fay himself seems at last TD have adopted the opinion which generally prevailed to the time of Dr. Franklin. Theft, the two electricities differed only in degrees of, and that the photographer attracted the weaker are hot, considering that upon this principle, bodies povifold of the two electricities ought to trass one another less forcipti, than if a rur of them had not been electrified at all, which is contrary to Pfaffel. It will be seen that many years after DCF, Mr. Kinnerfleet of Philadelphia, a friend of Dr. Franklin, being at Boston in New Edge Land, made some experiment, which agade high-wooed the difference of the two electricities. He communicated those experiments to Dr. Franklini, who repeated and explained them. M.B. Dufay was the first person who endeavored to excite a tube in which air was T5 and, to his great surprise, found the attempt ineffectual. Suffpefterl, this might be a willed to moisture, which he might have forced into the tube in using his condensing infermenti. He cemented a large copper ulipel to his tube, and compressed the air in it by putting the cupile upon the 6 Ethe. After this, he turned a cock, which he had placed to prevent the return of the compressed air, and disengaged the tube from the ulipoli, but he still found the excitation to be impossibilit. Nolet. Poe, assisted at Tooft of this gentleman's experiments, declares himself not satisfied. Even with this precaution, I think that the non-citation of the tube might be a will to the moisture, which always exists in the air, and the particles of which must be drawn nearer together by condensation check. In answer to T.A.K. of Gideon Men Boulanger Fire, that a small glass full of water poured into a tube and immediately thrown out again will not destroy the excitability of the glass near so much at A in the condensed air section. Mr. Dufay found no difference in the excitation of a glass tube, whether it was filled with Vitoyand or not, but when the tube was Harry letter FAC par 173, MP 489. Genolicti Recherche P1J 6 Oshuder P1G66 TKB Discoveries. Sipoiet was not fine easily excited. The excitation was obtruded by Bran and Edgerich more by war, Wakiem, or cold. Though H. Fay at TEF shearicity was not quite DCF troyed by it. Mr. Dufay took a Gulipun's toy, ascertained the effect of electricity in vacua. But his conclusion can hardly be dependable upon, for he says that GFS endothei substances phospide of the pheocurtive electricity are hardly capable of being excited UA vacuo, whereas Armber and the 5 DOCs of that class are excited agia ilu and agia, gurufly and vacua. As in the optienic, the vacuum he made seems to have been as good as can be made by the better kind of art, iapumgia. This philosopher was the sixth referred to observe that elapheric fubences atri the do more than condurs. He affect that is real placed on a metal cup and set in the open air all day will often be wet way. The metal is dry, as Sabakari accounts for thus chat. By Fupel-Nat iterations in the electricity of the air easily produce Courafon-CN alterations in the electricity of metals, in which the electric fluid moves with the utmost ease, but not in glass. Whenever, therefore, the state of the electric fluid in the VT is altered, the glass is delrified, pious or miphius, and therefore attracts dye vapors in the air. ACPR 1733 MP3 IT Niskimol CPI TGPI. It's 0 MKDUFY tie. It must be observed that Mr. Grandview Wheeler, in the autumn of the year I-73, UA made FC Verrill curious experiments relating to the repellate force of electricity. These he plus repeated to Mr. Gray in a firearm follow-weld and designed to communicate that TFNL through his hands to the Royal Society. But deferring the execution of it from time to time, he was informed that Mr. Dufay had taken notice of the fine fluctuation of the repulsite force. Upon this, he laid aside all thoughts of communicating his discovery, TBC public. But, finding that his experiments were different from those of Mr. Dufay, he double persuaded to Tibliam in the PB of Kakat Tranfegens for the year $173. These experiments were made by Threads, DF Terius KTNFT, and other UED Tadses, Bong He down 6 Ain Silk Lines, and GP Meafily in Stu Repfil MN4FL higher by the Apiawish CCI. The Fefdilks of DML he equiprived in the 3 follow-will propositions, JFD that bodies made alpharical by Comchu. Nication with an excited lyric are in aftate of repulsion with reftet to such excited bodies thought. That two or more bodies made F electrical by communicating with an excited electric are in a state of repulsion with respect to one another. Priestley excited electrics do themselves repel one another. One of his experiments to prove the phi-con of these propositions deserves to BPF2, mentioned sixes the discoveries mentioned for its curiosity. He tied a more fiber of silk threads together by a knot at each extremity when, upon eletherifying them, the threads repelled one another, and the whole bundle was fulked out into a beautiful spherical figure. To that he could with pleasure, he says, obfer to be not at the bottom riling upwards. As the electricity and mutual repulsion of the threads increased, and he could not help imagining his bundle of silks to resemble a bundle of muscular sixpence. By way of corollary to the femianulation, he observes that it lugafulls more plainly than any other no experiment, a reason for the difflution of bodies in menstrua, viz. That the particles of the false having imbibed particles of the menstrua, as to be saturated with them, the saturated particles of one affair, FC parrot, and fly to pieces. Period, or Mr. G. Ray 69. Chapter 6. Period V. The continuation and conclusion of Mr. Gray's experiments, Regix, expresses great latitude, that his former observations had been confirmed by so judicious a philosopher as Mr. J. U. Fay, who, he acknowledges, had made several new ones of his own, particularly that important Ludferus Angst, as he calls it, recited above, which put him upon making the experiments which followed, and which were made in the months of July and August 1734, as Mr. Zerufay had said that the fnappings and the sparks he had mentioned were from the excited by a piece of metal presented to the person suspended on filthy lines. Mr. Gray concluded that if the person and pile should change places, the afifal would he the same. He, accordingly, suspended several pieces of metal on silk lines, beginning with the common utensils, which were at band, as the poker, tongs, fire, feel, and see. Jan found that when they were electrified, they gave sparks in the lame manner as the Hookean body had done in like circumference. P3 TBU 7 UA TFB discoveries. This was the origin of metallic conductors, which are in use to this day. Mr. Oakey did not, at the time above mentioned, think of making his experiments in the dark in order to see the light proceeding from the iron, not imagining that electricity communicated to metals would have produced such surprising phenomena, as he says he afterwards found it to do. Continuing his experiments at Mr. Wheeler's, they found that the flesh of dead animals exhibited very nearly the same appearances as that of living animals, contrary to the assertion of Mr. Dufay. But what most surprised Mr. Gray and the gentleman then present in the experiments he made upon that occasion was the in order the moi conveniently cocaine nuicetique FEI to the iron bar. Mr. Dufay, who adopted the contrivance from Mr. Gray, faftenerd to the end of it abuntior in mertenii, to which he applied his excited tube. He was led to prefer ID thread for this purpose, in consequence of baiting, found that of the flexible fubultancy you all fit Tiefin the last woo most attracted by acid electric. He fuffed PIDL out to the same bar and brought an excited glass lube to an equal distance from them all at the same time, and observed that they were a trade in the order in which one had menuified them, itete the LAs, and EMEA the most AC par 1737, MP 137, T-Buffy linen threads of Mr. Dupay kept a key air ground in a much improved day of electrical apparatus. When globes were fabulated in the placa of to buy by movement urit, are universally used in prejuranca to them. Mr. Dufay also, in order to determine what tenile wa, the most proper for hit perpeter, procured equal cylinder of gold, silver, copper, balid, iron, and tin, and having placed hem as to constitute one cylinder, he drew part from each of them ID their turn. When the whole was egoresix, but he could NFP9 and Petsin of B Vidiftutusi I them A par 1737 MJ 131 Fano of Micray. Phenomenon above referred to, and what he news calls a Kate or pencil of electric light GC, such as is CCMly lecken to Eiffel from an electrified point. As this was the first time that this phenomenon was diphthony seen, I shall relate the experiment of which it was the result. At large, Mr. Gray and his friends provided themselves with an iron rod 4 feet long and half an inch in diameter, pointed at each end but not eye-harping. Suspending this iron rod upon milk lines in the night and applying the esifajube to one end of it, they perceived not only a light upon that end, BNT another issuing from the opposite end at the same time. This light extended itself in the form of a cone whose vertex was at the end of the rod, and Mr. Gray says that he and his company could plainly see that it consisted of opposite threads or rays of light diverging from the point of the rod. The exterior rays being incurvated, this light appeared at every stroke they gave the tube. They likewise observed that this light was always attended with a small hiphonate noise which, they imagined, began at the end next the tube, increasing in loudness till it came to the opposite end. Ifea, however, that this ruefe could not be heard, but by persons who flood near the rod and tended to itch for Mr. 7. The discoveries Mr. J. Tav repeating those experiments in the September follow Wilg, after his return to London, Abifi surprised him very much. After the tube had been applied to the iron rod as before, when the light, which had been fecund at both ends, had disappeared, it was visible again upon bringing his hand near the end of the rod, and upon repeating this motion of his hand, the same phenomenon appeared for 5 or 6 times successively. Only the rays were, at each time, shorter than the other. He also observed that these lights, which were emitted by the tube upon the approach of his hand, were, like the others, attended it with a heaving nulf. He took notice that the light which APR peaks on the end next the tube, when it was held oblique to the axis of the rod, had its rays bending towards it, and that all the time he was rubbing the tube, those slashes of light appeared upon every motion of his hand up or down the tube, that the larger flashes were produced by the motion of his hand downwards, when he used 2 or 3 rods, laying them either in a right line, or so as to make any angle with each other, and applied the tube to any one of their ends. He observed that the farthest end of the farther rod exhibited the same phenomena as one FRPL trio, fifth-brighted, volumes at P2. USCI and B gray, 7G jizing a rod pointed only at one end. He exbeferted that the other end gave but one single snap, but that it was much louder than the greatest of those which were given by the point of the rod. Also that the pain, resembling pricking or burning, was more strong jai fei, and that the light was brighter and more contraddled. These effects were of the fame with those which he had before observed, top received from the immediate end of the tube. But by these experiments, he says, he found what no doubt appeared a real advance in the science to him, that an actual flame of fire, together with an explosion, and ebullition of cold water might be produced by communicative electricity. What he adds is so remarkable that I shall repeat his own words. And although these effects are at present BDE, in mimes it is Katlysi, the force of that power, which, by several effete experiments, G. Litzet, Magnes, Kama, Paner Parsa, seems to be of the lame nature with that of thunder and lightning, or how exactly has this prophecy been fulfilled in the discoveries of the Iden electricians and Dr. Franklin, the former having discovered the amazing accumulation of the electric power in what is called the Leyden file, and the latter having proved the matter of lightning to be the very same with that of electricity, though Mr. Gray might possibly mention thunder and lightning only by way of common comparison. On February the 8th, 1735, Mr. Gray, repeating the experiments of the iron rods with wooden ones, found all the effects to be similar, but much weaker, as it is now well known must have been the case. Wood being so imperfia a conductor, and only in proportion to the moisture it contained. At the same time, he relates that repeating the clarification of water, he found that the phenomena before mentioned were produced not only by holding the tube near the water, but when it was removed and the linger afterwards brought near. May the 6th of the same year, he again offended a boy on silk and found that this boy was able to communicate the electric fire. Phil Trier abidged volume is furled to one and then to several persons standing upon electric bodies. Mr. Gray seems still to have imagined that electricity depended in some measure upon color. The boy suspended on blue lines, he says, retained his power. Attraction 50 minutes, on scarlet lines 20 minutes, and on orange-colored lines 21 minutes. By these experiments, he says, we see the efficacy of electricity OA 40 ODB, suspended upon lines of the lame substance, but of different color. But the greatest deception which this ingenious gentianen seems to have e'en under was occasioned by the experiments which he made with balls of iron, to fit with the refutation of light bodies about them. The paragraph relating to these experiments being the last which Mr. Gray wrote, I shall give it at length as a curiosity. I have lately made, says he, several new experiments upon the projectile and the pendulous motion of small bodies by electricity, by which small bodies may be made to move about large ones, either in circles or in ellipses, and those either concentric or eccentric to the center or RF, the larger body about which they move, so as to make many revolutions about them, and this motion will constantly be the same way that the genets move about the W fun viz. From the right hand to the left or 81 Juillet, or from west to call. But these little planets, if I may so call them, move much faster in their apheliogeny than in the perigin parts of their orbits, which is direly contrary to the motion of the planets about the fun. These experiments Mr. Gray had thought Jove but a very little while before his lawful illegitimates, and had not time to complete them. J.F. cut the progress he had made in them. He re-revealed on the day before his death to Dr. Mortimer, then Secretary O. the Royal Society. He said they struck him with new fur prize every time he repeated them, and hoped that if God would spare his life a little longer, he should, from what these phenomena point CD out, bring his electrical experiments to the greatest profusion. He did not doubt, but in a higher time, he should be able to Aftonio the world with a new sort of planetarium, never before thought of, and that, from these experiments, might be, if tablefly, a certain theory. To account for the motions of the grand planetarium of the universe. These experiments, fallacious as they are, deserve to be briefly recited, together with the inconsequence of them after Mr. Gray's death. I shall relate them in Mr. Gray's own words as they were delivered to Dr. Mortimer on his deathbed. Place a small iron globe, said he, of an anticuture inch and a half in diameter, on you a putrid prostrate. 494 DF Mr. Gertie, 77. The middle of a circular cake of rosin, phi or 8 inches in diameter, gently excited, and then a light body suspended by a very fine thread, 5 or 6 inches long. Held in the hand over the center of the tab, will DF itself begin to move in a circle from the iron globe, and constantly torn west to L. If the globe be placed at any distance from the center of the circular cake, it will D5 an ellipse, which will have the same eccentricity as the distance of the globe from the center of the cake. If the Kakov Rofid be of an elliptical forney, and the iron globe be placed in the center of it, the light body will derive an elliptical orbit of the same eccentricity with the form of the cake. If the iron yakini be placed in or near one of the fasci of the elliptical cake, the light body will move much swifter in the apogee than the perigee of its orbit. If the iron globe be fixed on a PDK till, an inch from the table, and a glass hoop, or a portion of a hollow glass cylinder, excited, be placed round it, the light body will move as in the circumstances mentioned above, and with the same varieties. H.B. said, moreover, that the light body would make the same revolutions, only smaller around the iron globe placed on the bare table, without any electrical body to support it. But he acknowledged he had not found the experiment succeed. If the thread was supported by anything but a human hand, and though he fancied it would have succeeded if it had been supported by any inenial substance, living or dead. Mr. Gray went on to recite to Dr. Mortimer other experiments still more fallacious, which, out of regard to his memory, I shall forbear to quote, let the chimeras of his great electrician teach his followers in the lane. And still, but newly opened field of philosophy, a proper degree of caution in their reasonings from Indudioda. Let not the example, however, discourage any PC or fawn from trying what may appear improbable, but let it induce a man to delay the publication of his discoveries till they have been perfectly ascertained and performed in the prefanc of others. In experiments of great delicacy, a fiery imagination will have great influence even upon the external senses, of which we all have frequent iula to e and eu, the course of this history. Dr. Mortimer Carr himself seems to have been deceived by these experiments of Mr. Gray. He says that in trying theft and after his death, he found that the light body would make revolutions round bodies of very white fly-apps and substances, as well as round the iron globe, and that be had actually tried, he experiment with a globe of bleak marby, ai, louver and diff, a small chip bowl and DSB. These experiments of Mr. Gray were tried by Mr. Wheeler and other gentlemen at the Royal Society's house, and with a great variety of circumstances, but no conclusion could be drawn from what they at that time observed. Mr. Wheeler himself took a great deal of pains to verify them with various fouets, and that EFLB gave it as his opinion that a DCRC to produce the motion from west 6 east was the secret cause. That determined the pendulous body to move in that deceftiody by means of foments imprefion from Mr. Gray's hand, as well as his own, though he was at the same time persuaded that he was AIC Fenwell of giving any motion to HES Facade himself, Mr. Diege, in the Memoirs of the ACG Academy of Sciences for the year 1737, acknowledges that these experiments of Mr. Gray and Zero Mortimer did not succeed with him, but says they were the only ones of Mr. Gray that had not, and with a temper becoming a fial of offer adds the doth not, therefore Ike, that they never had succeeded. But Feemsraber, willing to attribute the failure with H. Emilf to his omitting some circumstance, not mentioned by those gentlemen, though unknown Zero them, it might be of principal consequence to the experiment. He was afterwards informed of the refut of the last experiment in England on this 5GFC, agreeing with his own dollar, period TF experiments. Chapter 7. Period. This is the experiments of Dr. Desaguliers. We are now come to the labors of that indefatigable experimental philosopher, the reason which he gives why he had avoided entertaining the Royal Society upon this subjectii before, and why he had not pursued it so far as he might have done. I considering at, and he says that he could excite as strong an electricity in glass, by rubbing with his hand as anybody could. It's worth mentioning for its curiosity, and for the light that it throws upon the temper and manner of Mr. Gray. He says that he was unwilling to interfere with the law of Mr. Stephen Gray, who had wholly turned his thought to elliphloricities, but was of a temper to give it entirely over if he imagined that anything was done in opposition to it. Dr. Desaguliers begins with a Fervieg very sensibly, and the observation is FDU Trut, that the phenomena of equiricity are 6 ODT, that though we have a great many expert ments upon that subject, we have not each been able from their Eom Paraphon to fedit such a theory as will lead us to the cause OIF that property in bodies, or even to judge OIF fill. True Ebridged volumes the 8 on Desaguliers, Dr. Desaguliers. 80 altered to FFJ, or find out what useful influence electricity has in nature, though certainly from what we have seen of it, we may conjecture that it must be of great use because it is so extensive. His first experiments, of which an account is given in the Philosophical Transphasians, dated July 739 UA, were made with a hempen law ring extended upon catgut. To the end of the hempen siring, he suspended various substances, and says that all those which he tried, amongst which were several electrics per fee, as sulfur, glass, and sea, without exception, received electricity. He changed one of the catgut firings on which his hempen line of communication was extended, and put various other fluvifiances in its place, to try what bodies would transmit electricity to the suspended body. And what would not I, and from the result O.T. High experiments partly concluded, that bodies in which electricity could not be excited intercepted the electric effluvia, and that those in which electricity could be excited did not intercept it, but permitted it to go on to the extremity of the hempen siring. Buffdil Hahatfio just idea, that except metals, it was the molecular of the bodies he tried which intercepted the electric effluvia. And his ideas of the manner in which they were intercepted were very imperfect. G to Ada experiments to Dr. de Sagales. We are indebted of some technical terms which have been extremely useful to all electricians to this day, and which will probably remain in use as long as the Lubgial is studied. He first applied the term conducer to that body to which the excited tube conveys its electricity, which term has FMSC been extended to all bodies that are capable of receiving that virtue. And he calls TLE bodies in which electricity may be excited by heating or tubbing, electrics per fe. Is the writings of this author, we find many axioms relating to electrical experiments, some of which are experfold in a more clear and delightful manner than they had been before, but the real improvements which he made were very few and immaterial on several occasions, and particularly in a paper delivered to the Royal Society in the month of January 1741. He lays down, among others, the following general rules, which seem to be more accurate than any which had been delivered before upon the subjecta. An electric per fe will not receive electricity from another electric per fe in which it has been excited so as to run along its whole length, but will only receive it a little way, being, as it were, laterally. And BP Dr. de Zagliers. 8. Electric per FC will not lose all its electricity at once, but only the electricity of those parts near which a non-electric has been brought. It consequently, lo feita, electricity the sooner the more of those bodies are near it. Thusi in moist weather, the excited tube holds its tertue but a little while, because it adds upon the moist vapors which float in the air. And if the excited tube be applied to Leah's gold, laid upon a stand, it will act upon it much longer and more strongly than if the same quantity of Leah's gold be laid upon a table, which has brighter non-electric surface. Then the stand is, however, FEMA not to be the whole iophon. For if the Leah's gold were laid upon a broad surface of glass, it would not be aided upon so powerfully, as if it were placed upon a narrow stand of any kind of matter. A non-electric, USEFEI at H, received electricity, loses it all at once, upon the approach of another non-electric. This, however, could only be the case when the approaching electric was not insulated, but had a communication with the earth. It must also be brought into contact with the electrified body. Animal substances are nodielectrics, BFRK fall on the fluids they contain FE. Excited electricity exerts it, EF, in Furfek on the electric per se, or G2 rather, NJ. J. Vu Guido Glesse 84 experiments. Regather in Excellentiae, if the body be aphindrical, Pfeffer of the many experiments which were made by Dr. Dufajuips, accounts of which were published in the Philological Transactions, had, as I observed before, Stuchthing new in them. Those which were the most catar, the follow with gang, endeavoring to communicate electricity to a burning talk candle. He and all revad that the candle attracted the thread of trial, Buke, not within 2 or 3 inches of the flame, but that, as soon as the candle was blown out, the thread was attracted by every part of it, and even by the wick when the fire was quite extinguished. And CD, he electrified a wax candle in the lame manner, and the experiment projected as well, only the electricity came not so near the flame in the wax as in the tallow candle. He found that only warming a glass receiver without any rubbing Ucophythyrids of a down feather, tied to upright fleet were to extend themselves as soon as it was put over the feather, and that fomatino rosin and wax would exert their electricity by being only exposed to the open air. He observed that if a hollow glaive tube supporting the one nut of communication were moistened by blowwill through K, it would easily intercept the electricity. Heat power was destroyed. He also proposed the follow-willed conjecture concerning the rise of vapor. The air at the surface of water, bagolarica, particles of water, he thought jumped to it, then becoming them cheese electrical. They repelled both the air and one another, and consequently ascended into the higher regions of the atmosphere. The last paper of Dr. D. Figueres in the Philosophical Transphasions upon the subject of electricity is dated June 24th, 1746, in which year he published a dissertation on electricity, by which he gained the prize of the Academy at Bordeaux. This prize was a medal of the value of 300 livres, proposed at the request of Ariane Harpes de la Force for the best effect on electricity, and shows how much this subject engaged the attention of philosophers at that time. F.E. The dissertation is well drawn up and comprises all that W.T. Julian of the subject till that period. Period, get one or the Germans, 87th. Chapter 8. Periods the 7, the Germans and Dr. Watson before the Leyden file experiments of the Germans and of Dr. Watson. BF 4, the discovery of the Leyden file in the year 174.6. About the time that Dr. Desaguliers had concluded his experiments in England, 1742, several ingenious Germans began to apply themselves to the same studies with great assiduity, and their labors were crowned with considerable success. To the Germans, we are indebted for many capital improvements in OF electrical apparatus within this period, without which the Boulonists would have go on very slowly and heavily but by the help of their contrivances. We all see that Aftana flying Pfeffels were soon broadcast. Mr. Bose, a professor of philosophy at Wittenberg, substituted the globes for the tube, which had been used ever since the time of Houth KFD. He like Wifty added a prime conductor which CPN fifted of a tube of iron or tin at 6 earth supported by a man handing upon cakes of rosin. And afterwards, Fuffa Ethera County, Kriflen Angufum Hyren, professor of mathematics at Leipzig, with the Tirret who revived the Alfankelbeck's glass globe, and Mr. Bose who exercised the Mike experiment. In electricity by the eye ample of Mr. Hansen, bar of the capital improvement feet on it. Dat G4 pended on silk horizontally before the globe. To prevent the tube from doing any harm to the globe, he put a bundle of thread in TP, the end which was next to it, and which was left open for that purpose. This expedient, besides occasioning various phenomena, was observed to make the force of the conductor much stronger. The use of the globe was immediately adopted at the University of Leipzig, where Mr. Winkler, the professor of language, inulcat of the hand, which had before been employed to excite the globe. But the heft rubber for the globe, as well as the tube, was, long after this, still thought, by all electricians, to be the human hand dry and free from moisture. Mr. P. Boredom, a Scotch Benedictine monk and professor of philosophy at Erfurt, was the first who FCD a cylinder instead of a globe. His cylinders were 8 inches long and 4 inches in diameter. They were made to turn with a bow, and the whole instrument was portable. Instead of a cake of frothing, he insulated by means of a frame, furnished with network of silk section. The apparatus, likewise, of many of the German electricians was very various and expensive. Mr. Winkler, in a paper read at the Royal Society, March 1745, Highwar 4, Reitrachit, P17, Hill War P31. Scribes of TOB Germans, 89 FCR Olbs, a machine for rubbing tubes, and another for rubbing globes, and compares the F defects of them both. He observes that the sparks which are produced from glass vessels drawn to and fro were larger and more vehemently pungent, provided that those vessels were of the same magnitude with the globes. but that the flux of effluvia was not so constant as from the globes. Mr. Winkler also invented a machine, which he describes at large in his works, by means of which he could give his globe 680 turns in a minute. This gentleman de Wife contrived to tub glaws and china veltels in the inside, and he says they ate as frondion bodies placed on the outside of them, as when they were rubbed on the affidif. The German L.A. Frisians generally used more globes than one at a time, and imagined they found the effects proportionable, though this fad was called in Quaefleon by Dr. Watson and others. And Mr. Nowet preferred globes made blue with zaffrolge, which were carefully tried, and regeated by Dr. Watson afterwards section. Such a prodigious power of electricity could they excite from these globes, whirled by a large wheel and rubbed with woolen doth, or a dry hand, for we find both these methods were in use among them about this hiftoy. Page Ex in fubras hueni trith, he abe himself found no advantage in TKCTT blue globi AC par 1745. MMP 6 time that we may credit their own AC accounts. The blood could be drawn from the dinger by an electric spark. The skin would burst and a wound appear, as if made by a caustic. They say that if several globes or tubes were used, the motion of the heart and arteries of the electrified person would he very sensibly increased, and that if a V were opened under the operation, the blood, high flowing from it, would appear like lucid phosphorus, and run out faster than when the man was not liquefied. Analogous to this isle experiment, Mr. Gordon observed that water, running from an artificial fountain, electrified was efcattered in luminous drops, that a larger quantity of water was thrown out in a given time then, when the fountain was not electrified, and that electrified water evaporated faster than water not electrified when exposed in similar glass vessels. Part of this account we know might be true, but some part must have been exaggerated. It is certain that Mr. Gordon increased the electric sparks to such a degree that they were felt from a man's head to his foot, so that a person caught it hardly take them without falling down with giddiness, and small birds were killed by them section. This he affeed by conveying electricity with iron wires to the distance of 200 ells from the place of excitation. P72. He or the Germans. 91. JLL also found that the sparks were stronger when the wire was thick than when it was small. Mr. White's made his glass tubes all stronger by rubbing them with a waxed cloth and a little oil. He also found that glass made with very little, not off, acted much better than that in the composition of which much of it was used but it required longer time and more heat to vitrify it. He got some glye made on purpose to ascertain the fast BV various experiments of attraction and repulsion, which Mr. White's made in rubbing a dog Wehe had made thoroughly dry for that purpose. He proved that the slashes of light, which me appear when animals are stroked, are electrical. This had been was not quantly ascertained before J. It was this gentleman who gained the prize of 50 ducats, proposed in the year 1744, by the Academy P.F. Sciences at Berlin, for the best dissertation on the subject of electricity. It was published along with 3 others, which were offered at the same time, and thought worthy of that L honor section. The thing that affects us most in their experiments performed by these machines is their setting fire to inflammable substances. This they were probably led to attempt, from observing the vivid appearance of LEDTT Macanoire, Volume 6. POA Trilight, the burning pain that was felt by a smart ill rope from the condiflor, and Tillich's many analogies, the ulacil fluid, evident. The first person who succeeded in this attempt was Dr. Ludolf of Berlin, towards the beginning of the year 1744, who kindled with sparks excited by the friction of a glass TBTI, the ethereal spirit of Frobenius. This he lit at the opening of the Royal Academy, and in the presence of hundreds of persons, he performed the experiment by electric farca proceeding from an iron conductor. Mr. Winkler did the lame in the May followed by a spark from his own singer and kindled not only the highly reified spirit above Menelian, but French brandy, corn spirits, and other spirits still weaker by previously heating them. He also says that oil, pitch, and sealing wax might be lighted by elateric sparks, provided those tuftances were first heated to a degree next to kindling. To these, it must be added that Mr. Growler sired the smoke of a candle just blown out and lighted it again, and that Mr. Bose sired gunpowder, melting it in a spoon, and first the vapor that rose from it. The German electricians likewise constructed a machine by which they could give fire into a glass cylinder in vacuum. By these means, they contrived to electrify a wire which terminated in TTE open air, and there flewed one feach geo. Aviged volume X P271 I Dancesi Maflor fell to P438 of the Germans. 9. The same Germans also mention an experiment, which, if pursued, would have led them to discover that the Freudian of the glass globe did not produce, but only Kalefel, the electric matter. But that was a discovery reserved 38 we will find for Dr. Watson. It fears that both Mr. Bowman had C. Alaman had ended the machine, and the man who worked it, Ujion Flick, and observed that not only the conductor, but also the man and the machine gave signs of electricity, though they did not attend accurately to all the circumstances of that curious fact, which did not at all answer their expectations. For imagining that part of the electric power was continually going off to the ground by the machine, they supposed that the effect earth insulating it would have been a stronger electricity F. In this period, it was that Ludolf the younger demonstrated that the luminous barometer is made perfectly electrical by the motion of the quicksilver, first attracting and then repelling bits of paper, and C. suspend DD by the side of the tube when it was enclosed in another, out of which the air was extracted. Before this experiment, those IFA plus Wilfans Effajar, preface P14 Watt Foage Skew P J4C's IF TFL discoveries fest had been ascribed to the air. Profel for Hamburger and Mr. White's had discovered CD that the motion of quicksilver in a glass VCLL, out of which the air was extracted, had the power of moving light bodies. And Mr. Alaman likewise found that it made no difference whether the Yeltel had air in it or not FD. About the same time also, Mr. Bose took a great deal of pains to determine whether the weight of bodies would be affected by electricity, but he could not find that it was the electrical jar made by turning swiftly round in a linearity piece of tin, cut with points quadrident from the center J and also the wheel bells, which will be described hereafter among the Furbreth FG and diverting experiments performed by the help of electricity, were of German invention per se. The star was contrived by Mr. Gordon, and by turning the points a little obliquely, he was furperfist aligned it began to move of itself section. Lastly, to these it may be added that Mr. Winkler contrived a wheel to move by elcivicity. That Mr. Bose conveyed a floricita from one man to another by a jet of water, when they were both placed upon cakes of Rofny at a distance of axe paces, and that Mr. Gordon even sired spirits by a jet of water, J. Hiftor, P89. One Leti Researches, P187. He's P. Eiffelar mit DT the Germans, 9 Mach. Gottfried Heinrich Grummert of Blala in Poland made a curious experiment upon electric light, which, as we shall see, was afterwards made and pursued to great advantage by Dr. Watson and Mr. Campton. IQ ordered Abi for curve whether an exhausted tube would give light when it was electric beamed, as well as when it was excited. He presented 1 8 inches long and 1/3 of an inch wide to the electrified conductor, and was surprised to find the light dart very vividly, the whole length of the tube. He also observed that some time after the tube had been presented to the conductor and exprofited nothing but the air, it gave light again without being electrified body. This light in vacuum Mr. Grummert proposed to make use of in mines and places where common sires and other lights cannot be had, and for this purpose he mentions several methods of increasing this light. I shall conclude this account of the DLF ovaries of the German philosophers in this period with a very curious one of Professor Kruger, concerning the change made in the color of bodies by the electric effluvia. In order to try whether there was anything of sulfur in these effluvia, he exposed the red leaves of wild poppies to the electric spark and found that they were profanely changed to white. He was not able to produce any change in yellow colors, nor in Tualig Manuari, volume YPXF. Blue immediately, but found that when they had lain a day or two after being exposed to this operation, they became white. In these experiments, the Levites were fattened like wax to plates of tin. Such a general attention was excited to electricity by these curious discoveries. Tiba in the year I-745, El and Ickel experiments were exhibited in Germany and Holland for money, Asafau, and pubic advertisements appeared in the Neue Papiers. For that purpose, the siring of the effluvia of bodies, which was done in Germany, was soon after repeated in Ice England, and among others by Dr. Miles, who, as appears by a paper of his, read at the Royal Society, March the TB 745, kindled phosphorus by the application of the excited tube itself to it without the intervention of any conductor. This gentleman's tube happening to be in excellent order upon this occasion, he observed, and was perhaps the first to observe pensi if rays, which he calls coruscations, starting from the tube, without the aid of any conductor approaching it. Of these coruscations, he gave a drawwell which answers pretty exactly to the appearance of such pencils that are now very common, particularly Fias Mr. Canton has taught us the UI of the amalgama, by which a Ubadat may be excited, much in the enjoyability of Dr. Watson, 90-70 much more strongly than it could have been before. But Theliaoff Diftingflied name in this period of the high flow fiber electricity is that of Enerwald. He was one of the first among the Anglofly who took up and improved upon the discoveries made by the German's eye, and to his ingenuity and intense applications we owe MD and I curious improvements and discoveries in electricity. His first letters to the Royal Society on this subject are dated between March 28th and October 24th. Dr. Watson I attention to the subject of electricity seems first, or principally, to have been engaged by the accounts of the Exiviermans, having sired spirit of will by it. In this experiment he succeeded, and moreover found that he was able to fire not only the ethereal spirit of Frobenius and resified spirit of Willow, but even common proof spirit. He then sired both spirit of Willie and inflammable air by a drop of cold water thickened with a mucilage made with the theft of fleawort, and even with ice jet. He also sired these substances with a hot poker electrified, when it would not fire them in any other state section. He sired gunpowder and discharged a muffultet by the power of electricity, when the gunpowder had been ground with a little camphor, or a few drops of some H inflam. 98. The discoveries in flammable chemical oil Laughley. It was a discovery of Dr. Watson that these substances were capable of being sired by what Hay calls the repulsive poivar of electricity, which was performed by the electrified perfane Hocklieg. The spoon v each contained the filtance to be fried, and academic person not electrified bringing his singer to it. Before this time, the substance to be sired had always been held by a person not electrified. In his attempts to fire Elstrika Perfet, ZC Erpentine, and Halpham of Capivi by this repulsive power, he confuted an opinion which had prevailed among many persons, that electricity only floated on the surfaces of bodies. For he found that the fume of these substances could not be sired by a spark fetched from the spoon which contained them. This spark must therefore pass through the electric from the orifice of the spoon below, which was in contact with the electrified conductor, electrifying a number of pieces of cine spun glass and other pieces of wire. Of the same length and thickness he was agrees ably amused by offering that the threads of glass jumped to the electrified body and adhered to it without any snapping, whereas the wires jumped up and down very fast, giving a snap and a small flame every time X fell TNF abridged. Volume XP plus IBID PADT IBID PR6 OFD TS OFDS and GGI paper read at the Royal Society FCB NF 6th 107. Railroad sparks appeared different in color and form according to the substances from VGG. They preceded J that the fire appeared much redder from rough bodies as rusty iron, and C. Then from poeshiti bodies, though they were ever so flyer as from polished cyphers, and c. He judged that the different appearance was owing rather to the different reflection of the electric light from the surface of the bodies from which it was emitted than to any difference in the fire itself. He also observed that electricity suffered no refraction in pervading glass, having found by axial observations that its direction was always in right lines, even through glasses of different formi, included one within another, and large paces less between each glass T, that if books or other non-lyrics were laid upon glass, and interposed between the excited electric and light bodies, the direction of the virtue was still in right line, and seemed instantly to pass through both the books and the glass. In these experiments he constantly observed that the electric attraction through glass was much more powerful when the glass was made warm than when it was cold J. He sometimes found electricity to pervade, though IA small quantities, LC of above 4 inches thick section. I-60 TS discoveries, he says that in electrifying Fuftensa of great extent, the attractive power was first observed at that part of it, which was most RISCI mote from the excited electricity. He made 4A experiments which F how D, that the fire of the layer city was a fad, neither by the presence nor the absence of other tire. One of his experiment Waff made with a chemical mixture, 30 degrees below the freezing point of Fahrenheit's thermometer Y, from which, when electrified, the flalia were as powerful, and the strokes as F march as from red-hot iron. In a sequel to the ABMC experiments, Raj the 3OH over 1746, Dr. Watson Milchons, his having lined a glass globe to a considerable thickness with a mixture of wax and rosin. But he found no difference between that and the other globe T. He also made that ions experience with a number of globes whirled at the same time and having one common conductor and consujit from them, that the power of electricity was increased by the number and size of the globes to a certain degree, but by no means in proportion to their number and size. Yet the Doa allows a very great increase in an inference he makes from these very experiments. As bodies to be electrified, he says, will only contain a certain quantity of clitoricity. Acquired IV is when IG done by a number of globs further the history of PERROP little. The history of electricity, Chapter 9, Period 8, Section 1. The light and file itself in the years I 745 and J 746 to DK Franklin discoveries, Section 5. The history of East light and file itself till Dr. Franklin's disco varies relating to it. The end of the year 1745 and the beginning DF 1746 were famous for the moil surprising discovery that has yet been made in the whole buff mess of Elericidalia, which was the wonderful accumulation of its power in glass. Called at first the Lidite file because made by Mr. Cunis, a native of Leyden, as he was repeating some experiments which he had seen with Mefflers, Muffchenbrook and Ayaman, professors in the university of that city. But the person who first made this great discovery was Mr. von Kleift, dean of the cathedral in Kamma, who on the 4th of November 1745 sent an account of it to Dr. Lieberkuhn at Berlin. This account, as taken by Mr. Gralef out Dalibarifa Hioarek Abrigazi P3J104, the history of, by the shock of it. It appears to me, Urge, extraordinary that when this file and nail are in contail with either conducing or non-conduling matter, the strong flyoclub does not follow. I have cemented it to wood, metal, glass, where I have electrified without any great CFA. The human body, therefore, must contribute something to it. This opinion is confirmed by my observing that Lindlef's I hold the file in my hand. I cannot fire spirit F of willow with it. Notwithstanding, Mr. Claft immediately communicated an account of the famous experiment, which indeed it is evident he has but imperfectly described, to Mr. Winkleff at Leipzig, Mr. Swatikiov, Danzig, Mr. Eikeriger Hall, and to the professors of the Academy of Lignitz, as well as to Dr. Lieberkirchen of Berlin above mentioned. They all relumed him word that the experiment did not succeed with them. Mr. Gra, Athavansic, was the first with whom T. interfered, but this was not till after several fruitless trials, and receiving farther instructions from the Ellenverit, or if the Abanalit had information of discovery, and in consequence of it says, in a letter to Mr. Samuel Wolfe of the Society of Danzig, dated March 9th, 174.6, that the experiment at Leyden was upon principles similar to this made with a phial half full of water. Fossix's The History of Mr. Eileman Anil Mr. Muffchenbrufex Sefker, the first who repeated and published AIG recount of this experiment, Holland Diaby Nawe and Muller Manier Frei CC Nefus, Grelath and Rugger de Supemiane. It is extremely curious to observe the Vefkriplops which philosophers who first felt the electrical shock give of it, especially at we are sure we can give ourselves the same sensation, and thereby compare their Diffkriplon with the reality. Terprand for Priest certainly contributed not a hell to the exaggerated accounts they gave of IC. And could we not have repeated the experiment, we should have formed a very different idea of it from what it really is. Even when given in greater strength than those who first felt this electrical shock were able to give it, it will amuse my readers if I give them an example or two. Mr. Muschenbrohik, who tried the experiment with a very thin glass bowl, says in a letter to Mr. Rio Moore, which he wrote soon after the experiment, that he felt himself struck in his arms, shoulder and breast, so that he lost his breath, and was 2 days before he recovered from the CFS, HEF, the blow and the terror. He adds that he would not take a second shock for the Kingdom of France T. Danchit McMorry, VCL2, J. Hiviori, Del Iwiji PP. 3 INS, the history or FLF, the renowned Empedocles, said Huiac, Ube might die by the electric shock, that the account of his death might furnify an article for the memoirs of the French Academy of Sciences. But it is not given to every electrician to die in so glorious manner as the justly envied Richmond. It was this eptanophysiologic experiment that gave eclat to electricity. From this time it became the subject of general conversation. Everybody was eager to see, and notwithstanding the terrible account that was report, PD of it, to yield the experiment. And in the same year in which it was discovered, numbers of persons in almost every country in Europe got a livelihood by going about and showing it, while the vulgar of every age, sex, and rank were viewed this prodigy of nature and philosophy with wonder and amazement. We flare not for Fitzpedia to find all the electricians of Europe immediately employ in repeating this great experiment and attending to FE circumstances of it. Mr. Alaman remarked that when he tried it, he fled simply upon the floor and not upon cakes of rosin. He said that it did not succeed with all kinds of glass, for that, though he had tried several, he had professed success with none but that of Bohemia, and that he had tricked English glaffles without any fee at all, effen Professelber Muffchenbrock, at that time only Ilwar P. 164. Obier the history Ebach to 20 persons, and he says, he did not doubt bullet when these persons were counterfeit by pieces of metal, and did not hold one another's hands, they found the same shock, but not when they held wood, and off their imperfect conductors. This gentleman also gave a shock by means of long wires to a girafon standing on their fly. A garden, while he himself, who verified the experiment, had the machine in a part of the Hualk at a considerable distance. And he was the first who made what we now call an Elkichi Datchery, for he increased the shock by charging favorite files at the same time. After he proceeded that if the file had the ICAF crack in it, it could never give a shock. And Alio, that when a file was discharged, it acquired F-mole charge by standing without receiving any thint. Fiam the machine so as to give a F-male favkul. This is what we now call the R illu of a charge, and is properly that part of the charge that lay on the unoded part of the field, which doth not let go all its electricity at once, so that it is afterwards gradually defuct to the coaling. M. Winkler found out the method of making the discharge of the file without feeling the flick himself, by not bringing his own body into the dire C circuit. He alio gave the flowick when fevcral L's of run percent ibid PCCI. Ning the Leiden file, Ichi water in his garden, made part of the circuit. This he did on the 28th of July, 1746, about the same time that Monsieur Monnier performed the same experiment, and lastly he found that the more globes were used, and the larger they were, the stronger was the effect. This must be the consequence of increasing the power of excitation. What being Mr. Jollyberg made the Leiden experiment with hot water. The file broke by a spontaneous discharge, and a circular piece, 2.5 lines in diameter, was thrown from the place of the rupture against a wall, which was at the distance of 5 feet. The V-fly, he says, had no crack or other injury. Dr. Watson, who gives an account of this famous experiment in the Philosophical Transactions, observes that it succeeded best when the phial, which contained the water, was of the thinnest glass, and the water warmer than the ambient air. He says he tried the eft of increasing the quantity of water in glass vessels of different sizes, as far as 4 gallons without in the lethal. Increasing the stroke, he also observed that the force of the stroke did not increase in proportion to the size of the globe, or the number of globes employed upon the occasion. For that, he had been as forcibly struck with a phial charged by means of a globe of 7 inches in diameter, as from one of 16, or from 3 of 10. And that at Hamburg a sphere had been employed of a Flemish L in diameter, without the expected increase of power. But in both these observations, there may have been some mistake. He sounds that if mercury was used in steel of water, the stroke was by no means increased in proportion to its specific gravity. He also first observed that several men touching each other and landing upon left tries were all shocked, though only one touched the gun barrel, but that no more fire was vuffable from them all than if one had only discharged it. Several of these observations show how imperfect this great experiment was under Hood, for some time after it was fifth made. Dr. Watson, however, observed a circumstance attending the charging of the phial, which, if pursued, would have led him to the discovery, which was afterwards made by Dr. Franklin. He says that when the phial is well electrified and you apply your hand thereto, you see the fire fly from the outside of the glass wherever you touch it, and it crackles in your hand. He also observed that when a single wire only was fastened round a phial, properly filled with warm water, and charged upon the instant of its explosion, the electrical coruscations were seen to dart from the wire, and to illuminate TB water contained in the DIA 114 1 Stoke, or joining hands, a person touching 2 oath persons in the circle who did them fivia touch one another, felt nothing of the effaxy, his body making no necessary part of the circle, and also if a man holding a wire, which communicated with the outside of the phial, as it hung upon the condor, should touch the conductor with it, the explosion was made. But the man felt nothing. In a paper read at the Royal Society, January 20 on Eft, 1748, Dr. Watson mentions another discovery relating to the Leiden phial, which Dr. Bevis suggested, and he completed, having been before fully satisfied, that the shock from the phial was not in proportion to the quantity of matter contained in the glass, but was increased by it, and likewise by the number of points of non-electric contact on the outside of the glass. He procured 3 jars, into which he put round leaden fly, and joining their wires and coating, discharged them all as one jar. Upon this, he observed that the electrical exhalation from 2 or 3 of those jars was not double brabber to that from one of them, but that the explosion from 3 was much loud than that from 2, and the explosion for 2 much louder than that from 1. This experiment had induced him to imagine that the explosion from those jars was a will to the great quantity of unelectric matter contained in them. And 12 T-Y-Y-I-F-bid P37, consider, the Leiden phial NJ, considering of some certain method of affluring him faith, whether the fad was so, Dr. Beevy informed him, that he had found the electrodisixtip. The history of non-electrics, he made a circuit confung of iron bars and teaspoons filled with spirits between each bar. But at Fimi small diflays from them, and, upon the explosion, all the spoons were on my rear at once. This was the first time, as he observes, that spirits were sired without either the spirits or the known electric on which they were placed, being insulated or put upon original electrics. And yet, he says that we know from its CFFs that the electricity goes through the whole circuit of non-electrics with all its tigor. Its progress is so quick as not to affect, and by attracting or otherwise, any light bodies disposed very near the non-ele and ICS, through which it must necessarily pass. It is curious to observe in what manner Dr. Watson explained the shock of the lighted file, about the time that he first made the experiment with it. He had then been led, by a course of experiments which will be mentioned hereafter, to the notion both of the Gefühle and Effeu of fluid matter in all electrical experiments. To apply this principle to the case in hand, he supposed that the man who felt the shock parted with as much of the tear from his body as was accumulated in the water and the gun barrel J, and that he felt the effect in both arms from the fire which was in his body, referring through one arm to the gun barrel and through the other to the file. He imagined also that as much fire and Jehon, Yebogazer Glack, night, the history of join a remarkable paragraph of the Dostat himself upon this Akvio, as I think it very applicable even to us in this more Attens for late of the science. I take notice of these, lays the Proctor, inasmuch as notwithstanding the very great progress which has been made in our improvements in this part of natural key philosophy. Within these few Yebji Paft Rai will regard us as only in our novitiate and therefore it behoves us, as far as we can be justified therein by experiment, to court any conclusions we may have drawn. If others yet more probable present themselves, the dueler has lived to see, not only that posterity would consider him and his ahiftance at that time, as in their novitiate, but he himself, already in the curl of a few years, looks upon both himself and them in the same light. And, considering the quick advances Flo making in this science, it is to be hoped he may still live to even the electricians of the present year to have been only in their novitiate. Having seen what was done by Dr. Watson towards CXP on electric shock before it was undertaken by Dr. Franklin, let us send what obligations we are under to other Anglo-electricians, and particularly Mr. Wyfont. Wilson says that as early as the year 1746, he discovered for a method of giving 7 TLIS the shock to any particular part of the body without affecting the rest. He increased the strength of the hawk by plunging the file in water, thereby giving it a coating of water on the outside, as high a WS 61E on the inside F, in a letter to Mr. Smeaton dated W. October 6th. 1746, he mentions his having made Femi experiments in order to discover the law of accumulation of the Kleckert matter in the iodine bottle, and found that it was always in proportion to the thinness of the glass, the surface of the glass, and that of non-electrics in contact with the inside END outside thereof. The experiments, he feigned, were made with water a little warmed, which was poured into the bottle, while the outside was immerged in a vessel filled with water but a little colder, leaving 3 inches or thereabout uncovered, which was preferred dry and free from dust. An account of TFDD experiment he wrote to MTI folks, and it was Rutpad before the Royal Society, October Reed 1746, as appears by their minutes of that day, though the original was lost per my slate. Another curious experiment Mr. Wyhan made in order to prove an hypothesis, which he conceived very early, of the influence of a subtle medium surrounding all betides, and resisting the entrance or exer of the allural fluid. To determine and he made Vilco Edui PI3, F LSCEVU I4, the I-20, the Histriata Leiden experiment with a chain, and considered each link of it as having 2 surfaces at left, so that lengthening or I-hortoning the chain in each experiment would occur different reactances, and the event, he says, proved accordingly. When he made the discharge with 1 wire only, he found the refiance to he less than whereby a chain was used. But to leave no room for doubt, he caused the chain to be aftercharged with a weight, that the links might be brought nearer into contact, and the event was the same AI when single wire had been used. 2 circuits being made, one consisting of the arms of a man and the other of the links of a chain, he found that the fire would take the arms of the man, but that if the chain were stretched, it would take the chain. No person, he says, who has not made the experiment would imagine with how much force the chain must be stretched before the experiment will answer, and the ilic fluid passed through it without producing an eye park at any of the links. That is, before E-links can be brought into absolute contact with one another, their own weight being by no means sufficient. Mr. Wilson observed that if one part of the Leyden file USS ground very thin and overed with sealing wax till it was charged, and then had the sealing wax taken off, and a conductor communicating with the Earth letter to Vofilef Wiron and AMNDLP6G, touched the Lyseron Fiat, ill twitched the thea apart, the charge would be dissipated in nearly half the time that at other rifts Zexold have been ages observed that bodies placed without the electric circuit would be affected with the Achaea if they were only in contact with any part of it or very near it. To flew this to the most advantage, he fed a charged file upon a glass stand and placed several pieces of brass upon the island, one of them in contact with the chain that formed the circuit, and others 1/20th of an inch from it, or for one another. And upon making the discharge, there was a spark visible between each of them, F and Altikov, in some ref TZs. To this was Mr. Wilson's observation that if the CR were sewer other very good conduers, the person who laid hold of them in order to perform the NC pyramid felt a considerable shock in that arm which was in contact with the circuit. He also observed that when the feel was coated within without with metals, the viral explosion bore the greatest proportion to the subsequent ones, the whole charge being dissipated almost at once, whereas when wetter was used, the subsequent explosions were more in number and more considerable, and that when the file was charged with nothing but a wire inserted into it, the first explosion in Luya TFP history, or slid the functionant ones were full more near lie, equal M.K. Wilson once happening to break a evaged wire by the convulsive shock given to his arms by the Leyden file. He fall into his hands WDL guarded with leather, a large wire of the thickness of slender knitting needle, and placed imfalf in such a manner that it would necessarily be frotched if his arms should be convulsed again. He caught Ingley Dilbarge the file, and this wire was broken like the former. Mr. George G. Kahai Flyrood, how fevral circuits for the discharge of the Leyden file might be made at the same time, and the fire be made to pass through them all, communicating with the outside of the file, and all together likewise laid hold of a brass rod with which the discharge was made. When they were all shocked at the same time, and in the same DNA agreed lastly, Mr. Canton found that if a charged file was placed upon electrics, the wire and the coating would give a spark or two alternately, and that by continuing this operation, the file would be discharged X this difficulty. Which K, the first that I find recorded of this excellent philosopher to Wilson, essay P84 TIPA, Dr. Franklin. But he did not then affirm that those alternate sparks proceeded from the two contrary elicitals. This history will furnish many more instances of persons being on the eve of great difficulties, without actually making them. Both Mr. Growlith and Mr. Richmond of Fervidi, in several cases, a longer spark between two buffies, when both of them were clarified then when only one of them was in that state, but neither of them repeated that the electricities were PF a different kind. We have seen what observations the Angoneum PLF beavers had made upon the Leyden experiment before the time of Dr. Franklin. Let us now take a view of what was done by Klechens in other parts of the world within the same period. As Mr. Muffchenruck's letter to Mr. Rio Moore concerning the experiment of the file came at time when many learned men were implied about electricity, the Abbé Noct and Mr. Dionner, gentlemen of the Academy, zealous to search into so extraordinary a phenomenon, divesting themselves of the seer with which the professor's letter had justly inspired them, made the experiment upon themselves, and in like manner, they found the commotion very terrible. The report of it instantly spread through the court and the city, from whence all ranks of men crowded to see this new kind is for the history of kind of thunder, And to experience the efficacy of it, the Abbé Nolef was the first who made experiments upon the phial in France, and the result of many of them was the same with what Dr. Watson had discovered, for which reason I shall not recite them here. They may all be fecund at one view in his Lemons de Philosophie 481. The circumstances which the Englifly philosophers hadst not attended to are the following. The abscess received a pock from a bottle, out of which the air had been exhausted, and into which the end of his conduit, or had been inserted. As he was amusing himself with observing the beautiful irradiations of the electric light in the vessel, it immediately occurred to him that, being so strongly electrified, it could not sail to give a box similar to that of the Leyden phial, and without it. Farther reflection, laying one hand on the vessel, and bringing the other to the conjurer, his conjecture was verified, but in a manner that gave him more pain than he could have wished. The blow he received was greater, he says, than he ever felt Fiome the Iden experiment in any other form. In the same place he observes that he never considered the water in the phial as of any use, but to convey the elyric matter into the inside of the glass, and that he ascribed the force of the glass in giving a shock to Nolt's Leptu de Fificare P 451, ASC par 1746, MPJF Retcher TCP 416. That 126 T et B history of the same instant of time, and ALF got the shock equally. Mr. Nollet OB tried the effect of the telechic shock upon two birds, one of which was a sparrow, and the other a chaffinch, which, as far as I can find, were the first brute animals of any kind that ever received it. The consequence was that upon the 6th and Ock, they were both instantaneously fruct motionally at the Fs, and as it were it fell off though for a time only, for they recovered some few minutes after. Upon the Efkakon shock, the sparrow was plucked dead, and upon examination was found livid without, as if it had been killed with a flash of lightning, most of the blood vessels in the body being burst by the shock. The chaffinch revived as before. F. Fikis were also killed with the electric shock by the abbé and others. The circumstance of the blood vessels of the sparrow being burst is pretty singular. I hack seen no such effect when smaller animals have been killed by a shock 50 times as great as it is probably abbé used upon this occasion. The Abbé Nollet, as well as Mr. Jalabert, mentions the bursting of glass vessels by the electric explosion. They were pierced, he says, with round holes 3 or 4 lines in diameter. It seems that the French philosophers, as well as the Engoff, had observed that if the E par 1746 MP31, I newly as lebadia, volume IP4 and file L, coi, IA3, Dr. Watson. Chapter 10, Period D8, Section 2, Distance and velocity of the electric shock, English philosophy, to measure the distance to which the electric shock can be carried and the velocity with which it passes. We are now come to an ampler field of electrical experiments in which we shall be FPF-tators, not of what might be exhibited in a private room, and by a few operators, but where we shall find as amazing apparatus necessary, and a great number of affieftants in the management of it, as well as the great old judgment, and the most unwearied patience in UI conduit. The French philosophers were the firel to appear in this field, but they excited the Englifly to go far beyond them in these great undertakings. It has been said already that a circuit was made of 900 twoffies, consisting of men holding iron wires betwixt each two, through which the electric shock was sensibly felt. At another time, they made the shock pass through a wire 2,000 toises in length, that is near a Priestley, or about 2 Englifly miles and a half, though part of the wires dragged upon wet grass, went over charnel hedges or palisades, and over ground newly plowed up. Into another chain they took the water of the Bafon and the Echefiel, and who were indefatigable in this business to VF to be transmitted to posterity in every worry of this nature. He planned and directed all the operations and never failed to be present at every experiment. His chief afflictants were Martin Folkes, EFQ, President of the Royal Society, Lord Charles Cavendish, Dr. Bevis, Mr. Graham, Dr. Birch, Mr. Peter Deval, Mr. Tremblay, Mr. Robbins, and Mr. Shortball. Many other persons and some of Dift and Chin gave their attendance à café hourly. Dr. Watson, who wrote the history of their procedure rigs in order to lay them before the Royal Society, begins with observing what was verified in all their experiments, that the electric J-chock is not Priestley F-piecing, conducted in the short F manner possible, unless the bodies through which it passes conduct equally well. For that, if they confidential and equally, the circuit is always formed through the best conductors, though the length of it be ever so great. The first attempt these gentlemen made was to convey the electric shock across the River Thames. Making use of the water of the river for one part of the chain of communication, this they accomplished on the 14th and 1/8 of July, 1747, by fastening a wire all along Westminster Bridge, at a considerable 6-height CSL electric circuit's IGT height above the water. One end of this wire communicated with the coating of a charged file, the other being held by his obferer, who, in his other hand, held his iron rod which he dipped into the river. On the opposite side of the river stood a gentleman who, at while, dipped an iron rod in the river with one hand, and in the other held a wire, the extremity of which might be brought into contact with the wire of the file. Upon making the discharge, the shock was felt by the observers on both sides of the river, but more offensively by those who were stationed. Of the electric fire having gout from the wort down the moist stones of T.U.'s Ridge, there ye making several eye-horter circuits to the file, but still ale palling Throgy the gentleman, who were stationed on the Famfi side with the machine. This was in a manner demonstrated by some persons feeling a sensible jock in their arms and feet, who only happened to touch the wire at the time of one of the discharges, when they were standing upon the wet steps which led to the river. One of the discharges made upon this aquafine, F. Purita were kindled by the fire which had gone through the river. Upon this, and the subsequent Ocaina, the gentleman made use of wires in preke, a F. Krentz. Watson's first to chains for this, among other reasons, that the electricity which was conduced by chains was not so strong as that which was conduced by wires. This, as F. Hay well observed, was occasioned by the gym-doors of the links not being sufficiently close, as appeared by the snapping and flashing at every gene fert, where there was the least separation. These Leffler happenings being numerous in the whole length of a chain, very sensibly lessened the great discharge at the gun barrel. Their next attempt was to force the electrical shock to make a circuit of 2 miles at the New River at Stoke Newell. This they performed on the 24th of July, 1747, at 2 places, at one of which the distance by land was 800 feet and by water 2,000. In the other, the distance by land was 2,800 feet and by water 8,000. The disposition of the apparatus was similar to what they before used at Westminster Bridge, and the FE answered their utmost expedition. But, as in both cases, the observers at both extremities of the chain, which terminated in the water. FLT, the shock as well, when they flood with their rods fixed into the earth 20 feet from the water, as when they were put into the river, it occasioned a doubt whether the Elic circuit was formed through the wildings of the river, or a much eye-horter way, by the ground of the Nieto. For the experiment, NG IC electric circuits, 133 tenant, plainly, hewed at the meadow ground, with the grays on it conduit the deducitive verve well. 134, Watson's TB's aim, same gentleman, pleased with Toulouse, success of their former experiments took another, the object of which was to determine whether the electric virtue could be conveyed through dry ground, and at the same time to carry it through water to a greater distance than they had done before. For this purpose, they pitched upon Highbury Barn beyond Islington, where they ritzed it into execution on the 5th of August, 1747. They chose a station for their machine almost equally distant from 2 other stations for observers upon the New River J, which were somewhat more than a mile asunder by land and 2 miles by water. They had found the streets of London when dry to conduct very strongly, for about 40 yards J, and the dry road at Newellton about the same distance. The event of this trial asked for their expectations. The electric tire made the circuit of the water when both the wires and the observers were supported upon original electrics, and the rods dipped into the G-Severt, they also both felt the jock. When one of the observers was placed in a dry gravelly pit, about 300 yards nearer the machine than the former station, and 100 yards distant from the river, from which the gentlemen were fat asphalt, that the dry gravelly ground had conduced the electricity as strongly as water. From the fiacs which the observers RCR received in their bodies, which the electric power was conduced Y-sticks. They were 136 Dr. Watson's fizz, as also the wire which communicate with the coating of the file, which was 3,868 feet long, and the observers were distant from each other 2 miles. The result of the explosion demonstrated to the satisfaction of the gentlemen present, that the circuit performed by that the electronic matter was 4 miles viz. 2 miles of wire, and 2 of dry ground be spaced between the extremities of the wires, a distance which without trial, as they justly observed, was too great to be credited. A gun was discharged at the inflant of the explosion, and the observers had stopwatches in their hands to note the moment when they felt the shock. But as far as they could distinguish, the tightening which the electric matter performing that vast circuit might have been instantaneous in all the explosions where the circuit was made of considerable length. It was observable that though the field was very well charged, yet that the eye-hap at the gun barrel made by the explosion was not near so loud as when the circuit was formed in a room, so that a bystander, says Dr. Watson, though versed in those operations, would not imagine from seeing the bash and hearing the report that the stroke at the extremity of the conducing wire could have been confided. The contrary whereof, when the wires were properly PNH'd, he says, always happened. Stall J33. Dr. Watson's Brucey F.C., who was greatly satisfied with the extent and success of them, said in a letter to P.R. Watson upon the occasion, magnificent tigimis tuts experimentus superagile cineas omnem, that the last of these experiments go upon a wrong supposition, and therefore can be of no use, it being supposed that the very same particles of the electric fluid, which were thrown on one side of the charged GFs, actually made the whole circuit of the intervening conductors and arrived at the opposite side, whereas PRG Frank TNA theory only requires that the deficiency on one side of the glass be supplied from the neighboring conductors, which may in return receive as much as they parted with from the side of the glass that was overcharged. So that, to be a little more particular, the redundancy of electric matter on the charged side of a pane of glass only paves into the bodies which form that part of the circuit which is contiguous to it, driving forward that part of the fluid which was natural to them, till at length the fluid which resided in those conductors which formed the lail part of the circuit passes into the hofted side of the glass. Bouti, filial, this be the case, though in great discharges it supposes the natural quantity of electricity in bodies to be very considerable, and should Dr. Watson and other philosophers at that time have conceived otherwise, it does not follow that the experiments could possibly electric circuits 139 possibly determine nothing, for there still remains something to be measured, viz. the time required FPR the success of dislodging the electric fluid in the whole length of the circuit, where the whole mass of the electric matter contained in all the intervening conductora FDP fluidly solid. No motion could be made at one extremity, without producing an instantaneous motion at the other J jolt as if one end of a rod be struck. The motion is injectly communicated to the other end. But this cannot be the case in an allophilic medium, the parts of which yield to one another. In this case, the motion is communicated in a rel succession, like a vibration, running the whole length of the circuit, which mult therefore take up time and be measurable. The motion of found may be measured, though no particle of the vibrating air be smally displaced. These great experimenta of Dr. Watson, therefore, HD, a real object, only appeared to be too small to be ascertained by them. Section. Chapter 11, Period 8, Section 3, Miscellaneous Discoveries. Before Franklin, Miscellaneous Discoveries of Dr. Watson, and others before the time of Dr. Franklin. The first of these discoveries, in order of time, and in importance second to none, except that of the fiat itself, and Dr. Franklin's diffgorgetry of the different electricity of the opposite sides of the Clyde glass was that of Dr. Watson, proving that the Glaffa, tuffses, and globes did not contain the electric power in themselves. Hutt only served as Fuji movers in 4D of terminers, as he calls it, of that power. He was first led to this discovery, H observing that upon rubbing the glass tube, while he was standing upon cakes of wax, in order, as he expelled, to prevent any of the electric power from discharging itself through his body upon the floor. The power was contrary to his expedition so much LC that no snapping could be offered upon another performance touching any part of his body, but that if a PCR not egidrified held his hand near the tube while it was rubbed, the snapping was very sensible. The event was the same when the globe was whirled in similar circumstances, for if Dr. Watson, 14, the man who turned the wheel, and who, together with the machine, was suspended upon heel, touched the floor with one foot, the electric fire appeared upon the conjurer. BWT, if he kept himself free from any communication with the floor, no fire was produced. Dr. Watson, by this, and the Fusieff experiments in conjunction, discovered what he calls the complete circulation of the electric matter. He observed that only a spark or two would issue from his hand to the insulated machine, unless he, at the same time, formed a communication between the conductor and the floor. But that, then there was a conflant and copious flux of the electric matter to the machine, observing that while his hand was in contact with the conductor, the man who turned this insulated machine gave sparks, which would fire inflammable substances, and perform other electrical experiments which were usually performed at the conductor. He naturally imagined that the fire issued from the man, for the very same reason that all electricians had before imagined that it came from the conductor, and seeing that the man gave no fire unless there was a communication between the floor and the conductor, he concluded that, in this case, the fire was applied by that communication, so that the curve of the electricity was inverted, as he expresses it. Vital truer a brogy PG volume, JTP George. If we discoveries, it was not hen fuffeted that the eye sequem not difting gulf in what direction an aletheric spark proceeds. Electricians natural imags fit all electric powers, and consequently the electric fluid, which they forbade 6 be the cause of these powers, existed in the excited electric, whatever it was, and that whatever powers were exerted by electrified bodies proceeded from a real communication of electric matter to them accordingly. When Dr. Watson found that, by cutting OFELFELF the communication of the electric with the floor, all electrical operations were stopped, he concluded that the electric fluid was collected from the floor to the rubber, and thence conveyed to the globe, for the same Re and FBN, seeing the rubber or the man who had a communication with it, give no sparks, but when the conductor was conninine with the floor, he would as naturally conclude that the globe was supplied from the conduit floor as he had before concluded that it was supplied from the rubber. Comparing both these experiments together, Dr. Watson was led to infer that Art 3, 1 electrical operations, there was both an effect X of electric matter to the globe, and the conductor, and likewise an F equals of the same electric matter from them. Sending that a piece of Lea silver was separated between a plate electrified by the conductor and another communicating with the floor. 6. Dr. Watson, 143 floor, he reasons from it in the following manner. No body can be suspended in equilibrio, but by the joint action of 2 different derivations of power, so bear the blast of electric ether from the excited plate blows the filler towards the plate, unexcited, and this last, in its turn, by the blast of electric ether from the floor setting through it, drives the silver toward the platform electrified. We find from Harris likewise that the draft of electric ether from the floor is always in proportion to the quantity thrown by the globe over the gun barrel, or the equilibrium by which the silver is suspended could not be maintained. Dr. Watson observes that the Abbé Nuet, 2 years before he made this communication, had given it as his opinion, though without any experiment which proved it, that the electric matter did not only proceed from the eleftin bodies, but from all others about them, to a certain distance. Sometime after this, Dr. Watson observes in a paper read at the Royal Society, January 12th, 1748, that Dr. Bevis had carried Biz's experiment to prove that rubbing the tube or the globe only conveyed and did not produce the electric matter farther than he had done. For he had observed above a year before that placing one man upon electrics to rub the tube or globe. And at the other also, if 44F is go varies also upon electrics to touch them, as the conductors, both the man who rubbed and the man who touched the excited glass would give a spark. And farther, that if the G touched one another, the enapping was much greater than if either of them touched a person standing upon the floor. Upon this, the doctor isems to have corrected his former opinion of the afflux and efflux of electric matter, for he accounts for this fact by supposing that as much electricity as was taken from the person rubbing was given to him who touched the conductor, being conveyed by the globe. By this means the electricity of the former of these hyperphons, he observes, was more rare than it naturally was, and that of the latter more dense, so that the density of electricity between these two persons differed more than that between either of them, and another person landing upon the floor. In this manner did Dr. Watson discover what Dr. Franklin observed about the same time in America, and called the FUs and minus in electricity. Dr. Watson observed that the flame at the end of an electrocyte wire was sensible to the hand, as a cool blaffle of willed, and that, when light fiances were attraced and repelled between an electrified plate and one communicating with the floor, the fusification of these alternate attractions and repulsions was extremely quick, so that for times the eye of Dr. Watson GMI could budgetly kiawe pace with Ig, and that wore a globe of about an inch in diameter, very light A and D, finely blown, was put upon a plate of metal, and another plate blown on the coedular over it. The ilrox and oei, the alternate atraflioni and repulsions, trare, almost too quick FBR the year. Frotten this lie, I pyramid he likewise deduced an argument to PO the extreme B velocity with which these glass globes were attracted and repelled. He says that if they were let fall staff dome, he height of 6 feet or more upon a wooden floor, or aerial, a plate of metal. They were zeri broke its bat, that by the atra and ion and topolphion of them between these plates, the VIQ, the distance of no more than 1/1 inch, they were frequently beaten to piece 4. The Pofter also proved that the electric icatter passed through the substances of the etal oi communication, and not over the surface of idua by covering a evroyer with a irixterofa, adrofin, and discharging a file through it. IMVS here observed that Mr. Benier, the younger, discovered that electricity ibina communicated to homogeneous bodies in proportion to their mouths or hanity of honor, but rather in proportion to their surfaces, and yet that all equal surfaces do not receive equal quantities of electricity BT. That TXC receive the most ifidi and in your jaw extended in length, that a PB mutat T bridge IDXP 3 pan H square N Jine jibe vi T dial that darblish square sheet of lead for I aftons receive a ymak less quantity of electricity than a small LFLX sip of the same metal with a surface equal to that of a square flick. Mr. Wilson, whose curious observations in the LIZCN file have been mentioned in a former Lua, claims no small hair of honor in this. As early AUA, the latter end of the year 1746, he made the fattening discovery that Baruat von Hadonk Vizda, that the electric fluid did not come from the globe, but from the earth itself, and from all other non-electric bodies about the apparatus. He fudged a method of proving this amyletifer to Mr. One-Hoot from Chester, and mentions his having completed the experiment him at TF soon after, in a letter to Mr. Smeaton from Dubkine. Having conceived that the difference between electric and non-elect bodies was owed to the different refifteus, which a to medium, as he calls it, on the surface of all bodies gave to the passage of the electric fluid, and conceiving that heat would rarefy this medium and thereby convert electrics into non-electrics, he made some experiments. Whitey confirmed him in that fabrication. He found that one person might communicate electricity to another, not landing the intervention of a considerable quantity of red-hot glass. He also made other experiments of a similar nature, as discharged Tefig files by means of hot glass, hot amber, futrol, abruged VORT, TSEI, and 6, Dr. Wissoff 147 of the various other heated. The Yang, however, as Mr. Canton afterwards observed, might be a willed to the hot 8 upon the surfaces of those bodies, which he found to transmit electricity very evil. But another experiment which Mr. Doublefond made upon melted Rofini does not fed him thou liable to that object flippii. He poured the inelted Rofi into K file and found that he condoled give shock idiot, but he observed that these shocks diminu as Herefin grew cold, and that when it will quite cold they entirely ceased. Mr. Wilson mentions a curious experiment, of which, however, he doxlot fay that he was the inventor, which he made with paper veins, a bic, and a cork, and suspended by a magnet. These, he lays, if they were brought near the point of any body proceeding from, the prime conductor would turf round very swiftly, but would not turn at all vacuote. This blast hethotite was occapried by the eye-flewing of the electric matter out of the point, which caused a current in the air, but B did not try what would be a consequence of presenting the veins to a point which received the electric fluid. Lastly, Mr. Wilson observed, thought if a needle were presented to a piece of down hanging to the condyfloor, it would chung COFA to it, but that lippin present anything that was blunt, it would be repelled again, and lays that Mr. Canton made Weuben, a fire P143, FIM, P141, L2 Feverage J48 experiments, several curious experiments, OT and E knife kind MK, Smeaton within this period, UJ Fervadi, if a man who was infuted prefixed against the globe with the slap part o high hand, while another Arfun analog on EFEF floor did the same. In order to excite it, Tiak P. Perfo, who was yoflated, would hardly HP electrified at all. But that, SFEI laid cougars lightly on the RFO Hohev, E Wutai Cleesrified very frukly Effie. Urtil Viame injure OS person also observed that Fipoa heat D2 diamifordal of a large bar of iron to a gloving heat and electrifying it. The electric power of the part that was heated was as efterag as T, both the cold part J. For several curians, YF Kotznes relating EGP FTF tidricity, I paid within this period, we are indebted to bar miles in a PAP 9 globular LCOT, ISIC optimile, 149 globular potifier to appear first on HH Singer, from which yield 2 TD regular ariums towards the wax in the form of a comagite tail. This is now well known to be the constant appearance of the electric fire between an undine and neuropsych's body, IMD, and electric excited negatively. Dr. Miles found a stick of sulfur to PTCR femorum very wefful, but not at all when he had put an iron rammer in the center of it to strengthen it. It is remarkable that after letting this stick upright in a cupboard, it lost all its electric virtue and could never afterwards be excited in the least degree. This effect the Duat attributed to its being put up without any cover. Dr. Miles also mentions his having got a tube of green glaft, W. Heach, he could never excite, but with great difficulty, and then but to a small degree Fe. The same ingenious gentleman, sometime Stefter, made an experiment upon pieces of Leah's brass, in a bottle hermetically sealed. To these, he found he could give motion by the approach of the excited tube to through, the same manner as if they had been in the open air, but one appearance fructi him, of which he by no means give chief a factory account. He offers that when he removed the tube FD on the exhausted glass slowly, no commotion was seen in the Lee's Brafa, but a very bright one. Wilfsy I Flecky P 317 L3 upon N Jane, J Vagaric upon removing it sub. Ledid this and FT could not have been understood but by com, pairing it with other fats, depending upon the FMI principle, and which were not diff-conquered till some years after, from England, to which, as an English man, I would give the preference wisely. IQ matters of absolute indifference. I pass over to France, where, next to those made in England, the most important discoveries, and great number of them were made in the period of which I entreat. And without all dispute, the greatest name in France, this or any other period, except that of Mr. Dufay, his friend and a Fabriciate, is that of the Abbé Nuet. The favorite observation of Mr. Nollet, on which he built his darling theory of effluences and effluences, was that bodies not insulated, plunged in electric atmospheres, showed signs of electricity. He observed a feeble blast from the hand of a person not electrified. In the above-mentioned circumstances, also the attraction and repulsion of light bodies by them, the appearance of flame, the diminution of their weight by incraft evaporation and perspiration, and almost every other appearing and effete of electricity. I moreover observing that Bislobe cockfrafold a foulnify, while it was whirlings even when rubbed with a deed hand. He had the curiosity to call it a quantity of the mat, TCR up the French, 151 terhult form that foulness. And finding that, then, it was put into the 6th ryer, I had the final of burnt hair, he concluded that it was an animal substance, and that it had been carried by the affluent electricity from his own body to the globe. The only mistake of TFAO's ingenious philosopher MLD's experiments, and which was TFF porous of many outliers, which, in the end, greatly bewildered and perplexed him, was to lie at the electricity of the body, which was plunged in the atmosphere of an electrified body, was of the same nature with that of the electrified, and lie, but preferred the different, which Mr. Dufay had flip-covered between the two electricities, and imagined that the BD dielectrified, and that Eiflick was plunged in its atmosphere, were pofulted of these two different and opposite electricities. He might have been led to the 6 freak discoveries made by Mr. Canton Drancoon, and Mr. Wilke, which we shall find arose from that single observation, and he would have avoided a great deal of delicate and contention, which has not ended to his advantage. This partial discovery of Mr. Nollet is by no means the only one of his that the history of T-fletricity precedes in this period. He made avidal experiments on pointed bodies and observed that those which had T at the PFMLL point soonest throughout Bruflis of Nola CF Retrodii P14-2, Jew 4 electric E5 Vela, discoveries electric lychee, but did not alfexo other figaft of electric, so strong as belies that were not pointed. He took a great deal of pains, e.a. making experiments, in order to determine the degree in which different fubulences conduce to TT electric fluid, and found that the smoke of gumlac, turpentine, carob, and sulfur did not carry away the electricity in extended TBIB loon as the smoke of linen would, and for more especially flame of water and the FQVBPF burning tallow and other fatty fubulences. In short, he found that vapora, which were not watery, did very little or no injury to electrical experiments, provided the tube was not exposed to them near the re, which caused moisty room, did not prevent his performing experiments at lethal J and a key great degree, nor were odoriferous flu, all prejudicial to them. CLL curious observations were mad, upon heat and heated Baugia. He that a piece of iron glowed hawk, so as brow off ignited particles did not lie a molecular trace of electricity in an excited to which it had been brought with, and only held there to I, but it ceased to escape TIPCD flans before it ceased to be. Influence at all long before tie electricity of the two TCG. And as probably conveyed through Reprochet P 146 F a bit J 194 and C or tilt 7s dot M53 UD NII all flux as it can hardly be C Ipofix TGB iron emitted Jui in a dipole of producing that phase. Pi found act the XI tube loss not be out of EU already the CLTOI focus of a burning mirror. that the flame of a candle or the near Averwaji Joffet ruled a fire of 7 electricity had been known before. He observed that BKI4, Ye disturbed by the Aphrodite excited too, and he mentions Mr. Artutu and the Abi Nidhams having Chen found that the entypofission of the thin-eye piece of glass or of any other phobance between Tybe candle and the tube prevented the dipatio of EB electricity, from who facti it was a gifnant, that the dubpation was Ju Iwayog to Ib me effluvia proceeding. Calm viho, hia operations on what increased or impeded electrical experiments he found, iha a light body, placed on a non-electric U-end. You cheat more brady upon the approach of an elified body. Then, when it will lie, placed upon an electric field. Several eladical experiments, he observed, for he did best and there was a number of L-atatius present. And when they drew near and flood cloths together to see his experiment, provided they did not occasion so great a peroration as made his detates moist section. Theo observatua, we shall find accounted after by hereafter, by Mr. Wilkes C. Yabid P.I. Sibid P. The N.G. and Georgia 5 L.C. Abbey Moitened. I recorder or spirit of Willie, a fleeter and pointed bar of iron, and thought that the blast from the point of it was mart sensible, ephas navaka. It was not moyined, which he attributed to the electric fluid carrying away with it some df the particles of the water and of the spirit of Willie. Some few observation the Abbe made on the difference between FXEN excited and Kamalakast electricity, and between the electricity of Glayphi and that of sulfur. He often read that the electricity of an exerted globe or tube caused an odd sensation upon the face, and if a fighter's web were drawn over it, whereas that CFE was FDDOM produced by communicated allegiacity. Excited electricity, he also says, might be perceived by the smell at more than a foot distance. When communicated didricity could not he melted sulfur in a GKFS globe by turning it over a chasing DIA coals. When he observed that small pieces of sulfur, before they were melted, trailed and repelled by the glaze within, at the same time that the alleys of the coals were atrays without jail bead, a piece of excited sulfur in one hand, why a piece of down slicking to it and ready to fly off the down, he says, would cling fast to the fulfua uppy and preventing to it an excited glass tube, which he held in his other band section. Retrically, P140, TTTPP. 136, I shall in on the yellow of TTA French 15F5. I shall in the last place recite the Abicollit's experiments made in vacuo. He found that glass and other electrics might be excited in vacuo, but not so strongly as in the open air. He inferred that there was a remarkable difference between the appearance of the alike light in vacuo and in the open air, being much more diffuse and unbrojou in vacuo inserting the extremity of his cadoodler into an exhausted glass vessel. He often received the vessel to be full of light whenever he brought his hand to it, that the light was confoundably increased when he spread his hand over it, and that when a spark was TP-kin from the conduor, the whole vessel seemed to be full of light. He also observed that immal pieces of metal enclosed in the vessel adhered close to the glass, but detached then a yillaveb from it on the approach of the fi or of any coador oedio attempted, and monier attempted. An ingenious method, to be certain, whether the quantity of electricity communicated to a body was in proportion to its solid or superficial contents. He first found that an anvil which weighed 200 pounds gave but an inconsiderable FPDRK, while the spark from a F-peaking churn pen of tin, which weighed but 10 pounds, but was 8 or 9 feet long, was almost equal to the shock of the Leiden fire. He then observed that percent ball of lead ISGoverals IDK in diameter GFTD, another from I thin piece, and IUA of the EPI fupetlaces, IF the form of a hithridipite. And LAFTX, he took a thin and tan EA of lead and obferred at JT5 it drift. In its whole length it gave a very strong spark, but a really small one when it as rolled into a tub. But beyond FF Geyer, Ioche of lead, did not give a spark equal to one from a piacle of the fewn quantity of furfies, but of greater length, he concluded, that though elerification is fronter in proportion to the further ease of electrified bodies, yet that of equal further ease, that which is drawn out to the greatest length 11, have the advantage. There are two other names for of Debricu and in Franc. TFE ekpermaths tad ekpermaths tad derivations made with ithia period. The fifth to be mentioned. Of these is Mr. Boutanger. He took great pains to determine the degree in which different substances are capable of being excited. The experiments belays were made with the greatest ear, and though the fee-tax of the science did not admit of this business being determined with greater accuracy, it may not be D.I. agreeable to see the R fault of them, W.G. He has comprised in the following table. Digiting with those that are least excitable in every column at Fit 1746, MP 693, first ebony, grasswood, boxwood, sandalwood, oak, elmy, alma, and one linden tree. I life with both ozik. Cork, dry wood of all kinds, sealed of alley kinds, mule bepney, ness. Ivory, horn silly. Third column, alum, tigar candy, RENCHD, phosphorus of burn yellow and jevenate, Japan viril, Isandarek, methich, amber, jet, pitch, gum copal, gum lac, colifornia, isulfur JR, celium wax, all salts which have sufficient consistence, VR Rex, fourth cold Lobton. John Dowsey marble of all cum slate, Freerstoic granite porphyr jaffkir, varnified earth, cornelians, agates, all opaque tissue wild names, porcelain, fifth, 90th, fifth column, venki, and muftity telk, hyacinth, colored diazans, F opal, peshly yellow, emerald white diamonds, F amethyst, peshly the brill topaz, lion, ruby, all transparent pressy sapphire, auseftonia, cat's eye, glass, and all vitrified peridocations without X granite, excepting those of rock crystal metals. The inference which this infutherarship from this catalog is that the most brittle and the most transparent fubfiances, A, always the most illyric, and he haya, recourse to an awkward hypothesis to account for the markophytes not being excitable at all, notwithstanding they are both brittle and transparent. He says it is will to condensed air contained in those fubfunces, which is known to prevent excitation. TFB, same author, says that mineral waters are much more sensibly affettled with electricity than common water, that black rabona, are much sooner atrophied than those of other colors, and next to them, the brown and deep red F. Mr. DEG or MNS19. Mr. Lecat, a physicias at Rouen, who has dipped in gut he in felf by several performances in the Lurhafor world, suspended viral pieces of Leah's gold as condir, and observed that they work at different distances, according to Theffert Elises. The smaller pieces, Placeric Demfulvia and Kiefer, the Tondu for, and the Jarger receding farther FN compares to the distances at 6, make their evolutions I-ound. Ethelpof the Casfi, to yet the same author, very particular electric shock. Tick, ek, KD, Euphalata to thunder. FQTs, but few articles for the IRI of this period. One of them, Turiwa, and well deserves to be I posterity. Mr. Gordon of Verhey, Electricity of a Cat, JTO, strongly. If was communicated by Iron D Spirit of Will F, and mentioned before. Tliat several relied air in Ermir Bibin, sat high flow re P84, 85T Noil, Irex Circle P93. Gvicit Pilo. Mr. Asixo discover Aegis Mr. Jalabert, Profure PFA at Genera, found that a tuong of pits did not prevent the codualber from being electrified, which proved that the electric fluid enters Lubtande of Inital. ELP proteated with that ice was coaster of LT3D by snaking the Leiden S Peruav with a bot K, in which water was frozen. The amaxing geotic step 5 GSS of electricity now began to make Philomera look for it, where it had not Hiji before. Te first account that EI had given of woolen garments being observed to exhibit signs of electricity when they were JPB Afik, the flash of light they gave, were known to he will to elicity, was E to the Roy Society by Mr. Coke of Defilum White, who says that a lady of his C.E. Intent Obenbrer served it, and that it was also a list found that it was only hue flannel affid after some time wearing, which gave that appearance and that Thea property was lost. When it as washed, F.E. the same appear another occasion, frosty weather, in notice that their greater purity of teor, but that all be for hairs as he fr more elephant, and confequently fuffable of, and more capable of citing strong v I wear PG 50. Ratione. Oh, the tutermanal as six cerbration. He lays that the flannel BDD one entered damp with fie watery and afterwards dry, would heighten the tlyfru, happy pariases, but though this was the RRT of PHDF, the kind that was observed after it was known to art fee from electricity, phenylat API lyrances had been several fitneys noted, B.U. Soar, the first being who Fleur rift in 16,501, wrote a book de luce animalium in which Gi supposes that Anagiasefuvia had a Giasefu. The same right phase, that Theodore Beza might be seen by A, light proceeding from his eyebrows, in that sparks would Aleth furl the body, Charles Unzaga Doke of Mantua, upon being gently wrapped. But he does not fact whether he had any particular Harry or FCA hyperphyses to his Itkenef Dr. Simpra, who published Tessuia Ophifore Cal Diff Durf on fermentation. Dedicated TD the Hoyad Society in 16,751. Also takes notic Tiff, the light proceeding from animals. Oh, frico tio. Equidition, as Ikaya coming of a Warlson's head, the curine of a Lorley, and the ilroki egg of a cat Mr. Clayton Alio, in jail ladder 2 and 4 boil. Dated Jewel, 23D, 16,1841, at Jamshid 6 Wibe in Virginia. Geez, he abede the suit account of a ill-run accident, as her house he which BP find to one Mrs. Sewell, whose wear-ag apparel emit JLWDP quest, and Jervig at 5LC. A 62 miscellaneous tetaflating of sparks, which were seen HF several per annents. The like happened to Lady Ballymore, her mother-in-law. I shall conclude this fichion with what I can find in this period, about increasing the power of electricity and measuring it and effefta, Mr. Mania the younger, whose name has been frequently mentioned, and the course of this history used glass ipheroids in fiat of globes, and endeavored to improve his electrical power by using several of these periods at a ume. But he found upon trial that they did not answer his expectations, and was thence disposed to conclude that Oierike might he's ne plus uitra in the intensity of electricity, as well as in the heat communicated to avoiding water F, the power of Gale and electrifying being found to be fine great. It is no wonder that philosophers should endeavor X and find what kind of GKFA was, C enable of being excited to the greatest DV. Among other proposals, we have very model, one communicated to the Royal Society, April 6th, 1749, by Mr. Botfu. He says that a Giaffia ball, which has often been employed in violent distillations and other chemical operations, sends forth electricity in cotai parapti more strong than any glass which had never been exposed to so violent a liar. This article is the more curious, as it shows us how much Philippo era at this filtran zubatij vui JTPI's discoveries. I 60 time peaked them revolves upon discoveries Irie electricity. He Kurtz as being the first paraben who ever mentioned this notable circumstance, as he calls it, and desires Dr. Watfoy, to whom he communicated it, to let him have the honor of that imperveduent in the philosophical transfactions. It was within this period that Dr. Watfoy contrived to improve the strength of electricity by moistening the rubber of his globe, though he was not aware of all the reasons for it. He observed that the man who flood tea on the floor to excite the globe by his hand did it brar forwardlithen a cullion. This H lays, he can id riot conceive to be O will TD any other difference, than to his HD being more moiful, and consequently I were readily tanduthrurag the electricity from the floors. Wherefore he ordered bis machine arid even as caffeine to be made damp, and then found that the electricity was as strong as when the globe was rubbed by the hind tia, a gentleman at Chartres. In France, Gitteli rearf the efforts of claricity by murals of Fleufcher, for asserting which he is very much ridiculed by the author of Hijuar de Publicity. Mr. Wilson says that if the Kuflian, which he made of leather, was gilt with silver, brass, or copper, is would do very well J, and that the silk line on which the conductor fill RMFT Bridget for MXP and L bung should be red or yellow. The tab key VHS should hand on moist G found, or a wire pass from the machine to the monogram plus. Dr. Watson also found that though no ephedricity could be produced by rubbing the globe with original elcrics perfectly dry, yet that they anferred very way when they had been made moist. The water imbibed by thoi subflances serving as a canal of communication to the elicity between the hand, or the cullion and the globe. In the AA manner, as the air replete with vapors is damp weather, prevents the accumulation of the electric matter in any considerable degree by contacting it as FAA as it excited to the encarelnon tier C. He observed on Tikika contrary that most vegetable epipansto made and dry. As poetic fumeth electricity, but F ma in quantities, he excited electricity not only from linens, cotton, and C, but even from I-beat lead and a deal board. The Abbé Nolet says that he found oil turpentine upon a piece of Woolton doth excited glass very powerful, but that TBE calfed water mixed with it prevented the T-exercitation section, Mr. Boulanger says. That if two sick nabale or six be made of the lamb kind of glaze and of the lame faillon, one of them transficate and the other tinged with any color, the transformate cylinder will be excited more easily will, and net be P6 TVP ectil bit. J and O, Iroclical F-168, TBAS discoveries. 165 band, the colored one he acknowledges, however, that sometimes the most transfrecurrent, and the raw off brittle glass is capable of acquiring but cadal etstericity Fe. In another foo, he says that a cylinder of Durs or 4 lines in thickness will acquire a stronger AID, a more lasting electricity than a cylinder of 1 line thick. He also says that a perfon's 2 hands or 1 Q and ion is better than more section. About the same time that Dr. Wafba made his first experiments upon the Zeon file, Mr. Canton discovered a method by which the quantity of electricity accumulated for the file might be measured to a good degree of exactness. He took the charged file in his hand and made it give an arc to an insulated conductor, WB spark he took tiff with his other hand. This ration be repeated till the whole was discharged, and he estimated the height of the charge by the number of the farl. This is a pretty certain and exact method of knowing how high a file has hen charged. But what electricians chiefly want is a method of ascertaining how HEG8 file you're charged, or the exact force of the charge, why it is coated in the glass. Something of this kind was dosed by Mr. Ellicott in the same year, 1746. He proposed to estimate the strength of Kamoa X IBD, PEJJ. 1 PLL and 3 Yellow 16 discoveries or Clary 6 KCI by its power to raise a weight in one scale to balance, while the other JF all be held over the refined body, and pew to it by its trowel of power. MF, growleth H.O. Con, and rooted in a lead vomit upon the same principle FDA in B6 Nullet, applied the threads that Mr. Gray and Dufay had used in Elrica experiments to IQ the degree of eloquency. He hung 2 of them together, and Obera served the angle of their divergence by means of the rays of the fun, or the light of a cocky deal, and their ahado upon a board placed behind them. Mr. White's also thought of the Jane kit of electrometer with this improvement, that he loaded the ends of the Thrichitfi with small weights X Buliber P324 F Danzig Maun volume IP Jije I High people. 58. Section the Abbé Nolet 167. Chapter 12. Period 8, Section 4 for experiments on animal, and organized bodies them, made ship of my TD Abbe Nullet. Hitherto the effect of electricity upon human bodies had not been attended to, farther than the mere hawk of the Iden file. But we shall now see a curious fet of experiments on this subject exhibited by the Abbe de Nollet. The Inglioi philosophers, who led the way in almost every other application of Aeonidia, were among the last to try its eads upon animals and other organized bodies. The only article that I can find upon this subject before the DEF queries of the Abbe Nollet is one of Mr. Trembley's, who says that several persons had observed that while they were electricity, their pulse beat a little swifter than before. He is that Y himself, after having been electrified a long time together, had felt an odd sensation all over his body, and that some persons had FDF very sharp pains after bio-chlorified peel trap. JTI 18, Discoveries of the Ingenious Abbe Nollet, begins Hissex B. Pisar menu, witchy the evaporation of fluids by electricity. They were made with the GR attention, and the following observations were FE refolt of them. Electricity augments the natural evaporation of fluids, since accepting MECR curie, which into hesivi and the oil of F olives, which is 2 zix an ounce. All the others which were tried suffered a diminution. F, which could not be ascribed to any other cause, thep electricity. 2. Electricity on-cuts the evapoif ratios of thoi fluids the most, which are 3. Electricity has a greater ethly ichpon ewids when the vessels which contain thera arc non-elcris. The effavi always seeming to be a utile greater when the D vessels were of metal than when they were of gafg. This increased evaporation was more CPNF durable. When the Yi and EI which contain FD, the liquor was more open, but the EFFIs did not increase in proportion to their apertures. For when these liquors were allegrified in vessels, whose aperture was only 4 inches in diameter, though they pre-fancy DTP the air a surface 16 times larger, the Abbe Nolted 169. Later than when they were contained in eels wapa aperture was 1 inch in diameter. They were nevertheless far from featuring a diminution proportioned to that L difference. Electrification does not make any liquors evaporate through the pores, either of metal or of clay. Lints after experiments, which we've continued 10 hours, there was found no diminution of their weight. When the veffu in which they were contained were well slopped, Aptibar having made experiment on fluids, the Abbe began another course on solids of various kinds. The result of which was that they joffed weight only in proportion to the moisture they contained and the openness of their pores to abialio. Extended Bia's experiments to other sensible qualities of bowies, as their smell, their taste, and chemical properties, but found no change in any of them after a strong and continued clarification of a variety of substances. Electrification did not affect the power of the magnet, and neither retarded nor accelerated the heating or cooling of bodies. He then proceeded to the electrification capillary tubes full of water, it having been observed by Mr. Bose, who communicated the observation to Mr. Nollet, that the water would iltu an aconite flame when they were electrified, whereas it would only drop very slowly without that operation. Every person, at first sight, would judge that the stream was accelerated and that the electrific fuel would soon be empty. But this accurate theophyfer was unwilling to rely on earthed appearances, and therefore resolved to ascertain the fate by McCaftering the time and the quantity of liquor running cut. And IA ordered to know if the acceleration, supposing there were any, was uniform. During the whale time of the running out, he made use of the flays of different capacities terminating in pipes of CFC borers from 3 lines in diameters to the smallest capillaries, as the AB did not find it so easy a matter to draw a safe conclusion in this case as might at first be imagined. He gives us in gross the following result of above 100 experiments, The electrified stream, though it divides and carries the liquid farther, is neither sensibly accelerated nor retarded, when the pipe through which it issues is not less than a line in diameter 2. If the tube is wide enough to let the liquid run in a continuous stream, electricity accelerates it $little, but less than a person would imagine if he judged by die number of jets which are formed, and by the distance TQ which they go. Recursion-bot P 327 FMLTX abridged GXI 3IUL. Frony which the water only drops naturally. If the tube be a capillary frony which the water only drops naturally. The F-electrified jet not only becomes a continuous ed stream and even divided into several B streams, but is also considerably accelerate ed. And the smaller the capillary tube is, the greater in proportion is this AC, celestial. Joe is the essence of the electric virtue that drives the water in a convectant stream out of a very small capillary, the most unaccountable of these experiments. As the ingenious Abbé acknowledges, are those which suppose a retardation of the Clefide current, and he long doubted the height, but a great number of experimental, carefully noted in his journal, obliged him to admit it, though still with hesitation, and to went for it in the best manner he could. Urich indeed is not very satisfactory. The beautiful appearance of these streams of La and E-fied water when the experiment was exhibited in the dark, it is particularly described by this author, after Miltos. Bose and Gordon, who first obfuscated it of these last experiments fervity as a basis to the benign future inquiries. He confided all organized bodies as assemblages of capillary tube, filled with a fluid that tends to run through them and often to flow out of them. Reclifsey P351, FJBID P354. FUZ discoveries or inconsequential, as this idea he imagined. Chat the electricity virtue might possibly communicate some motion to diatap of vegetables, and also augment the inefficienable perspiration of animata. He began with the follow-Wilge experiments, the result of which confirmed his supposition. He electrified for 4 or 5 hours together fruits, green plants, and fungus, dipped in water, which he had carefully vitraed, and found that, after the experiment, all those bodies were remarkably lighter than others of the same kind, weighed with them, both before and after the sea experiment and kept in the same place. And temperature the elerification, sea growth vegetables was first begun in Britain. Mr. Mainbray at Edinburgh Electrics, 2 more trees during the whole month of October 1746. Where they put forth small branches and blossomed sooner than other shrubs of the same type, which had not been eligible. Mr. Newell, leering of this experiment, was encouraged to try it himself per cent. He took 2 garden pots filled with the same earth and sowed with the same seeds. He kept them constantly in the same place and took the same care of them, except Tilliat, one of the 2 was electrified 15 days together for 2 or 3, and sometimes 4 hours a day. The consequence was that the RP Cheerhigh P35 Jicari, the Abbe Nollet, 17 electrified not always flying the sprouts. USC's 2 or 3 days sooner than the other. It also threw out a greater Nunabet OI shoots, and those longer in a given time event, which made him believe that the electric virtue helped to open and display the germs, and thereby to facilitate the growth of plants. This, however, our cautious philosopher only calls a conjecture, which required farther confirmation. The Fifine, he says, was the 2 hour advance to him to make as many experimenta as be could have but belays the next course of experiments had greater certainty, and they are not ikfi interested. The Ioun experiments were carried on about in the same time by Mr. Jalabite, Mr. Bolke, and the Abbé Men, principal of the College of Bouilly, at Angers, who all drew the same conchihans from them, the Abbé Sipo Fevcrat pairs of animat. Different kinds, cats, peons, chaffinches, FFC, are tutadihi put into feparet for wooden cages, and weighed them. One of Agiac pair he elerified for fire or Epitex hours together, and then weighed them again. The result tire us that the electricity cat was commonly 65 out 70 grain, lighter than the other, the pigeon from 35 to 38 grains, the chaffinch of sparrow 6 or 7 grains. In order to have nothing to charge upon the difference, the F3OI plus Richard Bay, PJJ, might 174 Niscovelas 1 might arise from the temperament of the individuals he happened to pitch upon. He repeated the same experiments by Eli and rifying that annal of each peer which had not been electrified before J and I with TNDHIB all varieties. After these experiments, he had no doubt but that electricity would create the insensible corruption of atoms. But it was not certain whether Thea increase TFL the ratio of their bulks, or in TF titch surfaces. The obvious opinion was that it was neither in the one or the other, dry heat speaking, but in a ratio much more nearly approaching the latter than the former, so that he imagined there was no room to apprehend. That a human perf in clarified water lose near S50th part of his weight, as it appeared to him to have high into one sort of bird, nor 1/40th part, $1 to the pigeon, and see all Thea he had then observed upon that head was, that a young man or woman between the ages of 20 and 30, from being electrified 5 hours together, had lost several ounces of their weight, more than they were wont to lose when they were not II and refined FE. The Abbé observes that no inconvenience whatever was felt by the persons who submitted to be electrified in this manner. They recfeet CP366 VP3 only to EFB nola only. If $6 Rai found themselves a little C-How-A-L and had got a better appetite. He adds that none of them found themselves sensibly warmer, and that he could not perceive that their pulse irradiated and creeped. These last experiments, DN human bodies, as he justly observes, are difficult to pursue with exalnafs because the clothing, which cannot thriftily be compared to the hairs or V-feathers of animals, retains a considerable share of the perspired matter, and piavants are forming a good judgment of the whole. See a shaft of the electric virtue. The foregoing experiments, he says, convinced him of the reality of the effluent matter, carrying away vriti at the purple parts of bodies and what could be evaporated from their surfaces. And he was convinced of the affluent racks E or XE by offering all those F-zetals produced, if inficat of electrifying bodies themselves, they were only brought near a large body which was electrified. He moistened a thick punge in water and cut it into 2 pecks, and then weighed the party separately. And placing the whole near a large electrified body, he found that, after an electrification of 5 or 6 hours, that part of the F-punge which was nearer to the electrified body had lost more weight than the other. From this fatal, he concluded that if any part of an animal body was presented to a large electrified substance, it would perspire more rancors, p. 589, than the other, and that perhaps oft true. Tions might by this means be removed from the pori of it. The experiments above recited of Emdreed, Nolat by no means satisfied the Englofitlofters, and particularly Mr. Ellicott, who made experiments to refute the theory which the author had deduced from them. He observed that the siphon, though alarified, would only deliver the water by drops if the bafad in which the water was contained was Elic G. Trifito, but this does not invalidate me for Nolet's curious experiments upon the subject of evaporation and perspiration, for when an animal body is LS6, there is always non-electric matter enough in the atmosphere to answer the purpose of the unelectrified BA. In the experiment of the capillary tube T, thereby to cause a continual exhalation of the purple matter from the pores of the echin. Besides, the capillary tube will unif the water in a constant irium, way it had only the open air to throw it into. In all debates upon subjects, a natural philosophy fads ought only to be opposed to fads. The veracity of the Abi knowledge is not to be called in question, though it must be acknowledged that in his later writings, at a time when Hainan favorite system was in danger, he made malakes with ref to the dia, that nulai fiat piet. At to tivox xjsa to fit abe null, EF to account for the appearance of light, which seems in female cases to ifty from Han electric body presented to an excited electric, and which Mr. Nolet thought to be the affluent matter. Mr. Ellicott supposed that it was the light which had come from the electri. In accounting for the phi-phenphion of Li's GBLD between an LFI rifide added anion meltrific plate, Mr. Ellicott's theory made it necessary to suppose, what Dr. Franklin afterwards avdil not to be fad, that the Li's gold will always be suspended nearer the tonalic ETJ is aforefor to Mr. Nollet. Mr. Ellicott also endeavors to account for the electric matter issuing from a point at the extremity of the catheter more sensibly than if it had T-terminated round or slat. He says that the effluvia enruing from the globe along the condylar as they approached the point were brought neater together, and therefore were denser there than each he part of the rod. Consequently, he phased if the light be jeweled to the density and velocity of the effluvia, it will be visible at the point, and nowhere else. This, as far as I can find, was the first attempt to account for this phenomenon. But it by no means accounts for the whole virtue of the conductor being diflipat ed from such poiats. Indeed, it is no wonder that the influence of points, which are but imperfect lunder to heaven at this day fern, had too difficult a problem so many years ago. And it will now be universally acknowledged, C3, that there was very great merit in the EFC experiments of the Abbé Noé. Made upon animal and other organized bodies, he opened a new and noble field of electrical discotheques, and he pursued them with great attention, perseverance, and expense. This last circumstance, I suppose, may have been the reason why his experiments had not, as far as can find, been resumed and pursued by any illyrician since his time, though there seems still be great loom to improve upon what he began. The only method in which they can be conducted to any purpose would be by the help of a machine for perpetual electrification, to go by wind or water, which would likewise lure from any other capital C experiments in electricity. This application of electricity in particular may perhaps be of more use in medicine than any other mode in which it has hitherto been administered. M.K. Jalibert of Geneva carried the experiments on plants farther than the Abbé Noé had done, and by electrifying bottles in which the plants were growing in water and placing in the same expo for other ticks containing plants of the same kind, he proved in the clearest manner that the electrified plants always grew failer and bad finer items, leaves, and flowers than those which were not electrified, and consumed more of their water. Bico caret elet kitino natural et brifictal p. 125. Section 79. Chapter 13. Period 8. Section 5. Medicated tubes and medical virtues by electricity and other communications of metal senil tertius by electricity with their various refutations in the Cedar Sea. Of Till's history we high feel frequent instances of self-deception. For rid of Perlbans attendering to all the essential circumstances of fasts. Be at nothing we have yet seen equals what was exhibited in the 5 years, 1747 and 1748. Mr. Gray's decemptions were chiefly owed to his mistaking the cause of real appearances, but in this case we can hardly help thinking that not only the imagination and judgment, but even all the external senses of fool philosophers must have been imposed upon. It was asserted by Signor Pivati at Venice, who has all the merit of these extraordinary discoveries, and after him by Mr. Verratti at Bologna, Mr. Bianchi at Turin, and Mr. Winkler at Leipzig, that if odorous substances were confined in glaffa vessels, and the vessels excited, the odors and other medicinal virtues would transpire through the glass, infed the atmosphere of the conductor, and communicate the virtue to all persons in contact percent with it. Also, that those substances, HDD, in the hands of persons electrified, would communicate their virtues to them, IIB, that medicines might be made to operate, ICIA, the history of TSB operate, without being taken into the stomach. They even pretended to have wrought many cures by the help of electricity. Applied this way, some of the more curious of these pretended experiments deserve to be recorded for the entertainment and infredullion of posterity. The forementioned Signor Johannes Francisco Pivati, a person of eminence at Venice, says, in an Italian epistle printed at Venice with all the usual licenses in the year 1747, that in an effect example of the virtue of electricity was shown in the balsam of Peru, which was so concealed in a glass cylinder that Before the excitation of it, not the least smell could by any means be discovered. A man who, having a pain in his side, had applied hyphop to it, by the advice of a physician, approached the cylinder thus prepared, and was ultrified by it. The consequence was that when he went home and fell asleep, he fretted, and the power of the balsam was so dispersed that even his clothes, the bed and chamber, all smelled of it. When he had refreshed himself by his sleep, he combed his head and found the balsam to have penetrated his hair, so that the very comb was perfumed. The next day, Signora Pivati says he electrified a man in health in the same manner, who knew nothing of what had been done before. On his going into company half an hour, medicated tubes. 2 hours afterwards, he found a gradual warmth diffusing itself through his whole body, and he grew more lively and cheerful than usual. His companion was surprised at an odor, and could not imagine whence it proceeded. But B himself perceived that the fume arose from his own body, at which he also was much surprised, not having the least suspicion that it was owing to the operation which had been performed upon him by Signor Pivati. Mr. Winchler of Leipzig, being foreseen with so extraordinary a relation, says that he was desirous of trying the power of electricity on certain substances in the same manner, and that he found the event to confirm what had been related. He put Famio pounded sulfur into a glass sphere so well covered in slop that, on turning it over the fire, there was not the smell of sulfur perceived. When the sphere was cold, he electrified it, and immediately a sulphurous vapor issued from it, and, on continuing the electricity, tilled the air so to be smelled at the distance of more than 10 feet. He called in a friend well versed in electricity, Professor Hobbold, and several others, as witnesses and judges of this fate, but they were perfectly driven away by the stench of the sulphur. He stayed a little longer himself in this sulphurous atmosphere, and was so impregnated thereby that his body, clothes, and breath retained 5 tenths. Abridged volume XP 401. Affidavit. In 3, the idea, the history or the odor even the next day. On repeating Thiele's experiment in the proof of a person who was conversant with the effects of sulfur, the signs of an inflamed blood were visible in his mouth on the 3rd day. After this, he tried the effects of a more agreeable smell, and filled the sphere with cinnamon. When he healed this as before, the smell of cinnamon was soon perceived by the company, and the whole room was in a short time so perfumed by it, that it immediately effused the noses of Jew who came in, and the odor remained the next day. He tried the Baphomoth Iperu with a like success when his above-mentioned friend, whose testimony he says he did not care to be without, after he had received the power of the balsam, smelled so strong of it, that going abroad to supper, he was often took by the company what presume he had about him. The next day, when Mr. Winkler was drinking tea, he says, he found a new unusual sweet taste, owing to the fumes of the J. alpham that still remained in his mouth. In a few days, when the sphere had lost the scent of the balsam, they let a chain pf the chamber window, and extended it through the open air into another room detached from the former. Here they suspended the chain on silken lines and gave it into the hand of a man, who also stood on extended silken lines and knew nothing of their IFBU Tinwar. Abridged vote XP 401. 183 purpose. When the electricity had been excited for some time, the neon was aflacked whether he fumed anything, and on snuffing up his nose, he said he did. Being aflustered again what smell it was, he said he did not know. When the alerification had been continued for about a quarter of an hour, the fume smelled so strong of it that the man, who knew nothing of the balsam, thought his nose was filled with a sweet smell, like that of some sort of balsam. After fleecing in a house, a considerable distance from the room where the experiment was tried, he rose very cheerfully in the morning, and found a more piquant taste than ordinary in his teeth. I shall only give AO account of 2 geoflances of the effect of metfiction applied in this manner. The adjuvants of Signor Pivali, the celebrated inventor of this improvement in electricity, was implored by a young gentleman, who was miserably afflicted by a quantity of corrupted matter corrupted in his foot, that eluded all the attempts of the physicians. Signor Pivati filled a glass cylinder with proper materials, J, and having electrified it, drew sparks from the part affected. Fine continued the operation for some minutes. When the patient went to bed, he had a good night and a mitigation of his pain. When he awaked in the morning, he found a small red tubercle on his foot, which only itched, as if a cold humor had slowed through the N4 eyewear inner part of his foot. He sweated every night for 8 days together, and at the end of that time was perfectly well. After this, signed for Donadoni, Buflozza Benico came to Signor Pigavati, attended by his physician and Foppi friends. His lower hip was at that time 75 years old, and had been afflicted with pains in his hands and feet for several years. The gout had so affected his fingers that he was unable to move them, and his legs so that he could not bend his knees. In this deplorable situation, the poor old bihop entreated Signor Pavati to try the effects of electricity on him. The electrician undertook it, and proceeded after the following manner. He filled a glass cylinder with diffusion medicines, and managed it so that the electric virtue might enter into the patient, who presently felt some unusual commotions in his fingers, J, and the action of electricity had been continued but 2 minutes when his lower hip opened and shut both his hands. Gave a hearty squeeze to ope of his attendants, got up, walked, smote his hands together, helped Lumfelf to a chair and sat down, wondering at high own strength and hardly knowing whether it was not a dream. At length he walked out of the chamber down flares without any attilants, and with all the alacrity of a young man, vari medicated tubes. 185 a variety of fasts of this nature being publified and exceedingly well attested, in are gauged all the electricians of Europe to repeat these experiments, but none of them could succeed but those mentioned above. An excellent remark of Mr. Baker Dyte, who advised trying all these experiments, notwithstanding their seeming very improbable, deserves to be quoted here. Romantic as these things may seem, they should not be absolutely condemned without a fair trial. FMC we all, I believe, remember the time when those phenomena in electricity, which are QQA the more common and familiar to us, would have been thought deserving as little credit as the cases under configuration may seem to do, had accounts of them been FCNT to us from Rome, Venice, or Bologna. And bad VRP never experienced them our WPNDSP. And to be assured of your TRPTT fallacy, Mr. Nollet, who was deeply infected in everything that related to his favorite study, yawned, who fet no bounds to high, abhor expense in the pursuit of truth, prevent Pazara the Apstie, and traveled into Italy, where he visited all the gentlemen Rohafar published nigh account of these experiments. But though Henin engaged them to repeat their experiments in his presence, and FJPN himself, and though he made it his business to get all the bell information he could concerning ID6, the history of the concerning them, he returned, convinced that the accounts of cures had been much exaggerated. For no one instance had odors been found to transpire through the pores of ice-excited Glaffa, and that no drugs had ever communicated their virtues to persons who only held them in their hands while electrified. He had no doubt, however, but that, by continued L fortification, without drugs, federal persons bad found considerable relies in various defafters, particularly that a paralytic person had been cured at Geneva, and that a person deaf off one ear, a footman who had a violent pain in his hejid, and a watchman who had a DJ Vorchichier in heje eyes, Vigier, cured at Bologna. The Inglardy Philofixer showed no less attention to this subjecta. Then the Abbé Nollel, the Royal Society, had received an account from Mr. Winkler of his experiments to prove the transmutation of odoriferous matter through the pores of excited glass, and none of them succeeding here. The secretary was DC fired to write to Mr. Winkler in the name of the society, desiring him to transmit to them not only a circumstantial account of his manner of making the experiments, but also some globes and tubes fitted up by himself. For that purpose, the acervefficals and directlians, how to use them, Mr. Winkler agilely FCNT, and the CXPRI medicated tubes 187 PXP criming were made with every possible precaution at house of Dr. Watfu, the Joft I corrected, an epilepsy person in the kind joy thing relating to electricity. On he lights off June 17th, 51. There were present Martin Folks, president of the Royal Society, Nicholas Mann, FQ, vice president, Dr. Morgier, and Peter Dava, EFQ. Secretaries, Mr. Canton, a fellow, and Mr. Schroeder, a gentleman of Diftendien, well known to, and corresponding with Mr. Winkler. But notwithstanding all the pains these gentlemen took, pursuing with the utmost exactness the directions of Mr. Winkler, and also using methods of their own, which they thought still better adapted to force the effluvia through the glass, they were unsuccessful. They were not able to verify Mr. Winkler's experiments even in one single instance. But perhaps the most satisfactory refutation, both of this pretended transmutation of p-dollars and the medicinal effects of electricity above mentioned, was made at Venice, the very place where this medical electricity took its rise. The experiments were made by Dr. Bianchini, professor of medicine, in the presence of a great number of witnesses, many of them prejudiced in favor of the pretended recovery, but they were all forced to be convinced of their futility. By the evidence of sales and by experiments made with the grateful care and accuracy of filtered abridged, v.d. ex other 9, after the publication of these accounts properly attested. Every unprejudiced person was satisfied that the pretended discoveries from Italy and Leipzig, which had raised the expectation of all the electricians in Europe, had no foundation in sale, and that no method had yet been discovered whereby the power of medicine could by electricity be made to infumate itself into the human body. Lastly, I would observe that Dr. Franklin also howled by several experiments the impossibility of piecing the ibuvia, or virtue of medicines, with the electric fluid F in some respies, similar to the experiments with the medicated tubes, as those mentioned above were usually called, was that of Professor Bose, which he termed the beatification, and which for a long time employed other electricians to repeat after him, but to no purpose. His description of this famous experiment was that if, in electrifying, large globes were employed, and the electrified person were placed upon large cakes of pitch, a lambent flame would by degrees arise from the pitch, and spread itself round his feet, and that from thence it would be propagated to his knees and body, till at last it ascended to his head, that then by continuing the electrification, the profan's head would be surrounded by a glory, such a one in Fomsville, trough, abridged. In measure, as is represented by painters I.O., they're ornamenting the heads of lengths. This experiment, as well as that of the medicated tubes, fed all the electricians in Europe to work, and put them to a great deal of expense. But none of them could succeed, so as to produce an appearance anything like that, described by Mr. Bose. No person tools more pains in this business than Dr. Watson. He himself underwent the operation several times, supported by solid electroca 3 feet high. Upon being electrified very frequently, he found, as belays several other persona, also a tingling upon the ekin of his head and in many parts of his body, or such a sensation as would be felt from a veiled number of indefects crawling over him at the same time. And he constantly observed the sensation to be the greatest in those parts of his body which were nerved to any non-aleric. But still no light appeared upon his head, though the experiment was several times made in the dark. And with fine continuance, at length the douceur, wearied with theftsy fruitless attempts, wrote to the professor, and his answer showed that the whole had been a mere tetic. He candidly acknowledged that he had made use of a suit of armor, which was decked with many bullions of steel, some pointed like nails, some like wedges, and female pyramidal J, and that when the electrization was very vigorous, the edges of the helmet ig6 helmet would W2 fourth rays, something like those which are painted on the head of saints, and this was all his beautiful beatification. This female Mr. Bose, VH6 fiance, to have had ungulafization of fought nothing, Robert marvelous in his experiments. In a letter to the Royal Society at London, said that he had been able, by elephricity only, to invert the poles of a natural archiagneti, to destroy their virtue, and to retorque it again, but H did not describe his method, T considering that no person in England could succeed in this attempt, and that we are now able to do it, but imperfectly, it is hardly probable that he did it at all. W seems to have been fee-may deception in an experiment, which the worthy and excellent Dr. Hales communicated to the Royal Society this year, when he found that he observed the electric spark from warm iron to be of a bright light color, from warm copper green, and from a warm egg of a yellow-colored TXCFE experiment, he seemed to argue that Ig particles of those different bodies were carried off in the electric flashes, whence those different C-doers were exhibited dollar, shall conclude this I3 canon, which might justly be entitled the marvelous with plus Wilfen's Efflay. P219 mentioned beatification. I mentioned the surprising F of an electri spark in setting fire to a fustian frock on a font of Mr. Robert Roche when he was a letter fee for Fomp's disorder. I do not question the fact. TA experiment was repeated, and it answered again, as well as at the first time when it was merely accidental. The paper containing this account was read at the Royal Society on the 29th of May, 174. Chapter 14, Period 9, Section 1. Franklin's discoveries concerning the Leyden file the Leyden file and others connected with them. We have hitherto seen what had been done in electricity by the English philosophers, and those on the continent of Europe, till about the year 1750, but our attention is now strongly called to what Vraz is doing on the continent of America, where Dr. Franklin and his friends were as affligious in trying experiments, and as successful in FUI 2F abridged, volume XF46, making diff queries, as any of their BFF in Europe. For this purpose, we must look back a few years. As Dr. Franklin's DIFCO-I were made entirely independent of any in Europe, one was unwilling to interrupt DTF former general account by introducing them in their proper year. For the FANF reason, I imagine, it will be generally more agreeable to see at 1-2 what was done in America for some considerable pace of time, without interrupting his account with what was doing in the meantime in Europe high and all. Therefore, digest in the heft manner I can the 3 first publications of Dr. Franklin, entitled New Experiments and Observations on Electricity, made at Philadelphia in America, communicated in several letters to Peter Colin Fawn, F.Q., of London, Fellow of the Royal Society, the first of which is dated July 5th, 1747 July, and the last April 8th, 1754. Nothing was ever written upon the subject of electricity which was more generally read and admired in all parts of Europe than these letters. There is hardly any European language into which they have not been translated, J. And as if this were not sufficient to make them properly known, a translation of them has lately been made into Latin. It is not easy to say whether we are most pleased with the simplicity and perspicuity with which these letters are written, the modesty with which the author proposes every hypothesis of his own, or the noble frankness with which he relates his mistakes. When they recorded by subsequent CXP creations, though the Englifly have not been backward in acknowledging the great merit of this philosopher, he has not the singular good fortune to be, perhaps even more celebrated abroad than at home. So that to form a just idea of the great and deserved reputation of Dr. Franklin, we must read the foreign publications on the subject of claricity, in many of which the terms Franklinify, Frankunify, and the Franklinian gytheme occur in almost every page. In consequence of this, Dr. Franklin's principles bid fair to be handed down to posterity as expressive of the true principles of electricity, just as the Newtonian philosophy is of the true system of nature in general. The zeal of Dr. Franklin's friends and his reputation were considerably increased by the opposition which the Abbé Nollet made to his theory. The Abbé, however, never had any considerable cons in the controversy, and those he had, one am informed, have deserted him. The rise of Dr. Franklin's fame in France was occasioned by a bad translation of his letters falling into the hands of Mr. Buffon. intendant of the French king's gardens, and author of the natural history for which he is famous. This gentleman, having successfully repeated Dr. Franklin's experiments, engaged a friend of his, Mr. Dalibard, to revise the translation, which was afterwards published in Jahrgeserock 194 Dr. Franklin Aled, with a short history of electricity prefixed to it, and met with a very favorable reception from all ranks of people. What contributed not a little to the Fuchifal of this publication and to bring Dr. Franklin's principles into vogue in France was a friend of Mr. Dalibard's exhibiting Dr. Franklin experiments for money. All the world in a manner flocked to see these new experiments, and all returned full of admiration for the inventor of them. Dr. Franklin had discovered, as well as Dr. Watson, that the electric matter was not created, but cowed by friction from the neighboring non-elaphilic bodies. He had observed that it was impossible for a man to electrify himself, though he flood upon glass, or wax, for that the tube could communicate to him no more electricity than it had received from him in the act of excitation. He had observed that if two persons flood upon wax, one of which rubbed the tube and the other took the fire from it, they would both appear to be electrified, that if they touched one another after that operation, a stronger farfc would be perceived between them than when any other person touched either of them, and that such a farfc would take away the electricity of both FT. These experiments led the Duanine, or to think that the electric fluid was conveyed from the person who rubbed the tube to him who touched. I Frasklin I Lectin B14 edit, which introduced some terms in electricity that had not been used before, but have continued in use ever since. The person who touched the tube was said by Dr. Franklin to be electrified potently or plus, being supposed to receive an additional quantity of electric fire, whereas the person who rubbed the tube was said to be electrified negative or minus, being supposed to have lost a part of his natural quantity of the electric fluid. This observation was necessary to explain the capital discovery which Dr. Franklin made with respect to the manner of charging the Leyden file, which is that when one side of the glafa is classified positively, or FEI, the other side is electrified negatively, or that whatever quantity of fire is thrown upon one side of the glass, the fumes is thrown out of the other, and there is really no more electric fire in the file after it is charged than before. All that can be done by charging being to take from one side and convey to the other. Dr. Franklin also observed that glass was impervious to electricity, and that, therefore, since the equilibrium could not be restored to the charged file by any internal communication, it must be done by conducers externally joining the infeed C and the outside FU. These capital discoveries he made by observing that when a file was charged, a cork ball suspended on silk would be attracted Franklin Iloquere, P-I-T-W-E. Geneinity 6, Dr. Franklin OK, by the outside coating when it was repelled by a wire communicating with the inside, and that it would be repelled by the outside when it was attrayed by the inside. But the truth of this maxim appeared more evident when he brought the knob of the wire communicating with the outside coating within a few inches of the wire communicating with the inside coating, and suspended a cork ball between them, for in that case the ball was attracted by them alternately till the file was discharged. The European electricians had observed that a file could not be charged unless some conduit was in contact with the oil line. But Dr. Franklin made the observation more general, and also was able by the principle above mentioned to give a better account of it. As no more electric fire, he says, can be thrown into the inside of a file when all is driven from the outside. So in a file not yet charged, none can be thrown into the inside when none can be got from the outside. He also showed by a beautiful experiment that when the file was charged, one side luffle exactly as much as the other gained in restoring the equilibrium. Hanging a small linen thread near the coating of an electrified file, he observed that every time he brought his finger near the wire, the thread was attracted by the coating. For as the fire was taken from the inside by touching the 8 wire and the C wire, the amphide drew in an equal quantity by the thread. He proved that in discharging the file, the giving 6 cheats on one side was exactly equal to the receiving by the other by placing K person upon electrics and making him discharge the file through his body. When he observed that no electricity remained in him after the discharge F, he also hung cork balls upon an insulated conduit at the time of the discharge of a file hanging to it, and observed that if they did not repel before the explosion, they did not repel at the time, nor after. But the experiment which most completely proved that the coating on one side received just as much as was emitted from the discharge of the other was the follow-wilg. He insulated his rubber, and then hanging a file to his conduler, he found it could not be charged even though his hand was held constantly to it. Because though the electric fire might leave the outside of the file, there was none coilage by the rubber to be conveyed into the anode. He then took away his hand from the file, and forming a communication by a wire from the outside coating to the insulated rubber, he found that it was charged with ease. In this case, it was plain that the very same fire which lest the outside coating was conveyed by the way of the rubber, the globe, the conductor, O3 and 198 Dr. Franklin, OK, and the re of the file into the inside G. Dr. Franklin's new theory of charging the Leyden file led him to observe a greater variety of fads, relating both to charging and discharging it, than other philosophers had attended to. He found that the file would be electrified as strongly if it were held by the hook, APD the coating applied to the globe or tube, as if it were held by the coating and the hook applied, and consequently, that there would be the same explosion and shock if the electrified file were held in one hand by the hook and the coating touched with the other, as when held by the coating and touched at the hook. To take the charged file by the hook with safety and not diminish its force, he infers that it tend not first be fed down upon electric's perf. Dr. Franklin observed that if a man held in his hand 2 files, the one solely electrified, and the other not at all, and brought their hooks together, he would have but half a shock, for the files would both remain only half electrified, the one being half charged, and the other half discharged % if 2 files were charged both through their hooks. A cork ball suspended on silk and hanging between them would first be atrophied and then repelled by both. But if they were electrified, the one through the wire, the Leyden RPG wire, and the other through the coating, the ball would play vigorously between them both till they were nearly discharged. The duo did not, at that time, take notice that if the files were both charged through their coatings, by which both the hooks would have been electric minus, the ball would be repelled by them both, as when they were electrified plus. And when he afterwards observed that 2 bodies electrified minus repelled one another, he seems to have been surprised at the appearance, and AC knowledge that he could not fatal-fedorally account for it. It was known to every electrician that a globe or tube wet on the inside would afford little or no fire, but no good reason was given for it. Before Dr. Franklin attempted its explanation by the help of his general maxim, he says that when a tube lined with any non-allyric is rubbed, what is collated from the hand by the downward stroke enters the pores of the glass, driving an equal quantity out of the inner surface into the non-electric lining, and that the hand, impaling up to take a feature ideal rope, takes put again what had been thrown into the outward surface, the inner surface at the same time receiving back again what it had given to the non-electric lining, so that the particles of the electric fluid go in and out of their pores upon every stroke given to the tube. Franklin's Letmer P2F Ibid PJ4. O4IRN JN Zadir Gazero Franklin. Or Dr. Franklin on if in these circumstances, a wire was put into the tube, he observed that if one person touched the wire while another was rubbing the tube and took care to withdraw his finger as soon as he had taken the sparky which had been made to fly from the inside, it would be charged. If the tube was exhaust of air, he observes that a non-allyric liner was not necessary. For that in vacuo, the electric fire from the inner dielectric fire would fly freely from the inner surface without a non-electric conduct. Upon the same principle, he accounts for the FFEs of an excited electric being perceived through the glass in the vacuum beyond it. The tube in its excited atmosphere being brought near a glass vessel repels the electric fluid from the inner surface of the glass, and this fluid issuing from the inner surface falls upon light bodies in the vacuum, both in its passage from the glass and likewise in its return to it. When the excited electric on the outside is withdrawn J, this maxim, that whatever the file takes in at one surface, it loses at the other, led Dr. Franklin to think of charging several file together with the same trouble, by connecting the outside of one with the inside of another, whereby the fluid that was driven out of the furl would be received by the second in the lightened file, AOEI, and what was driven out of the second would be received by the third and C. By this means he found that a great number of bottles might be charged with the same labor as one only, and that they might be charged equally high were it not that every bottle receives a new fire and loses its old with female returnate. Or rather gives some small reference to the charging. This drumstance, he says, in a number of bottles becomes more equal to the charging power, and so repels the fire back again on the globe sooner than a single bottle would do it. Upon this principle, Dr. Franklin constructed an electrical battery consisting of 11 panes of large sash glass coated on each side, and so conded that charging one of them would charge TFM all. Then, having a contrivance to bring all the giving sides in contact with one wire, and all the receiving fed it with another, he united the force of all D plates, and charged them all at once, FE. When Dr. Franklin first began his experiments upon the Leyden file, he imagined that the ELIFIC fire was all crowded into the substance of the non-Elea rig in contact with the glass. But he afterwards found that its power of giving a shock lay in the glass effect and not in theo coating by the following ingenious analysis of the bottle. In order to find where the strength rough the charged bottle lay, he placed it upon glass. Frenuan I letters PT Jai bid PS if die the percent Neoa Dr. Franklin yen first took out the cork and the wire, and jading the virtue was not in them. He touched the outside coating with one hand, and drew it the singer of the other into the mouth of the bottle. When the shock was felt quite as strong as if the cork and wire had been in it, G then charged the phial again and pouring out the water into an empty bottle insulated expafol. If the force resided in the water, it would give the shock, but he found it gave none. He then judged that the clyic fire must thither have been lost in decanting, or must remain in the bottle, and the latter he found to be true for, filling the charged bottle, free fly the shock, and was satisfied that the power of giving it resided in the glass itself. The Dobler added the same experiment, with panes of glass, laying the coating on Jickly and changing it. And he had before changed the water as the bottle and the refuquai, the same in both FE. This experiment is more satisfactory than the former, because when the water is poured out of the FLAL, there still remains a thin coating of the fluid, which might be thought to contain the Pujar giving a shock. That the electric fire resided in the glass was also farther evident from this consideration, that when glass was gilt, the discharging it would make a round hole, tearing off a part of TB gilding, which the deuter thought, L. Coat Duchessy, the Leyden file, EOJ thought could only have been done by the fire coming out of the glass through the gilding. He also says that when the gilding was varnished, even with turpentine, this varnil, though dry and hard, would be burned by the farfsea driven through it, yielding a strong smell and a vifable smoke. I foa that when a spark was driven through paper, it would be blackened by the smoke, which sometimes penetrated several of the leaves, and that part of the gilding which had been torn off was found forcibly driven into the hole made in the whole paper by the aroke. He also observed that when a thin bottle was broken by a charge, the glass was broken inwards at the same time that the gilding was broken outwards. Lastly, Dr. Franklin discovered that several substances which would condone fevered electricity in general would not condoodle the G-kiosk of a charged file. A wet pack thread, for instance, though it transmitted electricity very well, sometimes failed to conduce a shock, as also did a cake of ice. Dry earth, too, rammed into a glass tube entirely failed to conduct a shock, and indeed would convey electricity, but very imperfectly. F section 204, Dr. Franklin on Chapter 15, Period 9, Section 2, Franklin on lightning and electricity. SCTION, Dr. Franklin's discoveries concerning the similarity of lightning and electricity. DICGRI Kate fifth discovery which Dr. Franklin made concerning electricity, and which has been of the greatest practical use to mankind, was that of the perfect similarity between electricity and lightning. The analogy between these two powers had not been wholly unobserved by philosophers, and especially by electricians, before the publication of Dr. Franklin's discovery. It was so obvious that it had struck several perfect. I shall give one instance in the Sagacious Abinalt. The A6 says, if anyone should take upon him to prove from a well-connected comparison of phenomena that thunder is in the hands of nature what electricity is in ours, that the wonder which we now exhibit at our pleasure are little imitations of those great CFFs which frighten us, and that the whole depends upon the same mechanism, if it is to be demonstrated that a cloud, prepared by the adation of the wilds, by heat, by a mixture of exhalations, and sea as opposite to a terrestrial terapgia, that this is the electric body, and at a certain proximity from that which is not. I avow that this idea, if it was well supported, would give me a great deal of pleasure, and in support of it, how many specious reasons present themselves to a man who is well acquainted with electricity, the universality of the electric matter, the readiness of its aeon, its inflammability, and its adivity and giver in fire to other bodies, its property of striking bodies externally and internally, even to their smallest parts. The remarkable example we have of this effect in the experiment of Leyden. The idea which we might truly adopt in supposing a greater degree of electric power, and see all these points of analogy, which one have been some time meditating, begin to make me believe that one might, by taking electricity, tie for the model, form to oneself in relation to thunder and lightning, more perfect and more probable ideas than would have been afflered hitherto, and see Mr. Winkler also enumerated many particulars, in which electricity and lightning resemble one another. But though the Abbé and others had been struck with the obvious analogy between lightning and electricity, they went farther than these arguments a priori. It was Dr. Franklin who first proposed a method of Patasic Memoirs, volume the 3 pages, verifying 2.6 Dr. Franklin on verifying this hypothesis, entertaining the bold thought, as the Abbé Noët expresses it, of bringing lightning from the heatings of thinking that pointed iron rods fixed in the air, when the atmosphere was loaded with lightning, might draw from it the matter of the thunderbolt, and discharge it without noise or danger into the immense body of the earth, where it would remain, as it were, absorbed. Moreover, though Dr. Franklin's directions were first begun to be put in execution in France, he himself completed the demonstration of his own problem before he heard of what had been done elsewhere, and he extended his experiments so far as fluently to imitate almost all the known effects of lightning by electricity, and to perform every electrical experiment by lightning. But before I relate any of Dr. Franklin's experiments concerning lightning, I must take notice of what he observed concerning the power of pointed bodies, by means of which he was enabled to carry his giant designs into execution. For he was properly the first who observed the entire and wonderful effect of pointed bodies, both in drawing and throwing off the electric fire. It was a small step towards discovering the effect of pointed bodies that Carolus Augustus van Bergen, professor of medicine at Frankfurt on the Oder, observed, that sparks taken from a polyphony body were stronger than those from a rough one. He could fire spirit easily 6 with the GHT and RNG 207 with a poof-like condiflor, but V5th difficulty by means of one not polyphane. Miss Jalabert was perhaps the first who observed that a body 6 emptied at one end and round at another layer produced different appearances upon the iothy body, according as the pointed or found end was presented to it. But as Mr. Nuet in WNOFPRC Fence he made the experiment says, the effect was not constant, and nothing will Pella inferred from effect. And the Abbe Akbel alleges that Dr. Franklin was the dwarfed who showed the property of pointed bodies and draw off electricity more efficiently, and at greater distances than other bodies could do at X. He electrified an iron hot 3 or 4 inches in diameter and observed that it would not attract a thread when the point of a needle was presented to it, but that this was not the case unless the pointed body had a communication with the earth. 4. Perhaps tinting the same pointed body stuck on a piece of feeling wax, it had not that theft. Though the moment the pointed body was touched with his singer, the clefter of the ball to which it was fafida was discharged. Dr. Franklin, in the new edition of High Letters PT, say that TGA power points to Euro 6FF, the Dirac 6T. WM Kalmuni cared IDM by a beat to friend Mr. Thomas Wona Kinfon, who LRE, an iron boo of 3 or 4 inch diameter, with a world EULP fall into it, DS being to draw a Ranger spark throw in the point, as from a kind of hockey but woo for perf 2 and then little or none. Converse to it deca. Franklin on converse of this he proid by finding it impossible to electrify the iron eye hot when a flyer needle lay upward, by observing point B of different degrees of acuteness. Dr. Franklin quoted the concluent at the Elcluant, and other Anglo-electricians that a pointed body as a piece of Lias gold would always be suspended nearer to the plate, which was unelarified than that which was elarified if it were put between them. For the doctor observed that it always removed farthest from that plate to which its flyer path point was presented, whether it was elarified or not, and if one of the points was very blunt and the other very sharp, it would be suspended in the AK by its blunt end, near the electrosixed body without any unelectrified plate being held below it at all. Dr. Franklin endeavored to account for this CFED of pointed bodies by supposing that the base on which the electric fluid at the point of an electrified body rested being small, the attraction by which the fluid was held to the body was slight, and that, for the same reason, the refiflence to the entrance of the fluid was proportionably weaker in that place than where the surface was slack percent, but he himself candidly owns that he was not quite satisfied with this hypothesis. Whatever we think of Dr. Franklin's theory of the influence of pointed condu, lowers in JI by P56, Drawwolder J1 CDC Jakai, I6H10 109 drawlog and throwlog off the electric fluid, the world is greatly indebted to him for the J-Raical use he made of theododrine. The manner in which Dr. Franklin first conceived the practicability of drawing lightning from the clouds may be seen in Art Extract, which he has given us from his Memorandums, November 7th, 1749. After enumerating all the known points of resemblance between lightning and electricity, he concludes with saying, the elyric fluid is traded by points. We do not know whether this property be in lightning, but since they agree in all the particulars in which we can already compare them, it is not probable that they agree likewise in this. Let the experiment be made. Every circumstance relating to a discovery of so much importance as this is interesting and pickifying. Hefty. Dr. Franklin begins his account of the liminarity of the electric fluid and lightning by cautioning his readers not to be staggered at the great difference of the Eiffels in point of degree. That is no argument of any disparity in their nature. It is no wonder, says he, if the effects of the one should be so much greater than those of the other. For if 2 gun barrels electrified will Ilreich at 2 inches distance and Malo out report at how great a distance will 10,000 acres of electrified cloud strike, and give Franklin I Letton, P60 Ira, J. Vigdijic, 2 Dr. Franklin on its 6 word. And how loud must be that crack? I shall dig if all Dr. Franklin's observations concerning lightning under the several points of Refemblaeus, which he observed between it and electricity, mention these points of similarity in the order in which he himself remarked them, only bringing into one place the observations which may happen to lie in different parts of his letters, when they relate to the same subject. Slashes of lightning, he begins with observing, are generally seen crooked and waving in the air. The same, says he, is the Elgric spark always, when it is drawn from an irregular body at some distance. He might have added when it is drawn by an irregular body, or through a space in which the best conductors are disposed in an irregular manner, which is always the case in the heterogeneous atmosphere of our globe. 2. Lightning strikes the highest and most pointed objects lightning's way, preferably to others, as high hills and trees, towers, spires, males of flips, points of spears, and sea. In like manner, all pointed conductors receive or throw off the electric fluid more readily than those which are terminated by slat surfaces JD3 lightning. It's observed to take the Regia and Belcadudo, so does alert city lightning. In the discharge of the Leiden file. For this reason, the Doler supposes that it would be safer, during a thunderstorm, to have one's deaths wet than dry, as the lightning might then, in a great meafoof, be transmitted to the ground by the water on the outside of that. It is found, says he, that a wet rat cannot be killed by the explosion of the electrical bottle, but that a dry rat may for liking birds. So does electricity. Dr. Franklin says that he could kindle with it hard, dry rosin, spirits unwarmed, and even wood. He says that he sired gunpowder by only ramming it hard in a cartridge into each end of which pointed wires were introduced, and brought within half an inch of one another, and discharging a shock through them. J5. Lickning fumatimes diff blow fiatella. So does hilaricity, though the Dotzer was Milakin when he imagined it was by a cold fusion, as will appear in its proper place. The iron method in which Dr. Franklin MD electricity melt metals was by putting thin pieces of them between two pans of glass-bound fact together and sending an electric FDOC through them. Sometimes the piece of glass by which they were confined would be fliattered to pieces by the discharge and be broken into a kind of coarse sand, which once happened with pieces of thick loosened-glass. But if they remained whole to piece 212, Dr. Franklin War of metal would be mifing IQ several plaft where it had lain between them, and in fled of it a metallic elane would be seen on both die tanfe, the stains on the underuid upper glass being exactly too emulaire in the my beautiful. Stroke, a piece of Leah's gold treated in this manner appeared, not only to have been melted, but you, the dufter, thought even vitrified, or otherwise so driven into the pores of glass, as to be protected by it from the ain of the strongest aquarius. Sometimes he observed that the metallic stains would spread a little wider than the breadth of the thin pieces of metal. True gold, he observed, made a darker stain, somewhat redia, and to ver a green fly stain of Mr. Wilson fight boy is that. In this experiment, the gold was not driven into the pores of the glass, but only into so near a contact with the surface of the glass, as to be held there by an exceedingly great force, such an one, he says, as is exerted at the surface of all bodies, whatever J6. Lightning rends some bodies. The FME does electricity section. The doctor observes T-fiat the electric spark would strike a whole T-fero quire of paper. When bricks, A1 and C, are rent by lightning, he takes notice that the FPT enters will fly off on that side where there I the least resistance in one. If Giai when a hole is ethnic tooth tough, a piece of pasteboard by an clarified jar if the surfaces of the paddleboard are not confined in copperfold. There will be a burr raised all around the hole, both sides of the pasteboard. But that if one side be confined so that the burr cannot be raised on that side, it will all be raised on the other side, which way, forever the fluid was diaphied. For the burr around the outside of the hole is the pivot of the explosion, which is made every way from the center of the LA and IC stream, and not RISFAful. Of its direction, 7 lightning has often been known to fright people blind. And a pigeon, after a violent shock of electricity, by which the boyor intended to have killed it, was observed to have been struck blind likewise J8. In a thunderstorm at Streatham, DCF cried by Dr. Miles if the lightning ripped off female paint, which had covered a gilded molding of a panel of wainscot, without hurting the rest of the paint. Dr. Franklin imitated this by parting a slip of paper over the hulletting of gold on the cover of a Booth CV, and sending an electric FTI through it. The paper was torn off from end to end with such force that it was broken in several places, and in others there was brought away part of the grain of the turkey leather in which the book was bound. This convinced P3, the JI4 Dr. Franklin on the doter, that if it had been paint, would have been stripped PFE in the same manner with that on the wainscot at Strepham 9, lightning I threw to its amulet. Indian malls have likewise been killed by the Ihot of electricity. The largest animals Weichel Dr. Franklin and his friends had been able to kill were a hen and a turkey which weighed about 10 pounds F10. Magnets have been obfree to lose their virtue or to have their poles reversed by lightning. The same did Dr. Franklin by electricity. By electricity, he frequently gave polarity to needles and reveps them at pleasure. Hock from 4 large jars sent through a Sinai Suwog needle, he says, gave it polarity so that it would traverse when laid on watt bar. What is most remarkable in these electrical experiments upon magnets is that if the needle, when it was struck, lay east and west, the end which was entered by the electric blast pointed north, but that if it lay north and south, the end which lay towards the north would continue to point north. Whether T entered at, had end, or the contrary, though he imagined that a jidron or stroke would have reversed the poles even in that situation, an effect which had been known to have been produced by lightning. He also obferied that the polarity is strongest when the needle was struck lay north and south, and weakest when it lay east and west. He takes notice that in these experiments the needle, in some cases, would be finely blued, like the spring of a watch by the electric flame, in which case the color given by a fiat from 2 jars only might be wiped off, but that a flow from 4 jars fixed it, and frequently melted the needles. The jars which the Dodler used held 7 or 8 gallons, and were coated and lined with tinfoil, to demonstrate in the compactest manner possible the sameness of the electric fluid with the matter of lightning. Dr. Franklin, aftenifting as it must have appeared, contrived eighthly to bring one lightning from the heavens by means of an electrical kite, which be raised when a storm of thunder was perceived to be coming on. This kite had a pointed wire fixed upon it, by which it drew the lightning from the clouds. This lightning descended by the hempen string, and was received by a key tied to the extremity of it. That part of the string which was held in his hand being of silk, that the electric virtue might stop when it came TB to keep. He found that the string would conduct electricity even when nearly dry, but that when it was wet, it would conduct it quidging freely, so that it would stream out plentifully from the key at the approach of a Verfassungssänger FP4. At NJ LCIDI Franklin Kiem. At this key he charged files and froa electric lyre, thus obtained. He kindled spirits and performed all other electrical experimenti, which are usually exhibited by an excited globe or tube. As every circumstance relating to so capital a discovery as this, the greatest perhaps that has been made in the whole compass of philosophy, since the time of Sir Isaac Newton, cannot but give teafure to all my readers, I shall endeavor to gratuitify with the calm, mud cash and data of a few particular which I have from the best authority, the 6th Doctor. After having published his method of verifying his hypothesis concerning the sameness of electricity with the matter lightning, was waiting for the Iridia Aspire in Philadelphia to carry his views into execution. Not imagining that a pointed rod of a moderate height could answer the purpose opposed, when it occurred to him that, by means of a common kite, he could have readier and better access to the regions of thunder than by any spire whatever. Preparing, therefore, a large silk handkerchief and 2 cross slicks of a proper length on which to extend it, he took the opportunity of the 6th Raphael approaching thunder form to take a walk into a held, in which there was a head convenient for his purpose. But dreading the ridicule which too commonly attends unsuccessful attempts in science, he communicated his intended experiment to no BCT by his FPT BSFU, who FLBFCT in raising the F-site. The kite being railed a considerable time before there was any appearance of 8 being electrified. One very promising Dowd had sassed Otzior without any CFA. When at length, just as he was beginning to dear of his contrivance, he observed female on threads of the hempen siring to stand eye, and to avoid one another, jiffed as if they had been luft-bended on a common condu, or struck with thy premiering appearance, he immediately presented his knuckle to the key, and let the reader judge of the exquisite pleasure he must have felt at that moment. The discovery was complete. He perceived a very evident electric spark. Others succeeded even before the string was wet, Talm as to put the matter past all dispute, and when the rain bad wetted the siren, he called electric fire very skillfully. This happened in June 1752, a month after the electricians G in France had verified the same theory. But before he had heard of anything that they had done. Besides discite, Dr. Franklin had afterwards an infused iron rod to draw the lightning into his house, in order to make experiments whenever there should be a considerable quantity of it in the atmosphere. And, that he might not lose any opportunity of that nature, he connelled 2 bells with this apparatus, which gave him notice, e.g. Dr. Franklin on by their ringing. Wherever high rod was electrified, the doctor being able, in this manner, to draw the lightning into his house and make experiments with it at his leisure, and being certain that it was in all respects of the same nature with electricity, he was desirous to know if it was of the positive or negative kind. The first time he succeeded in making an experiment for this purpose was the 1/2 of April 1753, when it appeared that the lightning was negative, having found that the clouds electrified negatively in 8 successive thunder gusts. He concluded they were always electrified negatively, and formed a theory to account for it. But he afterwards found he had concluded too soon, for on the 6th of June followed, he met with one cloud, which was electrified positively, upon which he courted his former theory, but did not seem able per fiat to fancy himself with any other. The door sometimes found the clouds would change from positive to negative electricity several times in the course of one thunder gust, and he once observed the air to be strongly electrified during a fall of snow, when there was no thunder at all. But the grand practical life, which Dr. Franklin made of his discovery of the phenomena of electricity and lightning, was to fee your buildings from being damaged by light JGG, a thing of tough consequence in all parts of the world, but more especially in fever. Parts of North America, where thunder FDOMA are more frequent, and their EFEA in that dry air, more dreadful than they are ever known to be with us. This great end Dr. Franklin accomplished by so easy a method, and by so cheap and seemingly trifling apparatus as fixing a pointed metalline rod higher than any part of the building and communicating with the ground, or rather the near all. This wire the lightning was sure to seize upon, preferably to any other part of the building, whereby this dangerous power would be conducted to the earthy and dissipated without doing any harm to the building. Dr. Franklin was of opinion that a wire of 1/4 of an inch in thickness would be sufficient to conduify a greater quantity of lightning than was ever actually discharged from the clouds in one roke. He found that the gilding of a book was sufficient to conduit the discharge of 5 large jars, and thought that it would probably have conduced the charge of many more. He also found by experiment that if a wire was destroyed by an explosion, it was yet sufficient to conduct that particular stroke, though it was thereby rendered incapable of conduct. IPG, another F. Blows Dr. Franklin. Oh, the Dofloralio supposed that pointed rods erected similar edifices might likewise often prevent a stroke of lightning in the follow-up. He says that an eye so situated as to view horizontally the untipified of a thun-for cloud will see it very ragged, with a number of separate fragments or petty clouds, one under another, the lowest fomitikes not far from the earth. These, as so many stepping stones, fifth in conduing a stroke between a cloud and a building. To represent these by an experiment, he dirifies us to take 2 or 3 locks of seed loose cotton, and cond one of them with Fe prime conductor, by a sine thread of 2 inches, which may be spun out of the same lock, another to that, and a third to the second, by like threads. He then bids us to turn the globe, and says we shall see these locks extending them felt towards the table, as the lower small clouds, fiaiclioilean piaicwoitite. Franklin's letters, fees that on the 2 days of August 1758, He saw this supposition verified, as he was viewing a large fringe cloud, strongly ultrified, passing over a forest of tall fir trees. The ragged and depending parts of the large cloud were first drifted lower, and then suddenly rose higher and joined the large cloud. He was also an eyewitness, RF2 clouds lying one over the other, approaching and flashing into one another. The lightning spread itself over all the parts of the blacker cloud, which was negative, and which immediately began to diffuse in rain and heat. Dr. Franklin advises persons who are apprehensive of danger from lightning to fit in the table of a room, provided it be under a metal muffler suspended by a chain, sitting on one chair and laying their feet on another. It is hill safer, he says, to bring 2 or 3 mattresses or beds into the middle of the room, and folding them double to place the chairs upon them, for they not being good conductors as the walls. The lightning will not choose to pass through them. But the IFL place of all is in a hammock, hung in silken cords, at an equal distance from all the sides of the room, p. 484. I would add that the place of most absolute safety must be the cellar, and peculiarly the middle of it, for when a person is lower than Wikidietrumflation PGJ. The N. Angebogaj VG at 222 Dr. Franklin's, the surface of the earth. The lightning and tift fright it before it can possibly reach him. Lay the fields. The place of safety is within a few yards of a tree, but not quite near it.